Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, song, dance, law and dreaming stories over the many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today and those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for one another and this country. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Apologies. Do we have any apologies? No apologies. Confirmation of the minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the minutes of the 4,717th meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the minutes of the 4,717th meeting of Council held on the 8th of August 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Jenkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, last week residents received a letter from Brisbane City Council regarding proposed changes to the local government infrastructure plan. Regrettably, these letters were very ambiguous. Can you please update the Chamber on the proactive steps that have been taken to reassure residents?
Councillors. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, it's disappointing some councillors think this is a laughing matter, because this is a really serious matter, and it is certainly not a laughing matter.
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Massey. Right, we are going to listen to questions in silence and we're going to listen to the answers in silence. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As councillors are aware, this administration is very serious about planning for the future, particularly when it comes to the future infrastructure our city needs. There's various ways in which we do that. One of those many ways is through our local government infrastructure plan and our long-term infrastructure plan. We are in the process of updating those plans as our city grows and changes. And as part of that, as councillors would be aware, a letter went out last week to residents across different suburbs of Brisbane, and it was a letter that caused significant concerns. The first thing I want to say is I want to apologise on behalf of Brisbane City Council for the concern that this letter has caused. And I totally understand it, because when you're talking about a letter which makes you think that your home is being taken from you, I can understand that would cause significant concern. And so the wording of this letter was very unfortunate. It caused confusion, it was ambiguous, and it caused a lot more questions than it answered. In my view, the purpose of communications with people is to provide information and answer questions as opposed to create more questions. And so obviously this letter was not helpful, and the way it was worded was not helpful either. And so the moment that we had realised what had happened and this letter had gone out, we all got into gear really quickly to understand what had happened, but also to rectify the situation. And it's been a team effort to make sure that that was done. The letter made people believe that, for example, houses were being resumed for parkland. That's the takeaway that some people had clearly received from that letter. As councillors in this place know full well, that's not our approach that we take. What we do take is a consultative approach, but also we purchase by agreement. Since I've been Lord Mayor, there have been more than 60 new parks created. And how many of those parks were created by kicking people out of their homes involuntarily? I'm not aware of any, because that's not the process that we take. Just the roads. That is not the process that we take. Now, we are rectifying the situation to make sure people have better information, but also we've extended the consultation period as well. What I can tell the residents of Brisbane is that based on their feedback, and we are genuinely wanting their feedback, this plan will change. This plan will change. And as we go through the process of consultation, we identify areas of concern. We receive more, better alternative solutions for different parkland in different areas. We're happy to have a look at those and make modifications to the plan. That process is already underway. There are examples now where a park location has been proposed for the future, and residents have suggested what they believe is a better alternative site for that parkland to be located. So this is a process that we appreciate, we value, and this is one we'll be taking seriously. But I do sincerely apologise to any residents that have been concerned by this letter. And I repeat again, we are not resuming homes for parkland during a housing crisis. And as a normal course of business, we don't resume houses for parkland either. And so we will continue our normal processes which have delivered more parkland. As I said, 60 new parks have been delivered since I've been Lord Mayor, and many, many more on this side of the chamber over successive administrations. And we do that in a planned manner. We do that by agreement with property owners, but we are certainly not an administration that resumes houses during a housing crisis to kick people out onto the street. That's not an approach that we take. But we are an administration that is unapologetic about investing in infrastructure, planning for more parkland, planning for better transport, planning for road upgrades. These are things that we take very seriously, and these are things that we must do. But I am disappointed that in this case, the process let everyone down. And so we'll fix that. We'll make sure it doesn't happen again. And for a third time, I sincerely apologise.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you and other LNP councillors have sensationally blamed Brisbane City Council staff for your LNP administration's decision to scare thousands of people into thinking their homes would be resumed. Now, you often blame other levels of government for other things, but don't you think blaming hard-working council staff is a new low even for you?
Councillors, we're going to listen to the response in silence. Lord Mayor.
Look, Mr Chair, Councillor Cassidy is getting very confused because that is what the Labor Party does. That is what we've seen Minister Bailey do up the road over the last week, throw officials under the bus. That is what the Labor Party does.
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. I've said twice now that councillors will listen to the response in silence. Lord Mayor.
And in fact, this is what Labor councillors do on a regular basis. They come in here and attack the work of officers. Week in, week out, they attack officers. They attack officers on a regular basis. Some people even attack them by name. Yes, that's right. There's a very clear difference here. A mistake has been made, but we're standing up and we're taking responsibility and we're fixing it. In the end, regardless of whether I saw the letter or not, and I did not see the letter until after it had gone out, there's an issue that needs to be fixed here. And we're not blaming officers. This process has let us down. This process has let us down. We're fixing it up and we're moving forward productively. And so I said, Labor councillors, Labor politicians continue to blame officers, whether it's here in council, whether it's at the state government level.
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. Councillors on my left, we're listening to the response in silence. That's the third time. Lord Mayor.
In the end, people want to know the actual situation here. They want to know what's happening to their homes. And they want to also know on a broader basis what's happening for planning for the future of our city with extra parks and better roads and better transport and all the associated infrastructure. That is what we remain focused on. We remain focused on making sure that this situation is not repeated with a letter that's sent out that confuses people, and that's exactly what we're doing. So we accept responsibility for this situation and we're fixing it. That's what should happen.
Further questions? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Shrinner Council's upgrade of the Nudgee Rec Reserve is progressing fast, with major announcements about this facility being made last week. Can you update the Chamber on how projects like this are making Brisbane even better?
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Hammond for her interest in groundbreaking projects like these that are taking place in Brisbane's north side. As all here in the Chamber would know, Brisbane is the fastest growing capital city in Australia, and with its growth, it's important that we continue to deliver new facilities that our residents need to stay active and play their favourite sports. The Shrinner Council is committed to catering for this growing demand for sport and recreation facilities across our great city, and the transformation of the new and revitalised Nudgee Recreation Reserve is set to do exactly that. This $35 million project on Brisbane's north side is set to foster the next generation of sporting champions, while also giving the local community more to see and do in a clean and green Brisbane. By way of brief background, the Nudgee Recreation Reserve has a sporting history dating back to the 1940s, when the site was used for both cricket and football. In the 1970s, the reserve was also used as a landfill site for the disposal of domestic refuse. In more recent years, the Shrinner Council has been diligently working towards ensuring that this reserve can once again cater to members of the local community, undertaking both community consultation and land remediation for future sporting and recreational use at the site. I know that Councillor Allen shares my enthusiasm as we head toward project completion, with him playing a very active role in listening to his community about the future for this amazing site. With works set to be completed at the end of this year, the revitalised Recreation Reserve will host a range of amenities for locals and visitors, including a number of shared use sporting fields that will cater to multiple sports, sports field lighting to improve nighttime visibility at and around the reserve, a new sporting clubhouse with change rooms, canteen, storage areas and public toilets, a new car park and pathway connections to Nudgee train station and railway station for easy access for both locals and visitors, a dog off leash area, BMX track, playground, picnic settings with shelters, barbecue facilities and a walking and cycling path surrounding the precinct, which will aim to support residents' active and healthy lifestyles. This expansive list of features shows the Shrinner Council's commitment towards delivering new lifestyle opportunities for Brisbane residents and confirms that there will be something for everyone at the new Nudgee Recreation Reserve precinct. I'm also proud to announce that the Nudgee Recreation Reserve is set to become a new home for football in Brisbane's north under a landmark arrangement between the Shrinner Council and the successful tenderer for the complex, Football Queensland. I know that last week Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner toured the site, which is currently still undergoing construction, ahead of its completion, and announced with representatives of Football Queensland their exciting plans to activate the site. With a vision to expand football in Brisbane, the peak body in Queensland will work with Council to maintain the state-of-the-art playing fields and clubhouse to foster the next generation of sporting greats. Football Queensland also demonstrated a strong ability to support several sporting activities at the shared use fields, enabling even more local sport to be played at the site. Council recognises that football is currently experiencing incredible growth here in Brisbane, particularly among women and girls, and this new facility will help meet demand for additional playing fields. Council's $35 million investment will support further growth of the recently launched Girls United Social League and the highly popular multicultural Q League, seeing even more players take to the field of Brisbane. The incredible recent efforts of our Matildas and the huge crowds during the Women's Cup World Show, Let me say that again. The incredible recent efforts of our Matildas and the huge crowds during the World Women's Cup show this facility is being delivered right in time to meet the booming participation in football by women and girls. We know that this recent announcement will also go a long way to support approximately 40,000 strong club-based football players in Brisbane, many of whom train, play and relax at one of Council's many sporting fields. So in conclusion, Mr Chair, I would just like to put on the record my acknowledgement and recognition of this amazing project and my excitement of what the Nudgee Recreation Reserve will deliver to the local community. The redevelopment of this reserve is thanks in no small part to the efforts of a range of different areas of council, including our news branch, who have been critical in coordinating the remediation of the more than 12 hectare site. The development of this facility will also see Council's sport and community
Councillor
officers
Howard,
work even more closely.
your time has expired. Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. My question is of the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, after 20 long years in power, this LNP Council has made Brisbane the most congested city in Australia. The congestion is felt in just about every suburb of Brisbane. Do you think that people can afford another 4 more years of the same under this LNP Council?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Mr Chair, that's a really interesting question from a team that has consistently opposed road upgrades, a team that has a policy, a very clear policy of introducing 30 km/h speed limits to 90% of streets across Brisbane, a team that opposed the Kingston Smith Drive upgrade, a team that is against road upgrades, and a team that is forming a coalition with the Greens that will see roads defunded going forward. And so I can tell you what the people of Brisbane can't afford. They can't afford a Green-Labor coalition that will see roads defunded, that will see speed limits reduced to 30 k's an hour on 90% of streets across Brisbane, and that will see no investment in road projects. The reality is, right from day one...
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance, I know the Lord Mayor likes to talk about us a lot, but the question was actually about him, whether the people of Brisbane can afford another 4 more years of the same under the LNP.
Thank you. Councillors on my right, please. The Lord Mayor is only 30 seconds into a 5-minute response. The Lord Mayor, please continue.
It wasn't so long ago, Councillor Collier, through you, Mr Chair, that your side was opposing the Wynnum Road Stage 1 upgrade. Remember that? Remember that. Together with your Greens colleagues opposing a road upgrade that supported your residents. And that is what we would see under the alternative Greens-Labor coalition. We would see a reduction in road funding, we would see a reduction in speed limits, and we would see an increase in congestion.
Point of order. Councillors on my left, please. Councillor Cassidy has the point of order. You can at least give him the respect. Your point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance, the question was very specifically, Chair, whether the Lord Mayor thought the people of Brisbane could afford another 4 more years of the same under the LNP. The Lord Mayor's talking only about the Labor Party and the Greens currently. The question was about the LNP.
Point of order, Mr Chair. Clearly, Councillor Cassidy.
Councillor Lyons, can I just deal with one point of order at a time, please? Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Lord Mayor, I will draw you back to the question and your point of order. Councillor Lyons.
Mr Chair, Councillor Cassidy is clearly engaging in an active disorder in an attempt to affect the answer being provided by the Lord Mayor. The Lord Mayor has a right to answer the question, and the fact that Councillor Cassidy is grandstanding to limit that is an active disorder.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. I don't uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Councillor Cassidy is confused because the question was very much what the people of Brisbane can afford and what they can't afford. And what they can't afford is Labor. What they can't afford is a Greens-Labor coalition. And so the question was about what the people of Brisbane can afford. They can't afford the higher rates that a Labor-Green coalition will deliver. They can't afford the reduction in road funding that a Labor-Green coalition will deliver. But as opposed to that approach, What they can afford is continued investment in roads, as we have been doing, continued investment in public transport, as we have been doing. And there is a list as long as my arm, in fact longer than my arm, of projects that Labor and the Greens have opposed. Projects that are upgrades to our transport network that they have opposed and played politics with. And that's what the people of Brisbane can't afford. They can't afford a council that opposes road upgrades and transport upgrades, but
Chair,
they certainly want a council that is investing in those things.
Councillor Collier, your point. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Collier, your point of order.
Chair, just on relevance, this is a serious issue and I ask that you bring the Lord Mayor back to answering the question. Do you think that people can afford 4 more years?
Councillor Collier, thank you. Thank you. Your point of order was on relevance. I believe the Lord Mayor has addressed the relevance in his question to the last call on relevance. It was about what Brisbane can afford, and the Lord Mayor has addressed that.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry, point of order, Councillor Mackay.
Can I get a ruling, please, Chair? Under the Meetings Local Law, section 21(1), it would be an active disorder at a meeting of council if a councillor continues to raise repeated points of order or set out in section 53.
Councillor Mackay, councillors, please. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Mackay, repeated points of order are an active disorder, but in this case they have not been raised in the same order. So in that respect you are right. Repeated points of order are an active disorder, but not in this case. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Obviously, when it comes to what people can expect from this administration in the future, you have to look at the investment that's been made in the past, which has been significant. In fact, at this point in time, more than $10 billion has been invested into our transport network, our road network. And so, really, when you think about the long list of projects that we have delivered to upgrade our transport network, they can expect more of that. They can expect more investment. They can expect us to fight for the things that matter. They can expect, for example, us to put forward a proposal for the northwestern suburbs of Brisbane, one that they ridiculed and their state colleagues ridiculed and then stole one of the projects and claimed it as their own. And in the end, we will not shy away from the investment that is required for having the fights that need to be had to get the investment to happen, because we are passionate about growing and improving our transport network. We know there's a long list of projects that Labor have opposed, and they play politics with it. And even it's shameful to see the politics they've been playing with Beams Road to cover up their state government's botching of that project and their federal government's botching of that project. They continue to play politics. In the end, we have consistently, year in, year out, invested in our transport network and our road network. We will continue to do so. We will continue to do so because the people of Brisbane know our record of investment. They know they will get more investment with our side of politics, but what they should also be aware of is it will be totally different under the Labor-Greens coalition or the Greens-Labor coalition. They will see a reduction in funding for roads, they will see a reduction in speed limit, and they will see a massive increase in rates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the Combsley Beach Reserve has just reopened following an exciting new upgrade. Can you please update the Chamber on this project and how the Schrinner Council is continuing to deliver more and see to do in our parks right across the city?
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Chair, and through you, I'd like to thank Councillor Atwood for the question, and as I said last week, it was wonderful to join Councillor Atwood out on site just as the finishing touches were being put on the project, and I know that Councillor Atwood was very excited about hosting the Lord Mayor at the official opening, which I hear was a huge success, and a great deal of fun was had by all the children there on the night. Mr Chair, the new play space builds on the community's love for the original marine-themed playground, and I know that families will enjoy discovering all that Combsley Cove 2.2 has to offer. In 2019, we released the Opportunities Plan for the Combsley Beach Reserve, and following extensive community consultation, we got to work right away. Stage 1 works, which included 2 very large picnic shelters, was completed in 2020, and Stage 2, which is now officially complete, involved upgrading the existing playground. There were new plantings, new seating and picnic tables, and of course improvements to the Learn to Ride track. A competition was actually held to select the artistic design for the new playground additions, and Councillor Atwood did a fantastic job in working with her local community, engaging them to arrive at what we see today. It seems very fitting that the winning design was put forward by David White, the local artist who had in fact designed the original Combsley Cove 2 decades ago. So now Snorkels the submarine and Pinchy the crab will join old friends Goldie the fish and Fingers the octopus. I've been told that the kids love the new interactive control panel in Snorkels the submarine and getting a little bit messy in Pinchy the crab's mud pit. But with a quick rinse off at the new water play feature, the splish splash puddle tables, then the mud is cleaned and up in no time. Pinchy, Snorkels and their friends are connected to the original playscape by a new play element, a dry creek bed which runs through Combsley Cove with lots of rocks, logs and opportunities for explorative and inquisitive play. But as I found out when I visited the site with Councillor Atwood, you have to be a bit careful where you step, because hidden in the creek bed are fountains, showers and misters, and if you step on the wrong stone you might get a little bit of a spray. But of course all of this is delivered with the sustainability focus. The creek bed and water play elements are water smart, and they have been designed to funnel off, run off straight into the newly planted native gardens for passive irrigation. As Councillor Atwood said, Mr Chair, this is a fantastic upgrade, but of course it's not the only way we're creating more to see and do in our suburban parks. As you'll no doubt be aware, the recent opening of Bradbury Park has been a smash hit. I was out there just last week with a delegation of mayors who were visiting from the city of Perth, and they made a very special trip specifically to go out and see Bradbury Park. Some of them had even had a bit of a climb before I got there, and they were absolutely blown away. Lord Mayor, through you, Mr Chair, the delegates told me that they'd never seen anything like it at all, and the compliments were flying thick and fast about how Brisbane is delivering very unique playscapes for not only locals but for visitors to enjoy. Also in the northern suburbs, and was just referred to, I know Councillor Allen is looking forward to the delivery of the Nudgee Recreation Reserve later this year, with work progressing well on the project as promised. There's also a lot going in Wynnum Manly Ward, where we've just delivered significant upgrades at George Clayton Park, including brand new play equipment with accessible features, and Kitchener Park with a brand new nautical themed playscape, a flying fox, kickabout space, fitness node and new park furniture. And I'm sure the local councillor for Wynnum will be excited to learn that we're soon to commence community consultation on the Wynnum Wading Pool playground upgrade. To the west, in the suburbs of Forest Lake Ward, we've recently completed work on the new playground and picnic facilities at Castamore Way Park, which is looking great, and work on Stage 2 of Thrust Street Park has just commenced also. In Maruka Ward, Councillor Griffith, you don't miss out, work is underway and progressing well, of course, at the Archerfield Wetlands District Park. And it was lovely to see that Councillor Castley was delighted with the recent completion of the Shorncliffe Escarpment project in his ward, with the new lawn area, staircase and viewing platform now open for the community to enjoy. We've now completed upgrade of Fernwood Place Park in Tygum, and work is well underway at O'Callaghan Park in Zilmere. And of course, we've finished round 1 of the Brighton Foreshore community consultation. Mr Chair, this is but a small snapshot of what the Schrinner Council has delivered and will continue to deliver in the suburbs right across Brisbane.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Further questions? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. As part of my question is to the Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, as part of your massively botched LTIP process, residents at 2 properties on Honour Avenue, Graceville, have received letters from council saying they want to take their properties for new parkland. It does not make sense. These are two flood-free character homes that have been immaculately restored and cared for by residents who are distressed that council wants to resume their properties at some unknown future time. Why, Lord Mayor? Why on earth would council not list heritage-listed Yeronga Memorial Park, which is in desperate need of upgrades, including new toilets, or buy back flood-prone land in Graceville for new parkland and preserve existing flood-free, low-density residential homes for residential use in the middle of a housing crisis?
Okay, Lord Mayor, that was a very long question. Would you...
Thank you. Look, I'm not sure what the question actually was, but it's clear that Councillor Johnson wasn't listening to my answer before.
Councillor Johnson, would you
yes.
be prepared to provide that question in writing?
Oh, I'd be happy to read it again. Yeah. Well, the Lord Mayor said he didn't understand or hear it. I don't think it was...
Lord Mayor, do you believe that you need to hear the question again? Happy? Please, Councillor Johnson, can you read the question again,
Thank
please?
you. As part of your massively botched LGIP process, 2 properties on Honour Avenue, Graceville, have received letters saying council wants to take their properties for new parkland. It does not make sense. These are 2 flood-free character homes that have been immaculately restored and cared for by residents who are distressed that council wants to resume their properties at some unknown future time. Why, Lord Mayor? Why on earth would council not list heritage-listed Graceville Memorial Park, which is in need of upgrades, including new toilets, or buy back flood-prone land in Graceville for new parkland, and thus preserving flood-free residential homes for residential use in the middle of a housing crisis?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Look, those suggestions are exactly the kind of suggestions which I encourage Councillor Johnston and local residents to make as part of this consultation process. And so...
Councillor Johnson... Lord... Councillor Johnson, you do not call out across the chamber. You do not call out across the chamber. You were given the respect of reading your question out twice in silence. I think you should show the chamber the courtesy to be silent during the response. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. As I was saying, these are suggestions which are appropriate to be made through the formal LGIP consultation process. And
Councillor Johnson, one more time. Lord Mayor.
And as I said earlier, in answer to the very first question, this is a process that we're taking very seriously. And I repeat again, this plan will change based on this consultation process. The plan will change. And so for anyone that thinks that this is somehow a fait accompli, that is not the case. We want to hear resident suggestions on other alternatives. We are committed. We are committed to upgrading infrastructure and providing more parks. That's a given. That's something that we won't shy away from. But if there are better options, now is the time to put them forward. And I can assure residents there will be many changes made as part of this consultation process. It is absolutely going to be one that will see changes made to the final LGIP that comes through. And I encourage all residents that have views to please put their submissions in. And I also encourage all councillors that have views to please put their submissions in as well.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community, Arts and Nighttime Economy, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, construction has now been completed on the Menippi Golf Course, Brisbane's first public golf course in over 70 years. Can you please update the Chamber on how Menippi is so much more than a golf course and what other activities the operator will provide?
Councillor Howard. Councillor Strunk. Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Atwood for the question. We're committed to delivering a better Brisbane, and as part of that we're always working hard, creating more to see and do so that residents and visitors can enjoy the very best that Brisbane has to offer. And as part of that commitment, this Shrinner Council continues to deliver on our historic investment in Brisbane's green spaces, with upgraded and new parks being delivered all the time, including Brisbane's biggest newest park in 50 years. The Menippi Golf and Range is just one project of many we're delivering to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to enjoy Brisbane's great outdoors. And as you said, through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Atwood has said that this is Brisbane's first new public golf course to be built in over 70 years, and we're very excited to see it swing into action next month. Menippi Golf and Range will also be the first and only 18-hole public golf course south of the river, and it will deliver so much more than just golf. It'll be family-friendly, a destination for fun in our suburbs, with even more facilities like food and beverage, a golf shop, and community activation set to be delivered throughout the year. I know it's generated great excitement in the local community, and no wonder. Set within a 125 hectare site in one of Brisbane's greenest havens, protecting our environment has been central to the design and build of the new golf course. It's been constructed in a flood-resilient way to ensure longevity and sustainability long into the future, and we've included features that complement the natural flora and fauna. More than 100 hectares of green space has been enhanced, revegetated or landscaped to ensure it supports our thriving biodiversity long into the future. More than 75,000 new trees and plants have been planted, and every aspect has been designed to support the natural ecology, such as the bunkers, which have been constructed with timber instead of traditional sand. Menippi Golf and Range will deliver a range of opportunities for residents of all ages, and I encourage everyone to go along to the Family Fun Day, or the weekend I should say, because on the 2nd and 3rd of September will mark the official opening. And if you're keen to get one of the first swings in Brisbane's brand new golf course, get in quick. You can book in at tea time now to save missing out on all the fun by visiting Club Link's website at menippipublicgolfcourse.com.au. To that point, I must say thank you to the team at Club Links for their dedication and commitment to ensuring that this new golf course will put community at the heart of everything they do. It's one of the reasons why Club Links was successful in being appointed the tenderer, with lots of exciting community activations and events in store to make sure there's something for everyone. I know there's been a lot of meticulous planning, construction and anticipation in the lead up to this milestone, so it's great to see it come to fruition, and I can't wait to see everyone enjoying this beautiful new golfing and community destination. I should also mention another exciting feature of the golf course, which was uniquely designed to be played as 18, 9, 6 and 3 holes. Club Link's CEO Anthony Lawrence said that they aspire to create a warm and welcoming community hub, redefining the golfing landscape and non-golfers alike. I certainly welcome Anthony's vision and applaud him for making sure that this brand new facility will foster a vibrant community that embraces both golfers and non-golfers alike. With 100 hectares of freshly preened and greened, I'm sure this is set to be one of Brisbane's favourite new destinations, and by the sound of it, perhaps even one to rival Christopher Robin's 100-acre wood. But don't take my word for it. See it for yourself on Saturday and Sunday, the 2nd and 3rd of September. There'll be a terrific weekend of fun on offer for the whole family. I really want to say a big thank you to Councillor Atwood through you, Mr Chair, because I know that she has worked diligently with her community and with Club Links. And on that note, I'd also like to thank all of our council officers, the team members at Club Links and Councillor Atwood for all of the hard work in delivering this landmark achievement. I think it's really important that we recognise the work of our officers in working with all of the stakeholders in these amazing opportunities to provide more to see and do in Queensland, in Brisbane. And we also know that there'll be people coming from all over Queensland who will want to attend this amazing new golf course. And as we said, it's the first one on the south side of Brisbane for many, many years, and I know that there will be people lining up to take advantage of all of that it has to offer.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you bought a multi-million-dollar contract to council last week for a company that specialises in data harvesting. What guarantees do the people of Brisbane have that this information won't be used by your LNP administration for political purposes?
Lord Mayor.
Well, first of all, Mr. Chair, the question and the premise of the question is inaccurate. There is not data harvesting going on. It's a program that manages our customer interface across social media platforms. So when a resident gets onto different social media platforms and might ask a question of council's official channels, such as there is, the dog poo bag in X dollar is run out and we need some more dog poo bags, can you fix that up? This is an ongoing part of the daily business of council. It needs to be managed through a platform that integrates all of the different social media channels and allows our team to respond in a better way, in a more efficient way. That's what the platform is all about. And if Councillor Griffiths wants to stop playing politics and focus on the needs of customers and residents out there who value council responding via social media channels, then we might have a better outcome rather than the politics that we see here, the scaremongering unnecessarily that we see here. And I think the reality is this system will allow our team to respond more efficiently, to pick up questions and respond to them quicker, and to manage those responses better when it comes to the workflow that comes out of them. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. And so that's the reason the system is being engaged. That's the reason that a contract came through. And I think that is a very legitimate thing. If we can respond better and more efficiently to residents asking questions on social media, then that's a great thing. It's an absolutely great thing. And so maybe, Mr. Chair, a little less politicking and a little more focus on the needs of residents would be good from the Labor Party.
Thank you, councillors. That now ends question time. Lord Mayor, establishment... Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I move the suspension of standing orders to enable me to move a motion.
Seconded.
We have a motion to suspend standing orders moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Now, Councillor Cassidy, I remind you that you have 3 minutes to establish why your motion wasn't put to the agenda before 1:30 yesterday.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And the motion of which I'd like us to debate is that this council chamber calls on the Lord Mayor and Councillor Krista Adams to apologise to council officers for publicly blaming them for this LNP council's LGIP letter debacle. So we've just heard from the Lord Mayor in question time today, and from the Deputy Mayor on ABC Radio this morning, blaming staff for this LNP administration stuff-up. We heard the Lord Mayor say that he took responsibility today, and yet his deputy, his anointed deputy, went out into the media blaming, and I quote, council bureaucrats for the stuff-up. So for the Lord Mayor to come in and say one thing and his loyal deputy to say something else creates a whole lot of confusion for our council staff. That's been added to today by the political leadership of this LNP administration. I think that needs to be cleared up. And I don't buy for 1 second, and I don't think most councillors on this side of the chamber would buy for 1 second, that this letter went by the political leadership of this LNP administration without them knowing about it. I don't believe that for 1 second, that they didn't know that this letter was going out. So then why would they blame council staff? Why would the Deputy Mayor of Brisbane get up and publicly blame council staff for this LNP administration's failures? We know that they blame other levels of government and anyone else they can for a whole lot of stuff, but I didn't realise that the LNP leadership of this council would sink so low. You know, they get up and carry on when there's a suggestion that a councillor talks about a project that a council staff member was working on, and we're accused of talking down council staff on this side of the chamber, and then to have the Deputy Mayor of Brisbane, the Deputy LNP leader, and the LNP leader, the LNP Lord Mayor, get up in the media and say that this was council staff's fault. I mean, that's pretty galling, and I know some of them listen along today, so we know that they don't value council staff if they're going to throw them under the bus that quickly. That's pretty clear and pretty evident. The buck stops with the Lord Mayor, and it stops with the political leadership of this LNP administration. There's lots of questions that need to be answered about this process, about the value lost on properties that have now been identified through that, the long-term ramifications for housing. But the first step to fixing all this is for the LNP administration to genuinely stand up and say they're sorry, and say they're sorry without apportioning blame to council staff. And more importantly today, we need the LNP, we need the Lord Mayor and Councillor Krista Adams to stand up and say sorry to council staff. We need the Deputy Mayor to stand up and say she is sorry for blaming council staff for their
Cassidy,
failure.
your time to establish suspension of standing orders has ceased, is over. Sorry, your 3 minutes is up. We'll now put the motion. All those who believe that Councillor Cassidy has established a reason for not putting the motion in before the required time yesterday, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
We have division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, we are voting. We're not debating. Clerks, please read the result. Councillors, silence while the result is read, please.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 19 against.
The motion has been lost. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 7th of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, the 7th of August 2023 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. I move that the motion on the table come off the table for debate now, that Brisbane City Council notes its support for the Federal Government's Housing Australia Future Fund.
Seconded.
We have a procedural motion for, give me 1 second, Councillor Cassidy. For the motion for Brisbane City Council notes its support for the Federal Funding Government Housing Australia Fund come off the table. And it was seconded by Councillor Collier. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour, 19 against and 1 abstention.
The motion to take that motion off the table has Not passed. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before I move on, I just wanted to move that item C is taken seriatim for debate and voting and is dealt with following A, B, D and E.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So we'll move item C to the bottom for separate debate and voting. Thank you.
Okay. And once again, before I move on, I just wanted to deal with two issues that just came up. Firstly, Councillor Cassidy, as he is wont to do, has a pre-prepared political strategy and doesn't change it based on whatever happens in council. He doesn't listen to responses that are given and continues to pursue his political agenda. We saw that happening when it comes to the issue of the LGIP letters. I accepted full responsibility. I apologised no less than 3 to 4 times, and I said we were fixing it. And as for the Deputy Mayor, who has been working with me side by side to respond to this challenge, the Deputy Mayor simply pointed out it was a poorly worded letter, which it was. I think that's an established fact. So Councillor Cassidy can try and verbal all he likes, but him and his team are the only ones that attack council officers on a week-in, week-out basis, and he's the one that should be apologising to them. Secondly, this so-called Housing Future Fund. It doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. There is no such thing. What has been proposed, though, it's interesting. Since Labor raised this issue and since there's been debate about it, I've done a little bit of research into it myself, and I've found some interesting things about the Housing Future Fund. First of all, it's based entirely on borrowed money. And so what this plan involves...
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Whitney, I have repeatedly warned your side of the chamber and this side of the chamber many times that we're going to hear answers in silence. So you can please refrain from yelling out across the chamber. Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. What this so-called Housing Future Fund involves is borrowing a large amount of money, which would have to be paid increasing interest rates on at the moment, taking that money and investing it in places like the stock exchange and hoping that there'll be some kind of positive return out of it. That is the Labor government's Housing Future Fund. Now, if that fund had have existed over the last 12 months, do you know how many extra houses it would have created? None, because it would have lost $700 million. There wouldn't have been an extra dollar made available for housing under Labor's Future Fund. It would have lost ratepayers and taxpayers $700 million. This is what happens when the Labor Party gets the economic levers, when they get the budget levers. So there is no future fund, and thankfully there is no future fund that loses money, because that's what would have happened over the last 12 months, and it wouldn't have generated an extra home, not a single extra home.
Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy, Lord Mayor.
So, look, I understand that this motion that was put forward was a political ploy to try... There was a political ploy to try and pretend that there was some kind of difference between Labor and the Greens, but we know that there's not. We know that there's not. Certainly at the council level there is no difference. And so when it comes to the Housing Future Fund, there is no Housing Future Fund. There is no Housing Future Fund, and that's really quite disappointing that the Labor government can't put forward a plan that delivers more housing. They can't. What their plan would deliver would be a fund that would lose money. Okay, so moving forward, and on a far more positive note, I want to talk, as I always do, about the great things that are happening around our city and the causes that we're supporting. Last night, all of our assets were lit up in green for the Ekka. And I have to say, there couldn't have been better weather for the first part of the Ekka. It's been fantastic. And it's important to acknowledge that this is an institution of our city and our state which has suffered incredible difficulty over recent years. There have been a number of years where they've been impacted by the pandemic, where they've been impacted by things like bad weather or major flu outbreaks. And so they really needed to have a good year this year after some really challenging years. And so far, it is looking really positive. The crowds have been out there in record numbers. The weather has been fantastic. And we hope that it remains the case. It is a genuine coming together of the bush and the city. And it's a fantastic thing for our city and our state, and obviously something that we continue to support. It's an institution that dates back to 1876, so an incredible thing, and we, as I said, wish everyone involved in organising the Ekka all the best for the remainder of the exhibition. Today is India Independence Day, and to mark this occasion we'll be lighting up the Story Bridge, City Hall, Sandgate Town Hall in white, orange and green. And this year marks 77 years of Indian independence. I want to, on behalf of our team, wish all the best to the members of our Indian community in Brisbane, who are fantastic contributors to our city and our community, and happy Independence Day. Tomorrow night, our assets will be lit up in green and gold. What's happening tomorrow night? Matildas. There was a bit of a pause there. I'm a little bit worried about that. Matildas, green and gold, for their semi-final match against England. The other good news I can confirm is that we will not just be having 2 live sites, but now 3 live sites in Brisbane. We've been working with the state government, and we've managed to, in partnership, get together to open up a 3rd live site at the river stage. And so number 1 will be at South Bank, the existing live site. We're activating King George Square as a 2nd live site, and also River Stage as a 3rd live site. So the combination of all those sites provide great opportunities, and it was great that we had the support and agreement of the Deputy Premier to activate that plan. And I want to thank him for his cooperation in making that happen. So best of luck to our Matildas team. No pressure, but the entire nation is behind you. We are inspired by you, and it is a pivotal moment in Australian sporting history, and one that we will never ever forget. And we all hope for the best on Wednesday night, but they're already heroes, they're already champions. That is the reality. And so Godspeed to our Matildas, and fingers crossed for Wednesday night. On Thursday night, Victoria Bridge, Redcliffe Place will be lit up in gold to recognise the eve of the 50th anniversary of Vietnam Veterans Day. This day lights up to commemorate Australia's involvement in the Vietnam War, where over 60,000 Australian ground service personnel served in the war from 1962 to 1973. Also on Thursday night, City Hall, the Story Bridge and Sandgate Town Hall will be lit up in red and white to celebrate Indonesia's Independence Day. And this year marks 78 years of independence for Indonesia, our closest Asian neighbour, and there's many close relationships, including, in fact, a sister city of Semarang in Indonesia, and we wish our local Indonesian community all the best for Independence Day. On Friday night, the Sandgate Town Hall, Story Bridge and City Hall will be lit up in red and white to recognise the eve of Afghanistan Independence Day. On the 19th of August 1919, Afghanistan declared its independence, and that day has been celebrated annually since this time. Once again, I wish all members of our local Afghan community the very best for their Independence Day, and obviously there's a growing number of residents from Afghanistan that have arrived in recent times since the challenges and the tragedy that's happened in recent years there, and I wish our local Afghanistan community all the best for their Independence Day. Also, this Friday is the National Day of Action Against Bullying and Violence. Every school around the country gets involved in this, and this is a national effort which promotes the importance of a safe and welcoming school environment. Congratulations to all our schools for participating in that initiative. Finally, on Sunday night, this weekend, all our assets will be lit up again for the Women's FIFA World Cup. This time, the World Cup final. Once again, fingers crossed that we're part of that. But ultimately, an incredible game of soccer or football will be played, and we all look forward to watching that. Mr Chair, just in recent days, we've learnt of the sad passing of former Premier Mike Ahern. Mike became Premier in 1987 and finished up in 1989. I don't have a great personal memory of Mike, not because he wasn't a great person, but because I was too young. I was only 12 when he finished up as the Premier, but I know that he was respected.
Lord Mayor, forgive me, your time has expired.
Move for extension. Seconded.
We have a motion for extension moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I know that he was respected by both sides of politics, and that's become very clear in recent days. And obviously, he was the Premier during a short but challenging time in Queensland politics. He, as we know, was committed to introducing the recommendations of the Fitzgerald inquiry, lock, stock and barrel. That is something that has changed Queensland politics for the better. And as I said, he was respected across the political spectrum. And we pass on our sincere condolences to all of his family and relatives and his friends and colleagues. The items in front of us, I'll deal with all the items except for item C at this point in time. Item A is the proposed easement resumption for the Hardy Street Chelmer Drainage Relief Project. It's a volumetric easement resumption for drainage works at Hardy Street Chelmer. This is the first stage of a significant drainage project. It ensures our city is equipped with a resilient and ever-growing effective stormwater drainage network. Our city has over 4,000 kilometres of creeks and waterways, and our subtropical climate means that continued investment in drainage projects is required, and that is exactly what we continue to do. No administration in the city's history has in fact invested more into drainage projects and protecting homes from flooding than we have on this side of the chamber. So we're rolling out new drainage construction projects at more than 40 sites across Brisbane. We're investing significant funds in the maintenance of drains and the capacity of our network, and we continue to proactively look for opportunities to build back better and improve our drainage network following the flood. This item before us is the first step in delivering stormwater drainage relief to a significant number of residential properties. This section of Chelmer is known as a hotspot for stormwater flooding, so we're taking steps to provide relief to residents. We'll be seeking to complete open trench works, followed by pipe jacking in the coming financial year. But obviously we need to get the easement in place before that work can occur. And so this is an underground easement, and while it is to be acquired through the formal resumption process, it's being delivered with the consent and support of all affected landowners. When complete, this project will deliver drainage relief to at least 22 residential properties nearby, so a significant improvement to that precinct. Item B is the Montessori School Limited Lease Agreement. This is for an extension of a lease for a further 20 years to 2055. Montessori's current lease commenced in 1995 for a term of 20 years, with an option to extend for a further 10 years, which would take out their current lease to 2035. This item is seeking council support to change the current lease term to extend it to 2055. This will enable Montessori to apply for funding to upgrade the school. And so, obviously, it's a reasonable expectation where significant capital improvements go into a facility, that their lease is extended to reflect that, and that's something that we're happy to support. The Queensland Independent Schools Block Grant Authority has tenure requirements which mandate that all applicants must have a minimum of 20 years of lease or tenure on their land when applying for funding. So by making this change, we can open up the opportunity for them to apply for funding to improve the facilities. The Montessori School has been a significant part of the local community in Fig Tree Pocket for many years, and I encourage the Chamber to join me in supporting this item. Item D is the Stores Board submission for the contracting plan for stormwater infrastructure cleaning, CCTV pipe surveying and vacuum excavation services. Council maintains 3,700 kilometres of underground drains and infrastructure and over 100,000 gully inlets and gully baskets throughout the city. There's an ongoing maintenance program to make sure the drainage network is functioning properly, and that involves evacuation of drains, that involves cleaning, and that involves CCTV surveying as well. And that is a process that we continue to do each year. It's also a process that we have geared up significantly following the 2022 floods to make sure that there wasn't in our drainage network a large build-up of silt or mud that is hardened and clogging the drainage network. We saw that after 2011, where many of our drains became clogged with hardened mud and sediment. And so we've been going through the process of surveying with CCTV and other methods our entire drainage network to determine what needs cleaning and evacuation, and then getting underway with that work as it's required. The good news is that the requirement following the 2022 flood was far less than following the 2011 flood. It was a different kind of flood, and there was a different kind of mud as well with this flood. And a big part of that was that many of the suburbs across Brisbane were impacted by creek and overland flow flooding, and they weren't necessarily the same number of suburbs affected by river flooding. And the river flooding tends to be the flooding that brings the most mud and sediment into our drainage network. Obviously, there was significant cleaning that needed to be done, but it was definitely less than what was required in 2011. But nonetheless, this Stores Board submission allows us to continue providing this important service to make sure our drainage network is maintained and clean and serviceable. Finally, item E is our procurement policy and plan for 2023-2024 financial year. We do this every year. It's about updating our policy and plan when it comes to procurement. And at its heart, this document is all about how we can support Brisbane's economy through buying local as much as possible. Our local spend continues to grow, and it's because of the framework that's set out in this document, our strategic procurement policy and plan. If you go back to 2017, our percentage of local buy when it comes to awarding of contracts was 67%. So in 2017, it was 67%. In the subsequent 2 years, it went up to 76%, then 78%. We introduced at that point in time our minimum 80% target. In the first year, we achieved that 80% target. In the second year, we got to 84% local procurement. And in the most recent financial year, 87%, with over $1.5 billion invested with local South East Queensland companies, which is a really important thing, and it's one of the many ways that we support local business and local jobs and help support and grow local talent and also local industry. This year we're doing something else as well to support local suppliers, and it involves some of the smaller contracts that we award. Now, we have a preference with smaller contracts where if a contract is below a certain amount, then quotes must first be sought by local businesses. And so before going to anyone else, we go to local first. And if the local businesses can do the job, we give them the job. It's only if the local businesses have too much work on and are unable to supply what we're asking that we then go outside further afield. And so in this case, where we have a threshold at the moment where jobs under 200,000, we use this local first policy. We're now increasing that to under 500,000. And that threshold might seem like a relatively modest change, but that involves a lot of extra contracts going to local companies first, because there's a lot of work that happens in that under $500,000 threshold. And so this will really help, once again, local suppliers and local businesses. And it's not about the medium and large businesses either. This is really something that helps small local businesses, and it's you know, it's something that will really have a positive impact, I believe. And so a number of thresholds have been adjusted so we can go to market sooner and streamline our processes, reducing the paperwork for lower value engagements and giving council the best opportunity to achieve value for ratepayers. Simultaneously, the implementation of a new procurement platform in the coming months will occur, SAP Ariba, and that will allow for improved user experience and improved reporting, which also ensures continued strong governance of our procurement processes. We're also increasing our spend target with social enterprises. We've consistently and progressively been increasing this target year on year. We started off with a target of 4.8 million back in 2018, and we've grown it progressively over the years to 10 million. So it's more than doubled. And this time we're increasing it by a further million to 11 million, and we'll continue to grow that and help grow the local capacity of social enterprises to do
Lord
work
Mayor,
for
your
council. And I'm
time-
finished, thank you.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. I'll speak on the items that we are speaking on before us today, A, B, D and E. At the outset, Labor is supportive of Clause A, the easement resumption for the relief drainage at Hart Street, Chelmer. We're supportive because we have been strongly on the record saying that the drainage project should be the bread and butter of council, and it certainly would be of a Labor council led by Tracy Price as Labor Lord Mayor. These things will be coming through so much more regularly than they are under this LNP administration. They're quick to bring through a $60 million blowout in the Victoria Park project, just like that. $1 billion blowout in the Metro project, hundreds of millions of dollars on the bridge project, just like that. But we see these drainage projects are so infrequent. So it's good. It is good to see that a drainage project is coming through. That's right. Must be an election coming around the corner. That's right. Finally, and what isn't just around the corner, was around the corner, is the February floods. That's over 18 months ago now. Over 18 months ago, that February 2022 flood occurred. We would like to have seen a lot more action from this LNP council. Talk is cheap. We get a lot of that from the LNP, but actually seeing some actions and some infrastructure delivered in the suburbs of Brisbane is what the people of Brisbane actually want. So the LNP track record on this is abysmal, broadly speaking, but on this one rare occasion, we will support this project today. That's right, yeah, broken clock is right twice a day. Clause B, the Montessori school, this is a good outcome for the school. We support this in what they are trying to achieve there and give them that certainty. We would certainly support this a lot more, this approach in working with lessees in making sure that services that are delivered at council lease sites are well supported. Through a lease process. I can think of a site like the old East Brisbane Bowls Club. That one went by the wayside. The Stafford Bowls Club, that was flogged off, rather than council going through that process of working with the lessee to make sure that they were sustainable. So that would be a good process to make sure that community services are delivered in council sites with the support of council. We're just not seeing that. It's all well and good if you're a big organisation and have large financial capacity to be able to do that and can go borrow, as we're seeing here. That's a good outcome. What also would be a good outcome is for council to work with small organisations that have limited financial capacity but still deliver amazing services to the community in those suburbs right around Brisbane, invaluable services. Clause D, the submission for contracting plan for infrastructure cleaning, CCTV pipe surveying and vacuum excavation services. Again, this is something that's pretty basic, isn't it, but something that council under the LNP can't provide. So obviously we have to see more and more of these services contracted out to the private sector. I think in some cases they'll get a good outcome like we saw last week with condition reports for footpaths and footways and roads. We know that hasn't been occurring to date, so that's good. This obviously hasn't been occurring as well. When the standard operating procedure for the LNP over the last 20 long years that they've been in power here is to continue to contract out work, continue to privatise work, continue to spend less in the suburbs, we see that these services and what these services are trying to provide in our suburban drainage system fall by the wayside as well. And that's why we see people right around Brisbane clamouring after, not just after major disasters like February 2022, but after a significant rain event that's nowhere near that significant, in clamouring for council to actually do something to address drainage concerns that happen year in, year out. You know, I had two of those last year. I thought was a good outcome for the community after having pushed for a couple of years for them. Was two drainage projects, one at 8th Avenue in Sandgate and the other on Brighton Terrace. They were funded in the June 2022 budget, and then a year went by and those projects weren't delivered, and they were carried over into the next year. One of those projects was, of course, was pretty simple. It was a tidal valve that, if it was replaced, would stop people's properties being inundated on a monthly basis. Never got done. Then I read in the Lord Mayor's glossy newsletter that apparently he was funding it this year and claiming credit that all of a sudden he just thought of this new project, even though it was funded in the previous year's budget. So no new drainage projects, just ones they fund the previous year and carry over. So every second year, we're seeing some drainage projects funded. They don't deliver them in that first year and then carry them over into the next year and claim credit twice for them because an election's just around the corner. I think people will rightly see right through that one. Clause E, the procurement policy. We of course need to have a procurement policy, and we support the intent of this procurement policy, particularly around the introduction of new principles, considering the environment, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander business participation, waste reduction and flood preparedness. It's great to have those plans, but unfortunately time and time again we see the LNP ignore them. They ignore their own plans. We've seen it in terms of neighbourhood planning in the process that apparently, you know, they don't even have them anymore. I think Councillor Murphy forgot about that one earlier today, that the LNP actually cut that. But they put these plans in place, but they never follow them. We just look at the procurement principles that the Lord Mayor was talking about earlier, particularly the buy local. We know that instead of building local, he's importing buses. So that's no longer bought local. We know he's got a track record of importing prefabricated ferry terminals from China. We know that he's got a track record of ordering playground equipment from suppliers who are ostensibly local suppliers, so they would fit that buy local because they've got an office here in Brisbane, but we're purchasing equipment from overseas, in that case Northern Europe, and lo and behold there were some supply chain issues, so playgrounds couldn't be delivered. They were pretty simple things, you know, some plastic slides, some rope climbing equipment, but those so-called local suppliers were purchasing from overseas. You know, the major suppliers for suburban services are delivered by multinational corporations that, you know, obviously have a presence here. So when the Lord Mayor says there's 87% and growing of content that is procured locally, we know that probably just means there's an office here. And they continue to bump up those numbers. And they can charge more, that's right. These operations can set up here, they know they get a benefit in the procurement process, those companies get a benefit in that procurement process, a higher loading, and they set up an office here, and are they actually delivering for our community? It's not quantifiable because council clearly isn't prioritising local jobs and local content, local manufacturing. Not when this Lord Mayor's in charge. They certainly don't. He's got a shocking track record when it comes to supporting local manufacturing. And we know that, you know, talks a lot about jobs at the moment. There's an election around the corner, but we do know the only jobs they really care about are their own. And they're going to do everything and anything over the next 7 months to paint this rosy picture of Brisbane and their LNP administration that has, you know, been in charge for the last 20 years. But I don't think people are going to buy it. I think people are getting well and truly sick of this LNP administration.
Councillor Marx. Sorry, Councillor Cassidy.
I think we hit a raw nerve, yeah. We hit a raw nerve there. So change is coming, and the only thing that this LNP administration is...
Councillor Mackay.
It's coming for you first, buddy. The only thing that this LNP administration is proposing...
Just one moment, Councillor Cassidy.
Sorry, Chair.
Councillor Mackay, do not call out across the chamber. Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, if you're going to respond to other councillors in this place, you do it through the chair.
Of course. Thanks,
Understood?
Chair.
Thank you.
So what the LNP are proposing in all of this, you know, some of these things are okay. There's the odd drainage project they bring to try and tick a box on that. They bring the procurement plan they have to bring to council each and every year, and it talks about delivering better outcomes, but it really doesn't on the ground when you've got this Lord Mayor and this LNP administration in charge. So they talk about bringing things that are better, and they talk about changing the way in which they deliver things. But ultimately, what the LNP are proposing is just 4 more years of the same. That's their pitch. That's their pitch to the people of Brisbane. There's a bit of window dressing, a bit of greenwashing here and there as they go through. But fundamentally, what we have before us today is this Lord Mayor's pitch, and that's 4 more years of the same.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on item B, Brisbane Montessori. And to begin with, I need to explain that some people don't really understand what the Montessori model is, and in one sentence, it's an approach to education that is based on scientific understanding of how a child develops. So just to put that in perspective. So the Brisbane Montessori lease is being extended, as the Lord Mayor said, for certainty for their financing and development in the years to come. And just as a way of background, the Brisbane Montessori was started in 1981. It was incorporated by 5 parents with their kids, and the next year they started a small school on the veranda of a Queenslander with 5 children and a volunteer teacher. And that developed for a few years, and then in 1989 they moved from multiple temporary locations into Victory Pocket, and the site was officially opened by Lord Mayor of Brisbane at the time, 1989, Sally Ann Atkinson, who was, of course, also the alderman for Indooroopilly. And fun fact, when Alderman Atkinson was in the seat back in the 1980s after the 1974 flood, she made a decision that was to change the shape of Victory Pocket. And what she did was to secure some of the land down in Victory Pocket that had flooded and was about to become a housing development. And Sally Ann Atkinson said, okay, well, we're not going to do that, and what we might do is make this available for community use instead. And that's why, if you drive around the campus of Brisbane Montessori, you see streets like McTeer, Keysore, Jacker, Gabby and Sullivan. And the keen war historians in the room might know them as some distinguished AIF war heroes, including Albert Jacker, who's had 100,000 people turn up to his funeral when he died as a Victoria Cross winner. So it's got a lot of significance in that local area. So the lease for the school will be very important, and I thank the principal, Mr. Chris Peach, and the chair of the board, Mr. Peter Blunt, for their work, and I was delighted to work closely with them to try and help this community facility develop. So I urge this to be successful.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on, here we go, item, I'll just make it item A and I'll make it quick. Oh no, maybe item D as well, thank you. Firstly, can I say that these projects in Chelmer are long overdue. When I started as a councillor 15 years ago, residents brought their concerns to me about localised flooding in this part of Chelmer. This is not the big flood. The big flood also smashes this part of Chelmer, but this is heavy rain flooding and localised flooding when the stormwater pipes simply are not big enough to carry water away. Council did some works very early on in my term, and then Capital listed a number of other major upgrades. And now More than a decade later, council is finally undertaking the work. This is how council operates. There is a grossly inadequate investment in stormwater drainage in this city. Grossly inadequate. The Leader of the Opposition, said that the Lord Mayor pretty much delivers stormwater drainage projects every 2 years. He's spot on. This LNP administration, year after year, failed to deliver what is in their budgets and then roll it over to the next year. And it is just chronic underfunding. It's happened year after year after year. And as a result, there is a massive backlog of localised stormwater drainage improvement that's needed all over the city. Projects like this one, projects in Yeronga, projects in Sherwood, projects in Oxley, you name it. Every suburb in my ward has localised stormwater drainage improvements waiting. So the volumetric resumptions here for the pipe upgrade, which essentially will go from Chelmer through to Faulkner Park in Graceville, will be welcomed by the community. The bigger problem, I think, is council probably need to do more work around Graceville's Faulkner Park area as well. But in terms of delivering these pipe upgrades, they're long overdue. And the Lord Mayor says that they're putting record investment into stormwater drainage. I mean, I think it's something like $40 million a year out of a $4 billion budget, and most of that's rolled over from last year. That's right. I mean, it just shows that it's chronic underfunding by the 20 years of chronic underfunding by the LNP. That's how long they have been in charge, 20 years. Yeah. And you cannot get a localised drainage project going. You know, I think this is only about the second or third in my ward. We had one in Yeronga, we had one in Fairfield. I mean, these are suburbs that desperately need stormwater upgrades. So whilst this is a welcome project, it's almost come too late, and certainly there are many, many others like this that need to be done. My key hope now, I've just got to cross my fingers and hope that the work is undertaken expeditiously, carefully, with minimum impact on the local residents and on the sport that happens at Faulkner Park, and that these pipes can deliver some drainage relief to residents in Chelmer and Graceville.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item D. Before I get to item D, can I just offer, through you, Mr Chair, a public apology on behalf of the opposition for the fact that they're consistently talking about Councillor Griffiths, the fact that he's been 20 years. Councillor Griffiths is the only one that's been in this place for 20 years. So to call him old, tired and out of date, I think it's pretty offensive. So like you, through you, Chair, Councillor Griffiths, we've both got a few years left in us to go. So I think I want to speak on item D, as I said, the Stores Board submission about the significant contracting plan. Some of the stuff that was mentioned about how we're just suddenly doing this just doesn't really make sense. The current arrangement that we have in place is not actually due to expire till the 31st of March 2024. So to say that we've just started something recently is actually not accurate. The reason this is here before us today is because we're looking at a new procurement contract will take us past March of 2024, which is obviously what we want to do, continue on business as usual. Now, the other thing that the Lord Mayor mentioned is just how much drainage kilometres that we have in our city and how important it is to keep those clean and clear. There are actually 4 categories under this contract. It's the stormwater infrastructure cleaning services. We've got the CCTV pipe surveying services. Now, we've actually had to expand that service by purchasing an additional van. So we now have 2 vehicles who perform the majority of the services for council. However, external suppliers are required for surplus work when required. We also have the stormwater gully basket cleaning services and the vacuum extraction services. So it's quite a lot in this contract. I had the privilege as the chair of going out to one of the sites when some of this work was being undertaken. it's actually quite complicated. I think the easiest job is if you are someone who's grown up playing with PlayStation, because the guy sits there with a control like a PlayStation console and actually manoeuvres the camera. It looks a lot easier than it actually is. I was not able to do it. They come across any manner of things there in the drains. Obviously, some of the stuff was, one thing that we saw was a live possum, which, you know, if you come from where I come from, it's not a good thing, but if you're an Australian, it's a good thing, so we leave the live possums alone. But then they have to follow up with water pressure to try and make to get rid of any blockages and stuff like that. So it's really important work, and I think the fact that we are continuing as we normally do, and the fact that we've purchased an extra vehicle to make this happen, just indicates that this administration is on top of its game. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. And I just rise to speak on item D, which is the store board submission. And I would, through you, Mr Chair, say to Councillor Johnston, beware. Beware of this promise. Because my experience is there was a promise made to the residents of Rockley for $700,000 to be spent on their creek, Stable Swamp Creek. But the officers have now met with me, and that $700,000 is going to be spent on designs for Stable Swamp Creek, not actually clearing the creek. $700,000 in design work. How's that? So we're actually, after 5 years of calling for it, we've just got the money for the design work, $700,000. And the second thing, I was fascinated to hear the Lord Mayor talk about we're gonna champion local business. Well, Lord Mayor, we gave work, the difference between the two contracts between a Sydney Bush Care Group, so a not-for-profit group, and our Oxley Creek Catchment Association was $500, and the local group missed out. And they were shocked and horrified, as was I. So all these proclamations that you're interested in local groups didn't come to fruition in terms of the Oxley Creek Catchment Association, and that was for work at Granard Wetlands. And they've been working on that site for 18 years. So it seemed incredible to me that we would give work to a company based in Sydney to do work on a site that for 18 years has been done by the Oxley Creek Catchment Association so that they missed out. I thought it was ridiculous, and they were devastated, and it was a real slap in the face for a very good community group that does a lot of work in our local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I stand to speak on item E, the 23-24 Procurement Policy and Plan. Mr Chair, this is required to be adopted each year, as the Lord Mayor said, under the City of Brisbane Act, and sets out how Council conducts strategic procurement and contracting. The plan provides detailed information about Council's proposed procurement activities over the next year, ensuring that Council and, of course, our ratepayers and residents receive quality services and infrastructure with value for money, and supporting local businesses at the forefront. This document, Mr Chair, has 3 sections. Section A is the procurement policy, which is about delivering value for money, open and effective competition, the development of competitive local businesses and industry, environmental protection, ethical and fair dealing. Section B is the contract manual, which covers category and contract management, engagement with industry and the approach to governance, and importantly, ethical governance. Finally, Section C is the contracting plan, which includes an indicative contracting schedule for Council for goods, services and our major construction projects. Mr Chair, the external market remains challenging, and this document outlines many of these challenges ahead. They are real and they affect all levels of government and the private sector. The procurement specialists in Council advise that supply chain disruptions are expected to continue this financial year due to global challenges, things like geopolitical conflicts and inflationary pressures, despite the easing of the pandemic conditions. They also point out that there are concerns around global economic headwinds, rising interest rates and threats to economic growth. To ensure that Brisbane City Council remains competitive in the market, there are a number of amendments in this year's plan. These changes are about increasing our speed to market, reducing paperwork and continuing to support Brisbane and South East Queensland suppliers. Thresholds have been adjusted to ensure we can go to market sooner. Like I said, reducing paperwork and streamlining the internal processes for lower value engagements that Council undertakes. Through improvements to our vendor and procurement management platform, that is our transition to SAP Ariba, we will have improved reporting and governance to manage any potential risks that arise. This year, we've proposed to increase the local supplier preference threshold from 200,000 to 500,000, meaning for procurement activities reasonably estimated to be less than 500,000, quotes must first be sought from local suppliers. Our buy local procurement policy, Mr Chair, has been kicking goals for many years now, and last year, I'm pleased to say, was a record year. Not only did we reach the 80% target, we smashed it, reaching 87%, nearly $1.6 billion worth of investment in Brisbane and South East Queensland. We're also increasing the minimum social procurement spend this year to $11 million, setting that as our target. This is the minimum amount we're targeting, and we'll work hard to invest as much as we can in this emerging sector. We also want to support the development and capacity of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses. An additional social objective to advance opportunities for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander managed businesses has been added, amending the exemption for social enterprises to broaden that definition that includes Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander managed businesses in that definition. So this provides greater opportunity to engage with those firms and help try to drive social change. We also have a number of environmental and climate-related clauses in the plan, which is another example of how we use our engagement with suppliers and the external market to make Brisbane a better place. Now, finally, Mr Chair, I'd like to just take a moment to acknowledge the work of the Strategic Procurement Office in Council and the hundreds of local businesses and suppliers who work with Council in Brisbane and from South East Queensland. Together, we're delivering great outcomes for residents, and I commend it to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? See no one rising. Lord Mayor, right of reply on items A, B, D and E.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just briefly, look, we've had the same contribution from the tired old 20-year opposition. And the only people that have been around too long are those opposite. The reality is they continue to paint a really grim picture that has no bearing in reality. It is not related in any way, shape or form to reality. And I made a note of a particularly poignant Councillor Cassidy quote, and this says a lot. This quote pretty much says everything about the opposition. He said, and he was referring to us, "We're going to paint a rosy picture of Brisbane, but the people aren't going to buy it." Let me say that again. He says that we're painting a rosy picture of Brisbane and the people aren't going to buy it. Wow, wow, that says so much. It says that we have an opposition who thinks negatively about this city, who thinks negatively about its future, who wants to talk it down, who wants to be negative about everything. And wow, this is the alternative administration. They want to talk Brisbane down. They want people to be negative about Brisbane. They want people to be negative about the future of this amazing city. That is their strategy in one sentence. This reminds me of
Councillor Owen,
a story that we all heard as children. It was called Chicken Little. The sky is falling. Councillor Cassidy, aka Chicken Little. The sky is falling. This is their big political strategy. The sky is falling. And every week he gets up in council and says, the sky is falling. And has the sky fallen? No. No. And in fact, what we have seen is incredible adversity and challenge thrown our way in the last 4 to 5 years. In fact, more challenges have been thrown our way than at any time in the city's history. And whether it's a pandemic, whether it's a flood, whether it is a massive population boom, whether it is a global inflation crisis, yet here in Brisbane the sky is not falling. And in fact, Brisbane keeps getting better every single year. Now, if Councillor Cassidy wants to convince people that it is otherwise, good luck to him. Because out on the street, the vast majority of people are absolutely optimistic about the future of this city, and they understand that we are focused well and truly on the future. We're investing more in transport, we're investing more in infrastructure, we're investing more in roads and parks, we're investing more in drainage, we're investing more in the things that matter, suburban initiatives, libraries, park upgrades right across the city, all that investment's occurring. And we're also planning for places for people to live. That's right. Which Labor and the Greens continue to oppose. And so, if there is a sense of negativity, it only comes from those who oppose progress. It only comes from those who want to say no and not yes, who want to find problems and not solutions. That is fundamentally what we're seeing here today, and Councillor Cassidy effectively let the cat out of the bag that he is the new Chicken Little, and he's going to continue to say between now and March that the sky is falling. Good luck. Good luck. Because this city is an amazing place with an amazing future, and it's why everyone wants to live here. It's why we are growing at a record pace. We're not growing because it's a bad place to live and because the sky is falling. We're not growing because this city is going backwards. We're growing because people want to get here. They want to live here. So, Councillor Cassidy, you continue to talk this city down. See how that works out for you. We'll continue to be relentlessly positive about this city, and we'll continue to plan for the future and invest in the things that matter to the people of Brisbane.
Councillors, before I put the vote, Lord Mayor, I'd just remind you that can you direct your comments to other councillors through the chair? Thank you. We will now put items A, B, D and E on the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, item C.
Okay, thank you, Mr Chair. Item C.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adderman.
Chair, I have a declarable interest in clause C. I've received hospitality totalling more than $500 but less than $2,000 from Suncorp Bank within the relevant period, and as such I'll remove myself from the chamber for the duration of debate and voting on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Adderman.
Point of order, Chair.
Just one moment, Councillor Cassidy. We'll just wait for Councillor Adderman to leave the chamber. Your point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. A member of the Australian Labor Party and the Suncorp Group Limited has provided donations to the ALP to the amount of $25,248, of which I've received a benefit. The Suncorp Group is party to the item before Council. Accordingly, I will not be participating in this item on the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party and the Suncorp Group Limited has provided donations.
Sorry, Councillor Collier. Councillors, can we have a bit of shush, please?
Suncorp Group Limited has provided donations.
Sorry, Councillor Collier, can I ask you to start again, please? Thank you.
I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party. The Suncorp Group Limited has provided donations to the ALP to the amount of $25,248, of which I have received a benefit. The Suncorp Group is party to item before Council, and accordingly I will not be participating in this item on the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, Mr Chair, I have to declare like a conflict of interest. I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party. The Suncorp Group Limited has provided donations to the ALP to the amount of $25,248, of which I've received a benefit. The Suncorp Group is party to the item before Council. Accordingly, I'll not be participating in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, I have a declarable conflict of interest on clause C. I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party. The Suncorp Group Limited has provided donations to the ALP to the amount of $25,248, of which I have received a benefit. The Suncorp Group is party to this item in council today. Accordingly, I will not be participating in this on this item in the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Councillor Whitney, I'm assuming you're getting
Last
up for
one
a point
again.
of order?
Yeah,
Yes.
promise I'm the last one. I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party, the Suncorp Group.
Councillors, please. Sorry, can you please start again, Councillor
Yeah,
Whitney?
I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party. The Suncorp Group Limited has provided donations to the ALP of the amount of $25,248, of which I have received a benefit. The Suncorp Group is party to the item before council. Accordingly, I will not be participating in the item in this agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Whitney. Are there any further points of order? No. Lord Mayor. Oh, sorry, just one moment. We'll just wait for Councillor Whitney to leave and then I will call you again. Lord Mayor.
Okay, item C is the ramp agreement accession deed.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Look, I'll just, Mr Chairman, just because it's our positive obligation to raise this, I'm very surprised that the LNP has not accepted any donations from Suncorp, given the ALP have, and I would just question whether or not full disclosure about any conflicts has been made by LNP councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I have asked members of the chamber whether they have further conflicts of interest. It is a council's responsibility to get up and note that conflict of interest. It is your responsibility, if you have any evidence otherwise, to produce that. However, as no councillors are standing up, we will continue with the debate, reminding councillors of their responsibilities. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This item relates to the ramp agreement accession deed for the ramp between the Sofitel Hotel and the Turbot Street Bridge. So this is effectively the driveway crossover between the Sofitel and the public road, which is known as the Turbot Street Bridge. Council entered into a ramp agreement with SGIO, that goes to show how long ago it was, which has now become Suncorp, for the construction of the Sheraton Brisbane Hotel, which has now become the Sofitel Central. This was to ensure the construction of the ramp complied with Council's engineering requirements and included make-good obligations. The hotel was sold in March this year, and the deed before us has been proposed to reflect the ownership change and to further modernise the agreement, including amendments to the amounts for the bond and the public liability policy. In short, this has been generated by the change in ownership of the building, and a new agreement or an upgraded agreement was required.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers? I see none. We will now put item C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Could I ask the other councillors to be invited back into the chamber, please, Billy? Deputy Mayor, can I call on you for the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee, please?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee held on Tuesday, the 8th of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And again, what's happening in the Business Hub this week? They are still busy. A lot of private meetings and a lot of drop-ins at the moment as people are getting through their end of financial year and ramping up for the new financial year. So some of the workshops are a little bit quieter as we're going through, and of course also with the Echo Week, there's a lot going on in town as well. So upcoming this week, we've got how to build a B2B brand that actually works. That's on the 22nd of August from 9:30 to 11:30. It's being hosted by our business partner, the Content Division. Kurt Sanders is going to discuss what your business-to-business brand can do to still get leads, but ensure you remain on top of mind when someone finally does decide to inquire, evaluate and purchase. So we're really looking forward to that. We know that they've had this before with some of their other presenters from the Content Division, and the visitors, I would say the people that came to the workshop absolutely loved it and made it very, very relatable as well. So I have to say we did have some feedback recently from Amber Florence Coaching, who provides a mindset coaching to entrepreneurs and startups. They had a mentor, Paul Farmer, and I just got to call out Paul. He said he was extremely beneficial in creating clarity and momentum. Highly recommend the mentorship program. So if you're talking to their businesses in your wards, they just need a little bit of help, go in there. Free mentoring from those who are experienced in business, whether you're asking for business strategy, financial, legal, marketing, anything can be catered for to make sure that our businesses can do as well as possible in the current environment. To the committee report last week, we had one of the committee presentations that was requested by Councillor Collier around the administration, governance, transport, etc. for the Brisbane Host City Office and how it's going for the planning for the Olympics. And the manager of the office gave a very comprehensive explanation of where we're at in the governance. There's a lot of frameworks work still being done by Brisbane 2032, but where we fit into that and making sure that we are planning the stage for an event that's coming in 2032, but will really determine how the city looks for the next 20 years. It's very exciting. There's lots of work going on behind the scenes. There was many questions, and I'll leave the rest to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there any further speakers? I see no. Oh, Councillor Johnson, are you rising to speak?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just very briefly. I thank Councillor Collier for asking about this issue, because clearly it's not being brought forward, independently or by the chair itself, or by the chair herself. Sorry. So there are a couple of things that I note with interest. Firstly, the IOC has published Olympic Games Guide on City Operations. So I look forward to the IOC telling Brisbane City Council how it should run itself. That will be very entertaining. But what I want to talk about specifically with this issue is the adverse impact of the the Olympic Games on East Brisbane and on the East Brisbane State School. I think, yeah, and I can hear the Deputy Mayor chirping away over there, but we know the Lord Mayor...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Relevance to within the item. This is absolutely not in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, can you please specify where in the report it talks about East Brisbane School?
Well, the whole report, Mr Chairman, talks about how...
No. I have asked for where in this report it is talking about East Brisbane School.
It's talking about, Mr Chairman, in multiple paragraphs, how the Olympic Games are going to be delivered in Brisbane. We've been told the Olympic Games cannot be delivered unless East Brisbane State School is knocked down to build a new Gabba Stadium.
Councillor Johnson, you're not answering my question. My question is, where in the report does the report focus on East Brisbane State School?
I'm sorry, it just has to be relevant to. It does not have to focus on.
I am asking you a question. You are not speaking to the report, and I'm asking. I'm asking evidence where the school is mentioned.
So paragraph 7, for example, talks about how the host city Brisbane has to work with a range of partners on planning, organisation, financing, staging of the games, including councils, Australian government. It talks about the partnerships that we have to do. It clearly is talking about how the Olympic Games will be run in this city. And if you're saying that the Gabba is not part of how the Olympic Games is going to be run in the city, that would be news to the Lord Mayor and the Premier. So if you're making a ruling that I'm not being relevant to the report, then please be clear about that, because otherwise I'm not required to focus on something.
I am making a ruling that you're not being relevant to the report, and I would draw you back to the report because you actually spoke beautifully there about all the things that are in the report.
Yeah. So apparently, the successful delivery of the Olympic Games does not include the GABA, according to Brisbane City Council. Now, that'll be of great news to the people of East Brisbane and Kangaroo Point, who are directly and adversely impacted by the successful delivery of the Games. And I can't mention how the Games might actually be delivered, because apparently that's irrelevant to a report on how the Olympic Games are going to be delivered. But I understand why the LNP, people like Councillor Adams, people like Councillor Cunningham, I understand why they don't want to talk about what Brisbane City Council will be doing to facilitate delivery of the Olympic Games in East Brisbane.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
The report before us is transport, accommodation and accessibility. The GABA development is actually a state government project, not an OCOG or Olympic delivery project. Councillor Johnson is not relevant to the report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson, can I draw you back to the contents of the report, please?
Well, I'm quoting directly from paragraph 4, and I'm sorry that the Deputy Mayor does not want to see the successful delivery of the Olympic Games in Brisbane. That's a direct quote.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I mean, it's in black and white here. A number of stakeholders with various responsibilities will support the successful delivery of the Games. Council, the host city. Oh my goodness, the Queensland State Government, the host state, and
just
our
one moment.
partner in
Councillor
the
Johnson,
delivery.
point of order has been called against you. Councillor Murphy.
We've endured this farcical, rambling speech that's not relevant to the report for over 5 minutes now, and the continuation of this speech is an act of disorder. And I ask that you use the rules to deal with this act of disorder, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnson, I will remind you one last time on relevance.
I directly am quoting from paragraph 4 of the report. Now, I find it offensive, Mr Chairman, that you and the Chair in charge of infrastructure are unaware of the language that is in the report. Oh, sorry, public transport, apologies. Apologies.
Just one. Councillor Whitney, please. Councillor Wines, are you okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, you've got the call.
So, Mr Chairman, I'd just like you to rule that on that point of order, which I am directly referring to this now. I know what you've said I can't talk about, but am I allowed to talk about the report itself?
I've been repeatedly asking you to speak to the report.
Except that you're allowing the LNP to interrupt me when I do. So is that a proper point of order, is my question.
So I will remind you under 35.5 that during the debate on 35.7, sorry, that during debate on a motion, the chair may rule out of order any aspects of the debate which does not relate to specific subject matter under the debate and may direct that the issue be raised during general business. I am directing you to come back to the report, as I've repeatedly asked many times. If you'd like to raise other items that are loosely related to the report, you can do that in general business. That is what general business is for.
My point, Mr Chair, is I have directly read from paragraph 4 of the report, and you and Councillor Murphy are telling me that I am not being relevant when I read from the report. Is that actually your ruling today?
I am asking you.
Why are you asking me to come back to the report when I'm reading directly from the report? Are you unaware what's in the report, is my question.
OCOG is in the report, Deputy Mayor. It's written there in... The GABA project is not an OCOG project. Understood. Councillor Johnson, can you come back to the report, please?
Well, let me read it again, because it's clear the LNP don't know what's in their own report. This is paragraph 4 of the Economic Development and Brisbane Games 32 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report. And for those councillors who know, who were here, I don't know, Margaret DeWitt was the chair, For about a year, I literally read every single report out. I can go back to doing that. It made for very long and unpleasant meetings, but I'll be happy to do it. But I am,
Deputy
of
Mayor,
course,
please.
because Councillor Murphy, Councillor Adams, Councillor Toomey have no idea what's in this report.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Will you allow me an explanation of why this is not in the report?
You are perfectly entitled to give a personal explanation under a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd just like to clarify. Councillor Johnson is correct. Paragraph 4 has OCOG, State Government, Brisbane City Council, all of that is in this report. But I understand Councillor Johnson's about to speak about Woolloongabba and East Brisbane State School, and the Woolloongabba redevelopment project is not an Olympic venue project. It is a state government project. It's not in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, can I draw you back to the report, please?
Yes, and I've been talking about the report, so let me be clear again what I'm talking about and what the LNP clearly don't want me talking about. Paragraph 4 of the report before us today. A number of stakeholders with various responsibilities will support the successful delivery of the Games. Council, the host city, Queensland Government, the host state, and the AOC are tasked with planning and delivering the infrastructure, operations and experiences for the Games. These stakeholders will work with Stakeholders will work with the Brisbane Organising Committee for the 2032 Paralympic and Olympic Games to plan, organise, finance and stage the Games. Together, this covers all aspects of the Games, from delivering venues and infrastructure, organising ceremonies, ticketing, volunteers, security, and enhancing the public's experience before, during and after the Games. So I wonder what these stakeholders, the state government and Brisbane City Council and the AOC, might be planning to deliver from an infrastructure point of view for the successful delivery of the Olympic Games. Could it be they're going to knock down the Gabba and raise a heritage-listed school in East Brisbane so they can make a slightly bigger stadium for a successful delivery of the Games? Would that be infrastructure that the state government is going to deliver? I think it would be. And we know it is supported by the LNP Council in this place. Councillor Cunningham.
Councillor Johnson,
Yep.
thank you. I do believe that you are drawing an incredibly long bow on this one. I would suggest that if you would like to raise those topics, that you do that in general business, as that is what general business is for. However, I would draw you back to the report.
And just to be clear again, the report says
I know what the report says. You just read it into the minutes.
Talk about it. A number of stakeholders with various responsibilities will support the successful delivery of the Games. Council, the host city, the Queensland State Government, the host state, and the AOC are tasked with planning and delivering the infrastructure, operations and experiences for the Games. These stakeholders will work with the Brisbane Organising Committee. This covers all aspects of Games, from delivering venues, infrastructure, organising ceremonies, ticketing, volunteer security, and enhancing the public's experience before, during and after the Games. But of course, the LNP don't want you talking about what infrastructure, what experiences. They don't want you talking about how they're going to work in partnership with the other organisations to deliver one of the most destructive pieces of infrastructure this state will ever see, which is the demolition of a heritage-listed school for a sporting stadium. It is unnecessary. It was never part of this council's bid for the Olympic Games. It was never part of it.
Councillor
and this
Johnson,
council should not
I
be
consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4), the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request that you cease talking about things that are not in the report and refrain from exhibiting that behaviour for the rest of this report.
Mr Chairman, as I'm speaking directly about paragraph 4, I move dissent in your ruling, and I'd appreciate a seconder.
Seconded.
motion of dissent has been made in my ruling by Councillor Johnson and seconded by, was that Councillor Massey or Councillor Griffiths? Councillor Massey. You both pointed at each other then. Massey. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. They've kicked everyone out that you've thrown at me so far. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It sounded like a threat. That's fine. Just when you're ready. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 1 in favour, 18 against and 5 abstentions.
Councillors, please return to your seats. No worries. Councillor Johnson, you have the call. Councillor Marx.
Yes, I have 15 seconds left, and what I'll say is this is a disgraceful intimidation tactic by the LNP to stop discussion about one of the worst pieces of public policy, which is the destruction of a school for an Olympic venue. It's wrong, and I don't support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time has expired. Deputy Mayor, your misrepresentation.
The Council of Tennyson that I do not want to see successful games is absolutely false.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hutton.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Thank you. We have a motion to, thank you, Councillor Mackay. We have a motion to adjourn for afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes, moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Mackay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, further speakers on the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report, please. See no one rising. Lord Mayor, Deputy Mayor, write a reply.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, this was a very straightforward presentation in the complexity of the framework we're discussing. Transport, administration and accessibility, accommodation and accessibility. Was requested by Councillor Collier because she's new in this chamber. We have seen this 2 or 3 times in my committee over the last few years, but it was definitely about those 3 aspects as well. Of course, I want to see successful games, but we need to remember when it comes to stakeholders, there are some things we are absolutely not stakeholders in, and we are not stakeholders in the Woolloongabba redevelopment, and the state government have made that extremely clear. Let me be clear. But in saying that, we have supported the decision by the state government to redevelop the Woolloongabba stadium, and I have to say that Councillor Johnson was absolutely incorrect when she several times said the East Brisbane State School would be razed to the ground. They are state heritage buildings. My understanding is that they are remaining and the school is being relocated. I recommend the report to the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee, please.
Thanks, Chair. I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Owen that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Chair. Last week's Transport Committee presentation was on the Brisbane Metro and its active transport outcomes. Chair, the Metro is not only poised to transform our public transport, but it's also going to deliver some significant outcomes for active transport in our city. Around about 2.5 kilometres of streets and footpaths will be revitalised to provide connected and accessible spaces across South Brisbane and the CBD as a result of the Metro project. Some features of the upgrades will include improved pedestrian and cyclist connections, shaded corridors, customised architecture and urban elements, as well as public art. One of the streets that will be affected is called Adelaide Street, and we've talked about that previously in this chamber. That will see a large stretch of streetscape revitalised all the way from Victoria Bridge to Edward Street. This new design will improve pedestrian amenity by maximising potential space for pedestrians and decluttering the footpath. It also features a new mid-block crossing, build-outs of King George Square and Albert Street, as well as feature lighting to showcase a tree-lined boulevard. The design for our Adelaide Street vision exemplifies many of the key principles in the draft Walkable Brisbane strategy, which will provide a great connection with Victoria Bridge, where strengthening work is already underway. After strengthening, the bridge's new configuration will have 3 lanes for bus services, dedicated 2-way cycleway, new curb and barriers to separate active and public transport lanes, and of course we can't forget the much vaunted shade structure over Victoria Bridge that will significantly enhance comfort, providing a year-round benefit for the tens of thousands of pedestrians and cyclists that use Victoria Bridge each and every day, reminding the Chamber that Victoria Bridge is our most heavily patronised pedestrian and cyclist bridge. This bridge will now act as the main link between Council's extensive network in the CBD and the new active transport networks, active transport upgrades at the Cultural Centre at the intersection of Melbourne and Grey Street. Footpaths will be widened at the Cultural Centre, its lifts will be replaced and the station's capacity will be increased to cater for future demand. More than a dozen kauri pines will also be planted to provide shade to pedestrians and cyclists, which builds on our commitment to make our city's paths comfortable and enjoyable, which is another one of the outcomes that we espoused in the Walkable Brisbane strategy. But it's the dedicated cycle lanes on Melbourne Street and Grey Street that will get our cyclist wheels in motion, running from Grey Street up to Grey Street to Cordelia Street on Melbourne Street, and from Melbourne Street to the South Brisbane train station on Grey Street. So these cycle lanes will include dedicated cycleway on Melbourne Street, which is included as part of the project in response to feedback from cyclists and bicycle user groups. This is all part of Council's commitment to providing opportunities for moving and residents around the city more safely and easily. The committee also considered a petition with 955 signatures regarding 2 bus services, the 192 and the Blue City Glider. This petition firstly requested additional stops be added to the 192, which runs from UQ to the city via Dutton Park, Highgate Hill, West End and South Brisbane. We responded similarly to a petition in 2021, Chair, and TransLink advised that there were no plans to fund additional trips on the 192 at that time. The second part of the petition was about the Blue City Glider, requesting Council add an additional stop to the route outside the Montague markets. The former councillor for the Gabba conducted community consultation on the potential to move an existing stop at Cordeaux Street to a new location. The consultation showed the majority of residents preferred a stop outside the Montague markets rather than at the current location, although there was feedback to maintain a stop at both locations. So Council has agreed with TransLink to add a paired stop at the Montague markets while maintaining the existing stops on the route. The new stop will be added to the Blue City Glider service from the 21st of August on a trial basis, and I'll leave further debate to the Chamber. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further speakers? See no one rising. We will now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee, please.
I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Mr Chair, the committee heard a presentation on the topic of modern intelligent transport systems. It was part of a program that I've been putting forward to the committee so that we learn the normal operational matters that concern our organisation each and every day about how to make our transport system operate in a safe and efficient manner. And the MITS program, MITS program, is about mitigating congestion on the road network using technology to improve flow, road network safety and incident management in an attempt to minimise delays for road users. The devices used include traffic CCTV, variable message signs, passenger information displays, variable speed limit signs and traffic signals. And these devices communicate using council-owned and operated optic fibre cables and connections on a 4G carrier network service and wireless radio frequencies. The information and data obtained is then sorted on servers stored in council's Traffic Management Centre, where traffic engineers can access and gather information. Council's traffic CCTV network consists of 265 cameras that monitor traffic conditions on Brisbane roads. Cameras record footage continuously in high definition and footage is retained for up to 31 days. Council operates 49 variable message signs and incident message signs that display important information for road users on traffic conditions, weather alerts, travel times and other factors that may affect road safety and efficiency in real time. Passenger information displays, or PIDs, are digital screens that provide real-time information for bus passengers about the status and schedule of public transport services. Variable speed limit signs can display different speed limits depending on the traffic conditions, such as roadworks, weather or traffic congestion, and Council operates 20 variable speed limit signs which are used to improve the safety and efficiency in traffic flow and can reduce the risk of collisions, delays and congestion by adjusting the speed limit to match the road conditions. It's important to note these signals are controlled remotely and are enforceable. Variable speed limit signs can also reduce the need for road workers to manually change static signs, which can be dangerous and time-consuming. One of the more popular versions of the variable message sign is, of course, on Ann Street in Fortitude Valley, where we can turn the speed down from 60 to 40 as needed when the population and activity levels in Fortitude Valley change that require a reduced speed limit through that area. An essential part of the program in communication between devices, which is done in many ways. The network uses optical fibres to transmit data at high speeds, which is more reliable, lower in maintenance costs and environmental impact, and a higher bandwidth capacity compared to the traditional copper wire network. And radio frequency communication devices, which use radio waves to transmit or receive information wirelessly, and of course a 4G mobile network, offering faster speeds and more reliable network. There are several transport data centres throughout Brisbane that house computer systems, servers and storage network devices and firewalls, and transport data centres enable the delivery of shared applications and data across different locations, enabling the Traffic Management Centre and traffic engineers access to the devices in real time. So the MITS service is about ensuring that the council communicates with a whole range of signage devices to make sure that our road network communicates with motorists using our road network are communicated with to ensure that they are aware of the changing circumstances to make it safer for both motorists and pedestrians and other road users, as well as try and make it more efficient and effective by forewarning them that certain activities will occur in certain places to attract them to alternative routes. We have a number of petitions today. I trust that the councillors interested and involved in those will make comment on those, and I look forward to contributions from those people.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on item C, but before I do, can I just ask that item A be taken seriatim for voting, which would leave B, C, D, E and F together?
Noted. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So this petition is requesting that Council support a partnership with the Queensland Government to address the issue of traffic congestion at Mansfield State School and Mansfield State High School, two very big and very busy schools, which do generate a lot of traffic, which impacts on the council road network, and that's definitely been identified. But the thing here is the state government has committed money. The cheque's been written. The state government has committed money to addressing this problem on council roads. And the Lord Mayor and the LNP just need to fulfil their end of the bargain. They need to accept that offer and they need to address these issues on these council roads. Except they can't, or they won't, as we see in this petition response. Instead of spending ratepayer money in the suburbs of Brisbane where it's generated. We're seeing all of that money spent in the inner city, of course, on projects like the Metro and Victoria Park to cover that $60 million blowout on the Victoria Park project and the one and a bit green bridges that are being built. So rather than being transparent with ratepayers' money and where that's being spent, this LNP administration's answer is to tell the state government to just give them more money to upgrade council roads. That's the response before us today. It's not good enough. The suburbs are being neglected. Doesn't matter where you go in Brisbane. It's over at Mansfield today. It'll be in any other number of suburbs any other day. So residents around these two schools, not just people whose children attend these schools and caregivers who attend these schools, but people who live nearby as well, certainly deserve better than they're getting from their local LNP councillor and this LNP Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairperson. I rise to speak on item D, and that's requesting council install traffic calming measures on King Avenue, Durack, between Blunder Road and Nala Avenue. I have a number of residents out there very passionate about seeing traffic speed along this particular stretch of road reduced, and they've certainly been pursuing this issue for some time. I'm disappointed with this response. I don't think it really answers the issues that they've raised, and I think council has missed, once again, being able to deal effectively with residents' issues. And I won't be supporting this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item C of the Infrastructure Committee report on the petition requesting council to support a partnership with the Queensland Government to address the traffic congestion around Mansfield State High School and Mansfield State School. Mr Chair, at last week's council meeting, I expressed my frustration and anger at the Labor State Government's refusal to build new schools to cater for our growing population. This petition reflects the same frustration and anger caused by this Labor State Government's continuing practice of simply cramming more students into already crowded schools. Mr Chair, I support a good partnership between the state government and Brisbane City Council, but I think this petition has come to the wrong place. This petition should go to the state parliament and call for the state to support a genuine partnership in addressing the issue. The fact is, these issues are caused by Labor's lack of vision and planning for new schools. They think that providing $500,000 and issuing a press release is the same as solving the issue. Let's be genuine about it. How much can $500,000 do for traffic congestions? Some Labor councils can't even build one footpath with $500,000 plus their fund they get each year. Mr Chair, only this council under LNP administration has put forward workable solutions such as active school travel and safer path to school to address the traffic issues around our schools. But the lack of investment by this Labor state government has failed the parents, failed the students and the teaching staff who have to suffer from the worsening traffic congestion. We will continue to advocate for more schools in our suburbs and look forward to work with a much more competent LNP state government after October next year.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Mackay. Councillor Mackay, you were first to your feet. Sorry, Councillor Murphy. Microphone, please, Councillor Mackay. Thank you.
Well, I didn't think he was going to jump there, so I had to get up there, Chair. Chair, I rise to speak on item F, and those people who know the work that I do in the local area would know that road safety is a priority for me in and around Indooroopilly Road, which is what I'm talking about today. Just for some background, Indooroopilly Road is a district road and it is not a local or neighbourhood road, and that means that it is popular for people as a destination route to get to UQ. As we know, as Councillor Wines has told us many times over, the speed limits in Queensland are now set under the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, also known as the MUTCD, although I'm not sure that name's much easier to say. And under the MUTCD, there's a very long process that we need to go through to try and change speed limits in Brisbane, as all local governments do in Queensland. And I do applaud the traffic engineers at Brisbane City Council. They try really hard to try and get the speed limits changed when these come through. And we have had some success in the local area around this Indooroopilly Road area. Chapel Hill Road, Sherwood Road, Station Road and Swan Road have all seen their speed limits reduced. And my history in this place shows that I'm a big supporter of reducing one lane each way district roads to have speeds in the Walter Taylor area of no more than 50 k's an hour. So I'll keep working on that. And I also just want to refer to the part in the petition about traffic calming. And we would know, of course, under the MUTCD that the traffic calming will only be applied on local and neighbourhood roads. That's about 14,000 roads in Brisbane. And of course, a local or neighbourhood road is primarily for the purpose of delivering traffic to dwellings or to other local or neighbourhood roads. We have had some success with traffic calming locally, and we got one in Corineas Street in Indooroopilly, not too far from the site in the petition. But in the words of the Deputy Mayor, I would say, Chair, be careful what you wish for. See, she even knew what I was about to say then, because a lot of the times people think, yes, we do want traffic calming in our street, but not outside my house. Thank you for the interjection, Councillor Marks. When people understand what goes into traffic calming, they really can appreciate that chicanes and speed platforms actually can have a detrimental effect on your amenity in the immediate area. And what I mean by that is tyre screeching, clanging of tools in utes, for instance, as they go over the humps, and sometimes even thumping as people go fast over the speed platforms or over the chicanes. So while people love the idea of traffic calming, unfortunately it's not always exactly what they want. Saying that, they can be very effective, like the one in Corineas Street that was put in a little while ago.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
So that's twice now the councillor for Walter Taylor has talked about traffic calming in other parts of his ward that are not referred to in the report before us today. And I note that you're not proactively drawing him back to the report. And Mr Chair, I would ask that you apply the same rule to him that you have to me today.
Councillor Mackay, can I draw you back to the items in the report, please?
Well, it is particularly relevant, Chair, because what I'm doing is comparing and contrasting how traffic calming is used. It is relevant. Thank you, Councillor Strunk.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
According to you, it's not relevant when you talk about things that are not in the report, and I would ask you to draw the councillor for Walter Taylor back to the report, as you proactively did to me when he raised
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Your point of order is not a platform for you to make a speech. I beg your pardon? I did make a ruling. I asked Councillor Mackay to come back to the report. I accept your apology, Councillor Johnson. Would you like to make one? No, thank you. Councillor Mackay, to the report, please.
Thanks, Chair. And, you know, that's the second time today that I'm wondering if making repeated calls of points of order is an act of disorder.
Councillor Mackay, to the report, please.
Oh, there's a groan from Councillor Griffiths over there. He loves to hear about, he loves my speeches.
Councillor
So the traffic calming,
to the report.
Yeah, the traffic calming that I was referring to, and I'm just going to suggest that traffic calming can be very effective, and it has been shown to reduce speeds and reduce the amount of cars using roads that are not local for that designation of street. We have had some great success in the immediate local area for the reduction of speeding and what we might call non-local vehicles. We've put in a slow for Sam sign in the area, speed warning signs on curbs. We've constructed 2 pedestrian crossings. We've improved another one.
Point of order.
Councillor Johnson, your point of order.
Yeah, again, relevance. You've stated very clearly that you can only talk about what's in the report, and I would ask that you apply the same rule to the councillor for Walter Taylor.
I have to admit I wasn't actually listening to what Councillor Mackay was saying. I was talking with the clerks. Councillor Mackay, just a reminder, back up to the report.
Yeah, well, it's funny you say that, Chair, because you know, if you read the petition, it actually says that there are 2 pedestrian refuges in the street. So I'm being perfectly relevant to the report. And I do find that I'm just getting interrupted for the sake of interruption. The Councillor for Tennyson just loves to do that to me. I don't know why, Chair, but it's really petty. So obsessed, is that what I heard, Councillor? Anyway, I'm nearly finished. We've also had anti-skid treatment applied to the street, and this is all for road safety. It just adds to the narrative that we're engaging in road safety, and we've also had better markings for safety on the road. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Murphy, you were... No, you're all good? Okay. Any further speakers to the report? No, we'll now put the report. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wines, you're right to reply.
Thanks,
My
Mr Chair.
apologies.
Look, just on that, look, the MITs, which were really not touched on, I must once again point to how a simple yet effective mechanism that they are to make sure that our transport system works in a safe and efficient manner for all road users, whether they be pedestrians or even up to heavy vehicles, the whole range. And so I think it's just really good to reflect that we are constantly working on ways that we can improve that, even in small ways. On the matter of the petitions, there was, of course, a number of them. The petitions in Taringa and Durack, no, that's not right. The petition in for councillor in Maruka Ward and the petition in Walter Taylor Ward, both were reflective of roads that are of significant purpose to the greater network. The request for traffic calming was not able to be responded to in the manner of the request of the petitioners because those roads service greater districts, and so therefore they do not qualify under our policy for formal traffic calming. There are other measures we have to reduce traffic speed, to improve compliance. They do exist, but pure traffic calming, whether they be speed tables, chicanes, they're not necessarily available on those roads. Heroes Avenue and Blunder Road are not appropriate for those sorts of things. We can consider some versions of them, like roundabouts, for example, curb build-outs, some sorts of pedestrian protections that can work in the same sort of way, but don't actually fall into the category or necessarily the harshness of some of the other forms of traffic calming. So to reflect on some of the comments from Councillor Mackay, we normally, when we do propose traffic calming, would expect to lose at least a third of all the devices that we propose through rejection by local residents. And that's a minimum expectation. Sometimes it's greater. And that it's also important to reflect that we often will deliver traffic calming across 2 financial years because it takes a year to work with the community to inculcate the virtues and values of particular forms of traffic calming, and even then sometimes whole projects are rejected by local residents when they're put forward to them. So that's an important thing to reflect on with traffic calming. Also on the topic of Mansfield State High, I recognise that the state government proposed a $500,000 contribution through the Q-Trip. That's how we learned of it when it was announced through the Q-Trip document, which is a form of state government document that talks about funding proposals put through DTMR for the intersection of Broadwater and Ham Roads, which is of course administered by the Department of Transport and Main Roads. Now, the figure of $500,000 would be, in my opinion, one selected by the state because it was suitably impressive without going anywhere near enough to actually address the concern. So the local MP there, who I believe has a strong association with one of these schools, can say that they've been able to arrange $500,000. But the truth of the matter is, the project work that government has attempted to commit us to is much greater than $500,000, and that's the issue. Always appreciate support from other levels of government, but this is one where they are sort of promising work on our behalf, saying it's 50-50, but offering what would not even come close to sort of 10% of what's required to achieve the outcomes that they've announced in their Q-Trip document. So it's a neat turn of hand by the MP there, but it will not satisfy the concerns that they are attempting to address. So can I just thank all councillors for their contributions today, and I look forward to the conclusion of this report.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. I will now put item A only. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We will now put items B, C, D, E and F. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. That's fine. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
Thank you. The motion has passed. Councillor Allen, the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 8th of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 8th of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Item A was a committee presentation on 185 Wharf Street, Spring Hill. The approved development is conveniently located within walking distance to high-frequency public transport, making 185 Wharf Street a desirable and convenient residential location. Additionally, the development is surrounded by local businesses, the Brisbane CBD, entertainment venues and community facilities, which further enhances the appeal of convenience for this development. 185 Wharf Street features a subtropical building design that considers the local climate and environment to save energy and improve resident comfort. The development's commitment to sustainability is reflected in its target of achieving a 5-star Green Star rating, signifying its adherence to high environmental and energy efficiency standards. The design approach also aims to reduce operating costs for the building over the long term. This will be achieved using solar panels installed on the roof of the building, contributing to renewable energy generation, rainwater harvesting systems to collect and store rainwater for various uses within the development, such as irrigation or non-potable water needs. EV charging stations promote the adoption of electric vehicles amongst residents, contributing to reduced emissions and supporting sustainable transportation. Recycling chutes designed to make recycling convenient for residents, promoting proper waste disposal practices and reducing the overall waste generated by the development. Bike storage and residents' workshops to provide the facilities to store and maintain bicycles, and encouraging cycling as an eco-friendly mode of transportation. The approved development will provide a diverse mix of units, promoting housing diversity to accommodate various resident preferences and needs. And the development will consist of 60 2-bedroom units, 45 3-bedroom units and 24 bedroom units. Adding to this is the provision of 227 resident parking spaces and 19 for visitors. Residents with bikes can use one of the 126 bicycle spaces, whilst visitors will have access to 32 allocated bicycle parking spaces. By redeveloping an underutilised site on the edge of Brisbane's central business district, the development contributes to the revitalisation of the area, enhancing its overall appeal and functionality. In summary, the development at 185 Wharf Street is sustainable, It considers energy efficiency and renewable energy integration. It has great transport alternatives and has a very, very positive environmental impact. It was approved as it responds to the Shrinner Council's actions in responding to the current housing challenges, ensuring Brisbane continues to be a great place to live, work and relax, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Are there any further speakers? See no one rising. I'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Division.
Division.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Allen and
for the vote, please.
the Deputy Mayor. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please read the result. Councillors, bit as quiet, please.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 1 abstention.
The motion has passed. Councillors, please return to your seat. It's a very oriental ringtone there, Councillor Griffiths. Very oriental ringtone on that phone. Councillors, we will now have the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday, 8 August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 8th of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Last week's committee presentation was on the Victoria Park Master Plan. As the committee heard, developing a master plan for Brisbane's biggest new park in generations has been a 4-year journey. This commenced in 2019 when the Lord Mayor announced that the Victoria Park Golf Course would close and become Brisbane's biggest new park in 50 years. From there followed 2 more years of planning and working through complicated legacy tenure issues at one of Brisbane's oldest urban parks. The former golf course site reopened as a park to the public in 2021, and since then it has already become one of Brisbane's favourite parks. The transformation of this space, which is roughly the size of the City Botanic Gardens, South Bank Parklands and Roma Street Parklands combined, is a huge undertaking, has been done in consultation with the community, along with traditional custodians and local stakeholders. As the Chamber is aware, in September last year we released the draft master plan, which built on 51,000 pieces of community feedback from the vision phase. This, plus the additional feedback we received on the draft, contributed to the master plan that we see today. Work is already underway to deliver early projects with the recent completion of upgraded paths, shelters, amenities block, and with work to soon begin on the urban pump track and Spring Hill Common. There was a huge amount of community feedback and support for our plan to rewild the park and restore its waterways, increasing tree canopy cover from 10 to 60% over the coming years, and we've already planted 20,000 new trees and shrubs across the park. Mr Chair, Victoria Park is fast becoming one of Brisbane's favourite destinations. Park visitation has increased by 91% and it has already established itself as a vibrant city destination. More than 100,000 people have attended events in the park over these past 2 years, like the Green Heart Fair and more recently Le Festival. And I'm excited, Mr Chair, that later this month Victoria Park will host the inaugural Outdoor Adventure Festival, an event like no other held in our city. And Brisbane Festival will hold their closing concert, which will be a mass participation event with music, dance and 10,000 kazoos. Mr Chair, transforming Victoria Park is a once-in-a-lifetime generational opportunity to create a piece of public green space, and I'd like just to share some feedback from the consultation. The new Victoria Park space will make Brisbane a better city to live in and will be able to be enjoyed by more people. Victoria Park is the perfect destination for everyone, and I wholeheartedly agree with that feedback. Mr Chair, we also had four park naming submissions and 2 petitions, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks, Chair. I'm glad that the committee was given a chance to get an update on the Victoria Park Barambin master plan, but what I'm not clear on is, did the update finally explain why the cost of the project has blown out from 83 million to 141 million? Or was it, as I suspect, another chance to pat themselves on the back and talk about how great the park would be? I'll bet that no one mentioned the hundreds, literal hundreds of parks across the city with broken and dangerous playground equipment and facilities. The LNP are so focused on the delivery of their $141 million inner city park that they've completely lost control of the delivery of suburban parks. We know that across 300 local parks, there are almost 500 pieces of broken equipment, with no mention of how they will be fixed. No mention.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Could I ask a question? Is this relevant to the committee presentation on Victoria Park?
That is a very good question. Councillor Collier, can you actually draw any reference in the report to what you're actually speaking to?
Yeah, I guess it just, when you talk about giving a presentation on a $141 million inner city park, it juxtaposes what's being neglected in the suburbs. We now have the LNP writing to people...
Hang on 1 second, Councillor Collier. I do not believe that that is a substantial amount of evidence that you can actually speak to other parks other than the park that's mentioned in the report. Can I draw you back to the report, please?
Sure. So we now know that across the 300 local parks, there's 500 pieces of broken equipment. There's no mention of how they'll be fixed.
No, Councillor Collier, Councillor Marx, Councillor Collier, we are not going to do this. We are going to speak to the report. So if you would, can I draw you back to the report? There is the committee presentation, which is on the Victoria Park Barambin Master Plan update, and there are a number of petitions in there. To the report, please.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Would Councillor Collier take a question?
Yes, I would take a question.
I can, Deputy Mayor, thank you. I can rule questions out of order, thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Through you to Councillor Collier, you're well aware of the LNP's failures on the Victoria Park Barambin project. Are you aware of other park failures that are as a result of all of this money being spent on this one inner city park rather than the suburbs?
Councillor Cassidy, I am going to rule that one out of order based on the fact that the report, hang on, let me finish, based on the fact that the report does contain Victoria Park and Barambin. However, if you would like to discuss the matter in general business, you are more than welcome to do so.
Stifling debate, aren't they?
Thanks, Chair. I'll wrap it up here. What I will say, though, is Labor's priorities are delivering for the suburbs and the LNP only care about the inner city.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm going to rise to speak on the presentation for Councillor Davis, her committee presentation, and I'm going to speak specifically on item E, which is the formal park naming of a park known as Dunphy Street Park in Sunnybank Hills to the Woodward Family Park, and item B, which is the formal naming of a park which was also known as Crane Crescent Park, as Rosa Gates Parks, two of which items are in this report.
Thank you.
So as a local council, I was more than happy to present 2 different presentations on park namings to the relevant committee. I just want to give a little bit of a brief history background on the reasoning why. Obviously, both of these park project suggestions passed all the requirements that they needed to do in that space. Firstly, the Dumfries Street Park. So this was land that was owned by the Ward family in the local area. They had 8 children, all of whom attended Runcorn State School. 6 of the boys actually served in the army. This land was purchased originally back in 1913, so it's always a great honour when we have some of that land. We're more than happy to name it after the local family who were part of that area for so long. The other park that we're talking about here is the Rosa Gates Park. This is another piece of land that was been in the family for some time, 55 years in fact. Rosa's husband passed away some years ago. Rosa continued to stay in the house there on her own for a number of years. Anyone who knew Rosa, if you went to any RSL event, there she was sitting at her table selling the badges and paraphernalia to do with everything to do with RSL. She was a great person, and she was actually a great, can I say knitter or crocheter? I don't actually know if she knitted or crocheted. I think she knitted it. But I saw something that she had done, which was a nativity scene, was completely knitted with all the 3 wise men and all the other people that were involved in that scene, including the little baby and the sheep and everything. So I commissioned her to do one of those for my ward. So anyone who's having any kind of Christmas event that wants to celebrate it with a nativity scene, it's in my office that people can borrow it and use it. And it's a great deal of work, and I think she even had the donkey in that anyway there. So it's very inspiring. So every time I look at that in my ward office, I remember Rosa. And if people are interested, and potentially they won't be, but I just think it's amazing the amount of work that her son has given, John, has given to us to the reasoning behind why he would like this park named after her. One of the original photos in the folder there is actually of John and his mother Rosa working on the property dated 1958. So it's a significant part of the local history, and I'm delighted that we can honour Rosa and her memory of her family in that way. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Are there any further speakers to the report? Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in support of item C, the naming of the footbridge in Rafting Ground Park in honour of the late Emeritus Professor Ludwig Baas, who passed away in late 2022. The idea to honour Professor Baas came from local residents following his memorial service, which was held appropriately at the park. When I learned the full extent of Professor Baas's association with this particular park, and that honouring his memory there had the support of his family, I set the wheels in motion for this to occur. I undertook community consultation via social media, my newsletter and councillor website, and to my delight, it generated considerable local interest and support. Of all the consultation I've conducted in the past 3 years, the results of this one was by far the most conclusive. Of the 81 responses received, only 2 were opposed. Chair, by way of a background, the Baas family moved from Port to Kenmore in 1976. In the early days, the family frequently picnicked in the park, and the children often rode their horses down Port Road to Rafting Ground Park, and took them swimming in Moggle Creek at a time when that was permitted. The Baas family always had a dog, and without fail, Ludwig walked it twice a day, many times in Rafting Ground Park. And upon his retirement in 1984, Ludwig's daily attendance at Rafting Ground Park was sealed. He loved it and saw the beauty there, new and old, during each daily visit. He developed close friendships with other dog walkers during his walks there, and it's been said by members of the community that he was the centre of everything at that park. They not only met there for their walks, but also shared meals and celebrated special events together. The one thing that irked Ludwig at the time was the lack of a bridge between the 2 sides of the park. He contacted Brisbane City Council about it and attended public forums advocating for the footbridge to be built. And nobody was happier than he when it was finally built, using it almost every day until his passing last October. Given his 50-year-plus association with the park and his advocacy leading to the creation of the footbridge, I believe it would be an appropriate recognition to have it named in his honour. Chair, in closing, it's worth noting another local historical milestone at Rafting Ground Park. The Kenmore Historical Society, now chaired by former councillor for the Toowong Ward, Judy Magub, has briefed me on the role of the Bullickies that they played in sending timber down the river from where the park now stands, which contributed to the early development of our city. And I'm now working with Judy to determine community interest in a history trail in another section of that park to acknowledge the Bullickies. But more about that at another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adamant. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Jenkinson.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to also speak on a park naming. Council received a request from a resident to formally name Huesler Terrace Park at 43 Huesler Terrace, Milton, as Auntie Valda's Place. Huesler Terrace Park is a local landscape amenity park in the Paddington Ward. The late Mrs Valda Joy Coolwell was a proud Gurungurung and who grew up on the country in Lowmead and Miriam Vale. She moved to 17 years old and resided in the Milton area from the early 1960s until her passing in early 2023. Valda played an important role in the general community and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community, being one of Meanjin's most respected and well-known elders. Upon her retirement, she dedicated her life to empowering and lifting the voice of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community. Valda was one of the first elders to perform an official acknowledgement of country. She held many roles in the community, serving on the Murray Court and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Community Health Service. She also held positions of President of Brisbane City Council of Elders and the Elder at Milton State School. The Indigenous team, Inclusive Communities, Connected Communities, Lifestyle and Community Services consulted with the traditional custodians who supported the name Auntie Valda's Place. It is proposed to erect a park naming sign on the Huesler Terrace frontage of the park to the left of the gate. Formally naming Huesler Terrace Park as Auntie Valda's Place will provide recognition and acknowledgement of the contribution made by Valda Coolwell to the local community. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? So no one rising. Councillor Davis, right, reply.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. And it's disappointing once again that the Labor opposition continue simply to focus on the location of Victoria Park, but not about what this park is going to deliver for the city. Overwhelmingly, the community said that this was a great idea. Having a park like Central Park or Hyde Park in the middle of our city was something that was going to draw not only local residents but visitors domestically and also internationally. But to have Councillor Collier stand up and not support something that is overwhelmingly supported by the community just is beyond comprehension to me and completely out of touch with community sentiment. Mr Chair, on brand, I take that interjection. Mr Chair, Councillor Collier was on the committee during budget information sessions and did not once ask about the budget for Victoria Park. She's now coming in here and peddling untrue figures. We have just over $15 million this year in the 23-24 budget.
Just one moment, please, Councillor Davis. Councillors to my left. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Collier. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Collier. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, they don't like to be caught out, Mr Chair. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? We have announced a figure over a 4-year period. Anyone that understands budgeting for a city understands that before a master plan is released, you have to make some assumptions about the cost of what that master plan might be. And that was provided, as it should be, to this chamber and to the community. But once the master plan was complete, and that was at budget time, we were able to be firmer with the amount of money that we were going to invest in this project.
Point of order,
so I
Chair.
say again...
Just one moment, Councillor Davis. Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Will the Chair take a question?
Chair, would you...
No, I had plenty of time during budget, chose not to do that.
Councillor Collier. Councillor Davis, you've got the
Collier
call.
also chose not to turn up to the committee presentation, and had she done that, she might have heard some more information that would have assisted her prior to her contribution here today. Mr Chair, this is going to be an outstanding project for this city. It is going to put Brisbane City even further on the map. We've got people coming to this city in droves and having opportunities like Victoria Park, whilst located in the inner cities, and last I heard Hurston and Spring Hill were suburbs of Brisbane, but clearly not to the Labor Party. So to the residents of Hurston and Spring Hill, we understand that you live in a suburb, and we will continue to provide not only wonderful opportunities for them, but for people right across the city. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Before I move on to city standards, can I please acknowledge former councillor for Hamilton and chair of this council, David McLaughlin, in the gallery. Welcome, Citizen McLaughlin. Councillor Marx, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Marx and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Briefly, before I get to the report, I just want to pass my thanks on to yourself as the, at that time, Deputy Chair, for stepping in and doing the committee presentation for me. You may, potentially people won't be aware, but it's been almost a year since the passing of my mother-in-law. And in the Māori tradition, we do an unveiling 12 months after the passing, and that happened to be that weekend. I actually got off the plane and intended to be here for Chambers that afternoon, but considered one of the favourite daughter-in-laws, I was part of the receiving line, so I had to receive over 150 people who all do the hugging, the kissing, and the hongi. So yeah, I actually personally don't do the hongi. My husband does that, but yeah. So obviously I came back very, very sick. So my apologies, and I thank everyone for stepping up and filling in for me in that space. The presentation was on planned burns, which is obviously a timely subject. Our officers are well across the brief and what they have to do, and I commend the report to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on the one on Clause A, the planned burns. Now, I took interest in this particular one simply because I was reading an article that the council was quoted in the I think it was Brisbane Times about planned burnings. And they said that they did 8 last year and they were going to do more this year, and equated that to 250 Suncorp stadiums. And if you work that one out, because you actually can look up how much space the Suncorp Stadium precinct takes up for 250 times that, it's less than 10% of the of that area, that bushland that we actually manage. Now, I note here in the report that we're targeting to try to increase that up to about 40% by 2031. But as we know, that's a long way away if we think about it. And really, with the El Nino upon us, and of course we just had the La Nina for about 3 years, the amount of fuel that has increased in that bushland area and other parts of Brisbane as well, not just in the bushland areas. I know even in my own ward, we do have a considerable amount of green space that actually has fuel that's been building up for a number of years. Anyways, we just think on this side that we're just not doing enough. I mean, there's only a small window every year for backburning, and so we've got to do as much as we can do, and we've got to put the resources in that to do as much as we can do to try to keep that fuel under control, because I'll tell you what, we only had to look at what's just happened in Hawaii. Now, that was tropical, and we're subtropical. So we really, really got to keep an eye on this, and we on this side of the chamber don't believe that this administration is doing as much as they possibly could do to bring that fuel under control, and we just worry about the possibility of a bad occurrence and a catastrophe in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Marx, right or reply?
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I'm more than happy to reply to that unfounded statement. Can I just give some context? Can I give some context?
Just one moment, please, Councillor Marx. Councillor Strunk, you've had your say and you sat down. There's no reason for you to call that across the chamber. Councillor Marx.
Can I give some context here? So, yes, there is a very small window of opportunity within the year that we can do planned burns. And can I just also add, it's actually not called back burning. Back burning is when you've actually got a fire already in place and you do burning, that it burns back so it doesn't burn back into that space. So these are planned burns where we want to deal with the fuel load on the ground. Now, we have a council officer and she is extremely knowledgeable in this space. She is also, and I'm going to call her she because we don't call them by their names, but this council officer, who has a very, actually really good surname to do with the fire burning, but I'm not going to go there anyway. There's a lot of science goes into this. And, you know, you and I, Mr Chair, could stand out there and look at a paddock and go, yes, there's a lot of fuel load on there. But if the science doesn't back that up, then there's no point doing the burning, okay? So what happens is, as council officers, they go to the state government and they apply for any number of permits, anything up to 40 permits, to do 40 different burning locations. The reason we apply for so many is because if we do get the opportunity to do that many, we've got the permit, we're good to go. If the conditions are right, we're good to go. Obviously, we would like to get that many done, but we absolutely don't, because the last thing you want to do is have a place ready to do a burn on and the conditions are right and you don't have a permit. That would be dreadful. So first up, the permit numbers that we apply for will never match the numbers that we actually do. Now, as I said, you and I could stand here and go, well, that's got a lot of fuel load, but unless you actually need some rain, we had intended and hoped to get 2 more burns in before the end of the season, and all we needed was a slight sprinkle of overnight rain. And if we had got that, we would have got 2 more burns in. Unfortunately, we didn't get that rain, and so therefore those 2 burns were not able to take place. As far as this administration not giving enough money for burns, that's an absolute nonsense. It's the same scenario as mosquitoes. The officers know that the minute that they have the clear conditions, and I can tell you now, it's way more scientific than I ever know and understand. It's wind, it's rain, it's ground temperature. It's a very, you know, and I'm more than happy to give a presentation again in my committee about what is actually involved in working out a location. The other thing is, yes, we are covered in a lot of bushland, but it's on a rotational basis. We do not burn the same area year after year after year. So it goes along rotational. So the officers have a 10-year plan in advance of what blocks they want to burn when they need to burn it. And it's a matter of when the conditions are right, they will do it. If they need to do 2 or 3 more and they need more money from the Lord Mayor, he will just say, go for it. There's never been any issue about not enough money for burning. And to compare us to the catastrophe in Maui, I think is a severe disservice to the council officers, and I actually do take it. I actually take offence at that. And you know, Councillor Strunk is, through you, Mr Chair, is a reasonable person, but there's been a massive loss of life over there, and I think that comparing us to that, I think is a massive disservice, council officers, and I take absolute offence to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. We will now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you for asking. Excellent. Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Howard, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And before moving to the report, I do just want to update the chamber on a few things that have happened over the last week. Last Wednesday was Daggy Jumper Day, and I was very pleased to welcome Di Farmer and Megan Scanlon to the wonderful Central Ward, and particularly for the Brisbane Youth Service Hub. It was a fantastic... I have to say that Di and Megan had much better daggy jumpers than I did, and I have to do much better next year. But it was a fantastic way for the Brisbane Youth Service to highlight the problems that they experience with the young people and homelessness within our city. And I would encourage everyone next year perhaps to participate in Daggy Jumper Day. I've already asked our Brisbane City Council wonderful staff who love getting involved in activities that can raise money for the Brisbane Youth Service, and I think this is a great way for us to do that. So that was a great thing for us to do. On Saturday, I was proud to represent the Lord Mayor at the 78th anniversary of the Victory in Pacific Day, and we were privileged to have a World One veteran attend that service along with the Governor, and it was really, again, I think those anniversaries are just so important for us to continue to recognise, and I really want to thank the RSL at New Farm for continuing that tradition. My understanding is that we are one of the few people within Australia that still recognise the anniversary of the Victory in the Pacific Day.
Councillor Johnson, it's highly inappropriate that you actually pass comment when we're talking about a commemorative service. Councillor Howard.
And through you, Mr Chair, I would be absolutely thrilled if other people decided to recognise the service to this country of all of those people who have made it such a wonderful place to live. On to something else that was a little more uplifting, which was the New Farm District's Historical Society, who did their very first Fortitude Valley Historic Pubs Tour. Now, they did call it a pub tour, not a pub crawl, despite the fact that there were a number of university students that seemed to be doing the pub crawl at the same time, which again made our wonderful Fortitude Valley vibrant and alive. And of course, we've had the amazing Royal Queensland Show, known as the Ekka, and which we're all just so excited to see the crowds returning to such a wonderful event. And I know that everyone in this chamber is pleased for the organisers and for the city, for the country to meet the city, and for everyone to have such a great time. Turning to the report, we had a presentation on our council's 24/7 library lockers. Now, through you, Mr Chair, these have been absolutely amazingly well received, and I know that we trialled the first one at Holland Park, and I'm fairly sure that the Deputy Mayor has received some fairly good feedback on it. We were told that with evolving customer expectations, that Council had identified the opportunity to improve the access to library services through the installation of these 24/7 library lockers. And customers are able to place items on hold through the BNE Libraries app, through Council's online library catalogue, through eLibcat, or in person, and are notified when their hold is available. So currently customers have 4 days to collect their held items, and this time frame is being monitored to ensure that customers have sufficient time to collect their items. The committee was shown a video demonstrating how to use the 24/7 library lockers, and they've even been profiled on ABC Brisbane, and I know that our library staff are very excited about this new innovation, and I really want to say a huge thank you to all of our librarians and our library staff right across Brisbane, because we know that they are dedicated to a better Brisbane, and this is just another way of showing it. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. And yes, I've been attending a local one for 15 years in my ward, but you know. The report before us today is about library lockers. And I looked at this with interest because, and wrote to the head librarian about this, because I'm concerned, well, I was concerned particularly that, you know, when it was announced in the budget that it was Holland Park and Carina that were the pilot sites. And then when I read this report, I became even more concerned. And the additional locker locations are Bracken Ridge, The Grange, Mitchelton and New Farm. Does anybody have any idea what the following 6 libraries have in common? Holland Park, Carina, Bracken Ridge, The Grange, Mitchelton and New Farm. Anybody want to take a guess? Come on. LNP.
Councillors.
LNP. Thank you.
Lord Mayor. Councillors.
And I'll take the Lord Mayor's interjection. It's 70% of the city. But it's 100% of a new council program. So it's not representative, it's not transparent, it's not fair. It's just politics to him, yeah. I actually think it's worse than that, because then you look at, let me repeat these locations: Holland Park, Carina, Bracken Ridge, Grain, Mitchelton and New Farm. There's pretty much 2 areas of Brisbane that are almost completely ignored. You could probably, if you stretched it, call Mitchelton in the west, but pretty much west of the inner city, there are no book libraries. And in the southwestern suburbs, there is just nothing at all. Nothing at all. I mean, the LNP used to make an attempt to actually spread things around the city, at least have one in each region. But their pork barrelling has become so entrenched that the only thing they're doing now is putting things into their own LNP wards. Personally, I find that appalling. Why is council directing all of the resources that the ratepayers of Brisbane, whether they vote Liberal, Labor, Green or Independent, why is this Lord Mayor, who's supposed to govern for the whole city, directing council resources into LNP wards? Because I'm quite sure it would not be the manager of library services in Brisbane, would it? I mean, a council officer wouldn't be making the decision to pork barrel in LNP wards. Surely the manager of library services in Brisbane conducted a fair and transparent review of where these services should go. As it happened, they've just all happened to pop up in the LNP areas. There's 3 libraries in my ward. You'd think maybe one of them might get a look in. There's only 33 libraries, I think, across the whole city. 6 of them are in getting these book lockers. So what I would just say is this is an excellent indication of the fact that the LNP are simply governing for themselves and they are not governing for the people of Brisbane. And not only are they not governing for the people of Brisbane and ensuring a fair allocation of ratepayers' funds for new initiatives in this city, they have completely neglected the southwestern suburbs altogether. I know that Forest Lake doesn't have a library and they've always wanted one. Forest Lake Ward? No. Or Angeles? Anala. Callanvale. I know Callanvale Ward doesn't have a library. And I know the Labor councillors have tried hard for one, but there are actually 3 in Tennyson Ward. I know Councillor Griffiths got, technically I share that one with you, Annalie, I guess. So what's happened? Why on earth are library officers directing all these resources into LNP wards? Now, I hope Councillor Howard stands up and says, I made that decision. I decided where these would go. Because otherwise, somebody's got to explain why the southwestern suburbs of Brisbane are being neglected, why the libraries in my part of the world, which are extremely busy, certainly could support these services. Plenty of room at Annalie, plenty of room at Corinda. Fairfield's a little bit problematic, but I'm sure you could negotiate with the shopping centre for space out the front. We've just got an Amazon delivery service. We've just got Australia Post lockers. Surely they could fit some council lockers. It's only, I don't know how many years now, about 4 or 5, no, 6 years probably.
Chair. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Are we listening?
Yes, I heard 3 words.
Multiple times.
Yes, and he was called out. Yeah, I looked at Councillor Murphy and called him out. Councillor Murphy's been called out all afternoon. Councillor Johnston, you've got the call.
Just to be clear, if you look at a council now, is that a warning?
I would probably consider it, yes.
This is not a joke. This is
Councillor
not
Johnson,
a joke.
to the report, please.
Well, I was.
If you digress from the report, I will drag you back to the report.
Well, I haven't digressed from the report. Let me just be clear. I'm the one that's being interjected on. Look, and I don't normally mind too much, to be honest. However, it is very rude when you call me out, but not others. That's my point. Now, I will just say that the neglect that this administration is showing for the people of southwestern Brisbane is appalling. Libraries should be treated fairly. There should be funding made available for this program geographically across the city, not just pork barrelling in LNP wards. And it's very disappointing that the libraries that my residents use have been ignored altogether. We know in Fairfield particularly that residents have strongly supported an extension of library services. And a book, the book lockers would be brilliant at Fairfield because the library shut on Monday. It's only open part of the day on Saturday, and it's a massively busy shopping centre that's open 7 days a week, you know, for 15 hours a day. So this would enable so many more people who work shift work or after hours to access council libraries. And, you know, it's interesting that these libraries don't seem to have had a very strong response that have already been, maybe Careena's a bit better than Holland Park, but only 36% of holds were outside of library opening hours. That would seem that, you know, that's a pretty low response, I would have thought. So I guess I just wanted to put on the record my disgust that this pork barrelling is happening. I'm really interested in whether it was directed by a political master or whether the manager of library services actually made this decision. How this decision was arrived at, I think, is an interesting one because, you know, 15 years I've been in this place and, you know, up until the last couple of years there's been a general attempt to try and spread out pilots a little bit geographically around the city or have them in different areas, but to see 6 of these being rolled out just in the LNP wards, and, you know, quite a few of them are marginal wards. Holland Park, definitely. They're under 5%. Careena, where's Careena? Which, that probably isn't. That'd be Councillor Murphy, I'd say. Bracken Ridge, The Grange, definitely. Mitchelton, definitely. And New Farm, I think, be pretty close. So it even correlates even more closely with the seats the LNP have to hold. So I just say to all the council officers listening up there...
Councillors, please. Councillor Johnson.
I just say to all the council officers listening up there in Brisbane Square that your job is to act fairly and on behalf of all the ratepayers of Brisbane, not just your LNP political masters, and allocating funding solely to LNP wards for programs that should be fairly spread across the city is unreasonable and it is wrong. And I would say to you, if you're asked to do something like this in future, you should push back because this is blatant, inappropriate pork barrelling that neglects some really, really good libraries in Brisbane, and this is a useful program and it should be more fairly rolled out around this city.
Further speakers? Councillor Howard, right, a reply? No. We will now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cunningham, Finance and City Governance Committee, please.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Huang that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just very briefly, item A was the committee presentation on Brisbane's new floral emblem and specifically an update on the consultation process. As councillors should be aware, following resident suggestions for a native floral emblem, we've undertaken consultation to find a new floral motif for our city to sit alongside the poinsettia. We were blown away by community interest during stage 1 of the consultation earlier this year, with over 880 survey responses and submissions. The responses were analysed looking at the criteria that were considered most important to residents and cross-referencing these with the species put forward in the survey. The process had input and advice from both internal and external subject matter experts. This led to the final shortlist of 4 species, and they are the Brisbane wattle, the Brisbane lily, the firewheel tree and the dwarf silky oak. Voting is open on these 4 species until the 12th of September, and so far we've had around 1,500 people vote. Through you, Mr Chair, I'd encourage all councillors in this place to promote this engagement with their residents and encourage Brisbane residents to have their say on our new floral emblem. I'll leave the rest to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Are there any further speakers? No? We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 5A on the agenda. Councillor Johnson, could you please move your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I move that I move that Brisbane City Council abolishes the Better Suburbs Initiative Board.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey that Brisbane City Council abolish the Better Suburbs Initiative Board. Is there any debate? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Look, this is a simple but I think very timely motion given Council's debacle when it's come to city planning in the past week. And most people in Brisbane will have no idea what the Better Suburbs Initiative Board is, so I think this will be somewhat of a surprise to people to hear about this organisation directing council planning behind the scenes in a secret committee. The Better Suburbs Initiative Board is about 4 years old. It is appointed solely at the discretion of the LNP behind closed doors in E&C. Their appointments don't come to council, and we have no say publicly or transparently about how this board operates. The board itself is comprised of 4 people plus a council officer. Ross Elliott, who is the chair of the Better Suburbs Initiative Board, Gary Hargraves, who's the deputy chair, Charlotte Fitzgerald, who is a member, Christopher Mountford, who is a member, and the manager of City Planning and Economic Development Brisbane. He's been a very busy man in the last week. It is incredible to me when I've looked into this. The way I found out about it is that they are the what do I call them? The Clayton planning officers of Brisbane City Council, who've been working with developers to change the zoning or have developer-led proposals around Brisbane in areas where the zoning is not supported for the certain type of development, largely residential or mixed use. So this board, of course, is supposed to do the following. The board will provide advice on. Now, who they're providing advice to, I'm not real sure, because it's not coming here to council, so it must be going to council officers and it must be going to the LNP, because that advice is not being tabled in this place, that advice is not being made transparent, that advice is not being published in any way. It is completely secret. So this board is providing secret advice on, and I quote, solutions required to enable renewal of strategic suburban locations in a manner which facilitates development in partnership with local investors and the local community. Now, that's its first job. I'll just mention the other throughs. Coordinated approach to infrastructure delivery, planning and development issues in suburban locations throughout Brisbane. I mean, I wonder if they had a hand in the LGIP and the LTIP. The successful delivery of projects, services and initiatives for suburban locations throughout Brisbane, and future priorities for investment to help inform budget processes and cross-government projects. Now, this sounds like something that should be published, that should be transparent, and every resident in Brisbane should know what the ex-Liberal Party politician and the property industry professionals who comprise this board are doing when they're secretly advising Brisbane City Council. because it's not being published. Now, you can go and get a copy of the minutes, which is really an agenda. So I've done that. I've gone up and have a look at what's going on, and that's where I found some very interesting information. I found that the Better Suburbs Initiative Board has been meeting with individual developers, for example, and getting advice on particular projects and initiatives. And then, of course, the Lord Mayor comes out and publicly announces that he's going to completely override the planning scheme in places like, 12 locations, but Kurilpa's one of them, and one of them is in Hyde Road in Yeronga in my area. So I'm like, oh, there must be a link between this. There must be a link between the Lord Mayor's actions and what this board is doing. And sure enough, it's in there. This board has been engaging with developers and then promoting their interests. And it is very disappointing to see this happening when, and I quote again, that the purpose of this board is to enable the renewal of strategic suburban locations in a manner which facilitates development, and here's the key word, in partnership with local investors and the local community. So they're definitely doing that with the local investors. Have they talked to the local community? I don't think so, certainly not out in my area. What we see out in my area is support for development, developer-led initiatives that override the planning scheme. And it's very disappointing to see these people who are paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Let me say that again, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for these positions that are unaccountable to this council or in any public way. What we see is the board meeting with these developers like the paint factory, and sure enough, a year or so later along comes a developer-led initiative, and what happens once that occurs? You find the chair of the Better Suburbs Initiative Board, Ross Elliott, who is an employee, to my understanding, of Suburban Futures, of which the paint factory is an active member, out there publicly supporting the paint factory's development. Now, I don't know what a conflict of interest might be, because I'm not sure how much money the paint factory pays Suburban Futures to be a member, or if they pay, but I'd be very concerned when you have cosy relationships like this, where individual developers who are member organisations of your board chair, who are paid as part of that organisation, who then are promoting and spruiking particular developments of that board, and that is what's going on. That post went up just recently on Mr. Ross Elliott's LinkedIn account, and it is extremely concerning to me to see somebody who is supposed to be a board person who is engaging with the local community simply out there spruiking a developer-led proposal without any discussion with our community whatsoever. You could throw a rock down Hyde Road and no one would know who Ross Elliott is. He's never bothered to come out and speak to us, and I know that the Yeronga District Residents Association have been trying for years to get a neighbourhood plan to speak to these people. It is just appalling that this LNP administration is allowing a former property council executive and property professionals like Ross Elliott, Charlotte Fitzgerald and Chris Mountford to direct council planning and policy. And of course Gary Hargrave. So this board is stacked with property professionals and development professionals and LNP mates. Yes. You cannot get a better example of how the planning in this city is going wrong. And I am appalled when I read publicly the chair of this board spruiking one of his paid members' projects in what is a clear conflict of interest, in my view, a clear conflict of interest. Because if you're being paid and you're being paid by an organisation and giving advice on planning in this city, really you should be not commenting on projects where you have an interest, a financial interest. It is concerning to me that that has happened. So I just want to put on the record a couple of other things. I know that Councillor Adam Allen likes to go off and talk to Ross Elliott's Suburban Futures board. He's been off along with Ross and John, so it's a cosy little group where they get together. And I know Councillor Allen went along and the blurb for the speech was, learn about how the transition from redundant industrial to mixed-use hipster heaven is going to be managed. Right? No one's bothered to talk to our community, not this board. This board that is paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, this board who is not accountable publicly to this council or to the community. It is not appropriate. This board must be abolished. Planning needs to be...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Can I just ask you to remind Councillor Johnson that there is no privilege in this place, and there has been some serious defamation in the last 7 or 8 minutes that we've listened, and she may want to check what she's saying.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, can I remind you that there is no protection in this place and that you should keep that in mind when delivering your speech?
Yes, and the point I'm making is the paint factory is a member of Suburban Futures. Ross Elliott is the Executive Director of Suburban Futures. He is the chairperson of the Brisbane Better Suburbs Initiative Board, and he's out there spruiking development. He's not out there talking to the community. This board has to go. There needs to be transparency and accountability.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Your time
planning.
has expired. Are there further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak briefly to this motion. You know, our city is transforming. The forthcoming population increase, of course, is a part of this transformation, and planning and development and how that will look for our communities plays a central role. This experience, though, isn't individualised to Brisbane City Council. We have increasing populations across the southeast Queensland within Ipswich Regional Council, Gold Coast Regional Council, Moreton Bay Regional Council. But where Brisbane City Council differs is the Better Suburbs Initiative Board, which is tasked with various initiatives, objectives. Councillor Johnson has spoken to most of them. I want to speak specifically to some where the waters get really murky, and those are the coordinated approach to infrastructure delivery, planning and development issues in suburban locations throughout Brisbane, and future priorities for investment. As I mentioned earlier, Brisbane's transforming, and I think residents across this city would be shocked to know that there is this secretive, mysterious board.
Councillor Allen, please. Councillor Massey.
Right.
Bless you.
Bless you. Oh.
Councillor Massey,
Wow.
please, you've got the call.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Trina. You just might want to tenure. The Lord Mayor just quite loudly interjected that that was the best contribution so far. Contrary to the meeting's local law, it is inappropriate that the Lord Mayor makes such statements, particularly when this is a very serious issue.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
It should not be treated in this way.
I do understand where you are going with this, and I will remind you that you did make an inappropriate interjection referring to the war in the Pacific while Councillor Howard was speaking as well. So we are not going to call pot kettles black in this place. Thank you. Councillor Massey, you've got the call. Councillor.
I'm sorry, Mr Chairman, I did not make an inappropriate interjection. I said there was one in my ward. That's not an inappropriate interjection, and your characterisation of that is inappropriate, and I would ask that you withdraw it.
I'm quite happy to stand on that. I heard you interject, and I called it at the time.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr Chair. You see the problem. You will not call the Lord Mayor out on his interjecting. So will you take action against the Lord Mayor's inappropriate interjections?
I'm going to remind the chamber that Councillor Massey has the call, and we're going to hear her in silence. That is what I'm going to do. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Massey, you've got the call.
As I was saying, the majority of people that live in residence across Brisbane do not know about this board. The meetings aren't made publicly available. Decisions or discussions within them are often missing, and there's a lack of understanding about it. And that in itself is an issue, because this is a board that meets with developers that are delivering developer-led initiatives that affect our city, not just today, but far into the future. And it's pretty obnoxious when this council comes out and says community engagement is important, when it talks about, you know, some of the principles used in here, like placemaking. Key to placemaking is community buy-in, right? When there is no community buy-in, when there are 5 people having meetings, making conversations, advising whom, unclear. I think we can, you know, maybe take a guess. And that's the real challenge with this board. You know, we have a responsibility here. I've talked about the city transforming, and the residents across the city already feel like they have no say. I mean, even in my constituents, I know my residents are still fighting the TLPI, and they'll continue fighting it all the way through, because that application of rule from above, developer-led development, where is it coming from, right? And I know that residents across the city feel like they have no real say, and they want to have a real say in how their city transforms, is built for the better of Brisbane. The Better Brisbane Initiative Board and the secrecy around it is a part of the mistrust that we're creating within the community. And that wave of mistrust is only increasing, and it keeps increasing. And that wave will come upon us, and it possibly will come upon us during the election. And so that's why I am supporting this motion, because community and residents should be a central part of any renewal, development and planning. And it should not be people from the property and development industry to lead. It's time to abolish the Better Brisbane Initiative Board and develop a model that actually involves residents and is transparent in the delivery of development across the city.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers on the motion? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. I was happy to let the administration rise, but no one from the administration has risen, namely the Lord Mayor. Yes. I rise in support of this motion and abolishing the Better Suburbs Initiative Board. I came across this Lord Mayor appointed Better Suburbs Initiative Board as part of the Maruka Salisbury Nathan draft neighbourhood plan. Can I say I regard it as very murky, and I have grave concerns about it and its operation. There's some points I'd like to make that I really think the chamber, all councillors, I'm not sure all LNP councillors understand the significance of this board. If they did, I think they'd be worried. The board was appointed by the Lord Mayor. The board are paid $200,000 a year using ratepayer funds. Oh, and they got a pay rise in the latest budget that the Lord Mayor approved. I think there was a $10,000 pay rise. Four members of the board have links to the development industry, and 3 members of the board are members or have been members of the LNP. I've been informed the board goes, and this is with my own area, but then I've since discovered it with other areas of the city. I've been informed that the board goes and meets with property owners regarding what they want to see in relation to development in their areas. So the board doesn't go and talk to community members. The board goes and speaks to property owners and asks them what they want. But the clincher for me was the concern, and I only found this out via a very concerned member of the organisation. The clincher for me is that the board actually meets with council planners, and they sit round a table and they discuss the local plan and they discuss where they want to see development, where they want to see high-rise, where they want to see things going. I got the minutes of that meeting and there was none of that discussion in those minutes. It was just Maruka, Salisbury, Nathan, local plan. I have those minutes at my office. So that concerns me even more, that there's this group appointed by the Lord Mayor that is meeting with council officers and giving feedback directly into our local plans. So I don't think the board is transparent. I don't think the board is accountable, and I think the board is murky. I think the board should not exist. I agree. Just like the community should have their say, so should developers. And the process for developers to have their say should be alongside the community, not run separately. So I'm not against developers having a say, but it should be transparent and it should be the same process as the community. And when I took this information to a public meeting, had 400 residents there at Maruka Bowls Club, and they heard this information, they were horrified. They were visibly horrified. No, Councillor Cassidy was there. They were horrified. And people were calling it corrupt. And it's certainly, if it's not corrupt, it's damn murky. And people didn't feel like this was, like they were being treated fairly. They felt like developers were being given a go. And this is certainly the feedback you get all the time being a councillor is, oh, council, always looking after the developers, not looking after residents, all the time. And it's no wonder they think that. What I suppose in summary, I think for me, is there's a clear picture that's been built up over the last 3 or 4 meetings, of how this 20-year administration, 20-year-old LNP administration is being run and what they stand for it. Be that we have a clear position on what they stand and how they stand with koalas and koala deaths. We have a clear position of what they stand for in relation to disability and fixing footpaths. And I suspect today we're going to have another clear position in relation to this Better Suburbs Board. And what I say is that we're painting a very black and white picture of what this administration, what this mayor stands for. And I think what we'll be able to take out to residents is, this is what we stand for, this is what the mayor and his councillors stand for. And I think that needs to be taken to every resident in Brisbane, so that when they come to making their decision next March about how this city's run, they get a very clear choice about what we will do. And certainly we won't be supporting a Better Suburbs Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? No one, right? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on the notified motion today. Mr Chair, I want to start by highlighting the role of the Better Suburbs Initiative Board, and that is to guide and provide independent advice on renewal across the city, with a focus on the suburbs outside the city's inner 5 kilometres. And I'd just like to make this point early on in the response, because a lot has been said by the speakers to date. But the board provides insight and advice only. The board makes no decisions on planning matters, and the board has no official powers. So, in the context of Brisbane and the Better Suburbs Initiative, we know that creating better suburbs will enhance quality of life within local communities by facilitating greater residential, employment and retail opportunities closer to where people live. Brisbane has a strong history of urban renewal, with previous council projects reforming inner city precincts. Under the Urban Renewal Task Force of the 90s, derelict industrial suburbs such as Newstead, Tenerife, Fortitude Valley and Bowen Hills were revitalised. This was something pursued by a Labor council, one we no longer recognise, because the Labor of the 90s and now, there is no similarity. Trevor Radcliffe, a great man of this city, focused on suburban renewal, and these renewed suburbs are now some of the most prized in the city, and people want to live there. Even to this day, new homes are under construction in Newstead, and this suburban renewal has facilitated the creation of thousands of new homes in the last 20 years. But it's not surprising to see Councillor Johnston team up with the Greens to oppose new housing in the city.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you. Councillors. Councillor Allen, you've got the call.
Mr Chair, it's Team NIMBY on that side of the chamber, and they are actively making the housing crisis worse.
Point of order. Misrepresentation.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor Massey.
And point of order. Claim misrepresentation.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I have, just so a lot just happened just then. Councillor Johnson, you've got 2 misrepresentations. Councillor Massey, you've got 1. Thank you. Councillor Allen.
In the context of Newstead and Tenerife, you only have to visit these areas to see how live-work communities in the inner city have been created, local economies revived, and the exodus of local residents and businesses reversed. This in turn sparked a revival in inner city living and transformed the rundown inner northeastern suburbs without damaging the fabric of existing communities or demolishing the industrial heritage of the area. It is clear that Brisbane has been and is a leader in urban renewal. And when the board was created several years ago, it was envisioned that we would also become a leader in suburban renewal. As such, the Better Suburbs Initiative Board provides advisory support to Council to support this vision. The board assists Council to identify opportunities to facilitate viable investment and reinvigoration, enhancing suburban quality of life through enhanced economic performance and infrastructure investment in the suburbs of Brisbane. Unlike Councillor Johnston and Councillor Massey, the board is comprised of members who have extensive careers, involvement in and knowledge of the property industry and suburban renewal. Also, they have a broad range of knowledge in urban design, planning and placemaking, and are strong advocates on the development of great places. Additionally, the board has experience in exploring opportunities that support the creation of great communities, with an interest in services that support residential developments such as economic, retail, social and educational outcomes. And I would take the opportunity to point out that 2 members on this board have strong educational credentials and are active in that space at the moment. Last year, we announced a key priority, suburban renewal precincts, to emulate our urban renewal experience. These precincts aim to meet the demand for new homes sooner with the right product in the right location. We want to leverage existing and future infrastructure, but it's not just about housing. We want strong economic outcomes as well. We want to create new...
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Just to your point on relevance, I mean, these are lovely general statements, but the motion before us is about abolishing the board. So perhaps the chair could bring his comments back to the motion before us today.
Councillors, Councillor Johnston, you have the right of reply, so you can debate that in your right of reply. Thank you. Councillor Allen.
But it's not just about housing, Chair. We want strong economic outcomes as well. We want to create new, vibrant, mixed-use communities in the suburbs.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
Again, I ask you on the point of relevance. The planning chairperson is talking about what the LNP want, which is general planning outcomes. This motion is about abolishing the Better Suburbs Initiative Board. And the two things are completely different. And you've been very strict about this today, Mr Chair, and I ask you to draw him back to the motion before us today.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. You'll find that we'll be very strict about this every day, not just today. And Councillor Allen, in his opening comments, established a relationship between the Better Suburbs Initiative Board and his portfolio. Yes. Councillor Allen.
Mr Chair, the points I'm making will become evident once the vote is taken. But it's clear that Councillor Johnston and Councillor Massey, through moving this motion today, do not care about the suburbs. They do not want the right housing in the right locations.
Point of order, Councillor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
They do not want the right housing in the right locations. They do not want to leverage existing infrastructure to support supply. They do not want to support strong economic outcomes in the suburbs.
Point of order.
Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation.
Noted. Thank you.
They do not want new, vibrant, mixed-use communities in the suburbs. And Mr Chair, Councillor Johnston and Councillor Massey's lack of support for the suburbs is evident every week in this chamber.
Point of order.
A misrepresentation, Councillor Johnston?
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
They continually fail to support a coordinated approach.
Sorry, Councillor Allen. Councillor Wines, to your interjection, they are not acts of disorder. They absolutely are not, because they're going, the points of order being made on what Councillor Allen is saying at the time. Councillor Allen, please continue.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
You certainly could. Certainly could. Councillors.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Councillors, hang on a sec. Councillor Massey, can you just resume your seat for a second, please?
I'm Councillor Whitney, but
sorry, Councillor Whitney, can you just resume your seat for a second? We're not going to debate this. Councillor Allen has the call. We are working through a motion, right? Cooperation is essential for this to happen. Councillor Whitney, your point of order. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. They continually fail to support a coordinated approach to infrastructure delivery, planning and development in suburban locations throughout Brisbane. The Better Suburbs Initiative, and through the board who provides advice and guidance on this initiative, it is one of the many ways the Schrinner Council is planning for the future and is looking for opportunities that will renew and support our suburban places and spaces. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Johnson, your 4 points of misrepresentation.
Yeah. First one was that I oppose new housing in the suburbs, which is just untrue. In fact, the vast majority of development applications that come through Tennyson Ward, I don't oppose at all.
Thank you.
The second point of misrepresentation was that I am making the housing crisis worse. Clearly, I'm not. And I am extremely concerned that such a blatant lie could be stated by the planning chairperson. It's offensive and untrue. The third one was that I don't care about the suburbs, which, you know, I think 15 and a half years and 74% of the vote demonstrates pretty clearly that Councillor Allen's talking out of a part of his body that really he shouldn't be. And the fourth one is that I show a lack of support for the suburbs. Every single thing that I do is about supporting the suburbs in my area and around the city. And it is truly offensive that
Point of order.
Councillor
Just one moment, Councillor Wines. Can you just resume your seat? Councillor Johnson, have you finished your last point of order? Can you please finish that?
Thank you. And it is truly offensive that these false statements have been made by Councillor Allen.
Councillor Johnson, you made a comment during your misrepresentation that was completely inappropriate in referring to someone else's anatomy. Would you care to withdraw that statement? Councillor Griffiths, thank you for supporting me in encouraging Councillor Johnson to withdraw that.
I don't know, what did I say?
You referred, I'm not going to repeat it, but I would kindly ask you to withdraw the reference to the other councillor's anatomy.
Mr Chair, I didn't make a reference to any... I did not make a reference to any part of any councillor's anatomy.
In that case, can you please apologise for not paying attention to what you're saying?
I know exactly what I said, but I did not mention any councillor's anatomy specifically, and if you think I did, please tell me what I said.
Deputy Mayor, would you care to inform the chamber what she said?
It was very clearly said that Councillor Allen was obviously speaking out another part of his body that he should not be.
Thank you. That's exactly what was said. Would you care to withdraw that statement?
No.
Councillor Murphy.
No. Councillor Adam has stood up and said some of the most offensive and heinous things I've ever heard in this place. Out of the side of his mouth.
Councillor Wines, just one moment. Councillor Johnson, while I'm speaking, you do not talk. Now, I am directing you to withdraw that statement. I believe it is offensive not only to this chamber but also to the councillor. If you cannot at least extend a small amount of courtesy to other councillors in this chamber, God help you. Please withdraw the statement. Councillor Johnson, the Deputy Mayor has repeated what you said. Can you please withdraw it?
Mr Chairman, because you're directing me to withdraw, I did not refer
Councillor Johnson, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct and in accordance with section 21(4)
You didn't even let me speak.
Are you going to withdraw it or not?
I am attempting to, but you let me speak 3 or 4 words and cut me off. Now, this is not appropriate.
I'm happy for you
I'm the one that has been vilified in the chamber here today, and it is
Councillors,
not okay.
please.
Now, if you want me to withdraw, give me the opportunity to do so.
I have given you multiple opportunities to withdraw, Councillor Johnson. Are you going to withdraw?
I was attempting to
Thank
when
you.
you
Please
cut me
continue.
off.
Please continue.
As you are directing me to withdraw, I did not refer to any specific body part, but I will withdraw the general comment and say that I was talking about talking out the side of his mouth.
I'm struggling to believe that, but anyway. Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for withdrawing that statement. I do appreciate it. Councillor Massey, your 2 misrepresentations.
Thanks, Chair. I think the first one, I mean, there was some outrageous things. I should have probably done more. But the first one was that I am rejecting housing when I have openly said I support medium to high density development as per the city plan. The second point is that I don't support the suburbs or development in the suburbs. These were total lies.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Councillor Johnson, you have a right of reply. Sorry, Councillor Cassie.
Thanks
any
very
further
much, Chair.
speakers? My apologies.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just want to reflect on the contribution that Councillor Allen, the Chair of the City Planning Committee, has just made on this motion. And Councillor Griffiths has already outlined our support for the motion to abolish the Better Suburbs Initiative Board. And it was interesting to listen to Councillor Allen try and justify why it's important in trying to compare it to the Urban Renewal Brisbane, which was the process that he said Labor undertook in the 1990s to deliver urban renewal in Bowen Hills and Newstead and New Farm and places like that, Tenerife, Fortitude Valley, of course. But what he fails to mention is that that process was a master planning process which involved the community at every step of the way, which was delivered alongside what was called local area plans, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair. And those plans were voluminous. I've got the original local area plan for Sandgate, not saying that was included in the urban renewal, but they were massive. They had 6 volumes. They talked about all of the transport planning, the community facility planning, the environmental planning, the density planning, how those changes in a community would be met by council working with the community. That process, the urban renewal process, led to master plans for Newstead, Tenerife, Fortitude Valley, Bowen Hills, facilitating the redevelopment of those underutilised industrial areas, which delivered 6,500 new homes in those areas, a $22 million upgrade to Brisbane sewer, a $220 million upgrade to, the inner city bypass, not upgrade, the building the inner city bypass, of course, the $7 million upgrade to Brunswick Street and Chinatown malls, reviving inner city culture with delivering the Brisbane Powerhouse and the Judith Wright Centre, and managing the catalytic redevelopment of key council buildings, including Green Square, Emporium and Riverside Park, Newstead River Park.
Chair.
Sorry, point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Cassidy, take a question.
Councillor Cassidy, would you care to take a question? No, at this particular point in time, Councillor Cassidy is refraining from taking a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure the Deputy Mayor will make that contribution shortly on what she wanted to say. So that was a comprehensive process that led to major catalytic changes in Brisbane and renewing inner urban areas and delivering housing and delivering great community outcomes. Really, really great. You know, the LNP get up here and wax lyrical about all of those great achievements. They talk about the Powerhouse a lot in New Farm Park. They talk about the nighttime economy in the valley. All of those things were possible through that process. But they're not going to be possible through the process which Councillor Allen is talking about now, because they've scrapped neighbourhood planning. Sure, we were very critical of the neighbourhood planning process.
Councillors?
We were very critical of the neighbourhood planning process under the LNP administration. But at least when they had those, the advice that those council planning officers and Councillor Allen and the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor were receiving from the Better Suburbs Initiative Board had to be fed in somehow in some process. But what we've got now under the LNP is the Better Suburbs Initiative Board advising council officers directly and LNP politicians exclusively about TLPIs. That's it. That's the extent of planning in Brisbane now. That's it. Interject with something, I'll take it.
Councillor Cassidy,
That's it. That's the extent of planning now in Brisbane City Council under the LNP. They've got their Better Suburbs Board, and they're doing TLPIs. And he tries to somehow compare that, and they think it's a laughing matter. He's sitting over there giggling, the Deputy Mayor and the Chair are giggling amongst each other, and the Deputy Mayor's not going to, I assume she will contribute after this. So you cannot compare, Councillor Allen cannot compare that process that occurred through the 1990s through urban renewal and delivery of housing and community infrastructure, the very best example of planning in Brisbane, with what the LNP are undertaking now today. This secretive board, and I heard Councillor Allen giggling away earlier when Councillor Massey was talking about it being secretive, and he said, well, you know about it, so it can't be that secretive. If a councillor can sort of figure it out, it mustn't be that secretive. That's what he said. Councillor Allen, through you, Chair, you won't respond, but a rhetorical question: how does a resident in Brisbane that might be affected by a TLPI find out about the deliberations of the Better Suburbs Initiative Board and how they impacted on that? There's no public records of this. There were lots of public records of discussions around urban renewal Brisbane through the 1990s. So the LNP, after 20 long years in power, have gone so far now that there is no accountability, no transparency in terms of planning. We need more housing in Brisbane. We need more density in Brisbane. But the way in which they're doing it is taking the advice of five people in secret, and then implementing a TLPI on certain places that the Lord Mayor and Councillor Allen just plucked out of the air. They've started with Kurilpa, and then they've just gone through a list of where shopping centres are. And that's where it's going to be next, and apparently that's good planning. Well, I think the first step to getting better planning in Brisbane is more accountability and transparency, and that's by abolishing the Better Suburbs Initiative Board, and then it's by abolishing this LNP administration.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
I wasn't going to speak, but I couldn't let that rewriting of history and blatant mistruths from Councillor Cassidy go onto the record without a reply. Trevor Ratcliffe, one name.
Just one moment. Can we have a bit of silence, please? Deputy
Trevor
Mayor?
Ratcliffe. Wasn't even a board. Wasn't even a board. And do we think Trevor Radcliffe spoke to developers? Of course he did. Because that's how you do master plans. You speak to people that own the property. Oh, they say. Councillor Griffiths, the only person who's been here for 20 years in this place, knows damn well the role that Trevor Radcliffe played in all of those fantastic projects that Councillor Cassidy spoke about. The one thing I do agree with Councillor Cassidy is that those projects were fantastic and they were master planned. And they were master planned by my name, Trevor Radcliffe, who reported to the planning chair, Councillor Hinchliffe, and that was the transparency of the planning in the Sawley eras. And don't even start me on Lord Jim and the way he plans. So that rewriting of that we would never do this is just a crock. We have always in this place used external experts in their field to give.
Councillor Cassidy.
It's a polite way of not swearing, which we've been asked to do.
We're going to be quiet. Councillor Cassidy, we're going to refrain from making interjections while people are speaking. Councillor Adams. Sorry, there's two A's in my eyeline.
Just put into the record that those who are saying that we've been vilified, and I've said the word crock and have just been told I have a filthy mouth.
Please continue, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Cassidy listed a lot of fantastic projects that have absolutely regenerated this city. And yes, they were established through the ALP Jim Sawley era, but they were done through an external advisor who spoke to landowners across the city, just like we are doing with several experts in education, in planning education, within expertise in suburban renewal, just like the ALP did. But we've got several external supporters. They had one man, and apparently so important we named them all after him. So it's very, very clear how important that external person was. And this is not to say anything against Trevor Radcliffe. He did wonderful work in this city. But for those opposite to stand and say that they would never do this is just blatant mistruths. And that is why we will not be supporting this motion, because it is absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further speakers? No. Councillor Johnson, your right of reply.
I think Wow's right. There's one thing that I know following this debate today, and I'll just put on the record again what the motion is. The motion is a simple one. It says that this council should abolish the Better Suburbs Initiative Board, an unelected group of ex-Liberals and property professionals that the LNP has secretly appointed, being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to undertake a secret planning process behind closed doors. Now, in response to that, the planning chairperson stood up and just unleashed a completely untrue personal attack on me and Councillor Massey, and then took credit for a bunch of things Labor did, and used that to justify this council's current position, which we know that they get desperate, the LNP, when they've got to rely on what Labor did to justify their position, because that's how it works. What I will say is this.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
Anyway, what I will say is this. It is even clearer to me that this was the right motion to bring. I strongly support abolition of this board. This board is completely conflicted. When you have the chair of this board also being the director of another organisation that takes money from developers who are coming to the board itself and then commenting publicly and supporting those developments, that is a conflict of interest. And it is absolutely inappropriate that somebody with a conflict of interest should be involved in secretly advising the LNP on planning policy in Brisbane. Now, the poor old one council officer on this board who's under a lot of pressure because of the LGIP and LTIP stuff up, we don't know what he's doing. There are no reports back to council. There are no reports to councillors. There's no community consultation with this board. We don't know what decisions are made. There's a single list of each meeting, and it's a one-page, sometimes 1.5 pages, of the issues that were discussed. There's no decisions, there's no information, and it is appallingly unaccountable. Murky was the word I heard, and I agree completely. I also feel very sorry for Councillor Allen when he says that this is independent advice. I mean, I don't think he understands the word independent. When you've got your LNP mates and property professionals advising you, and only those people, that is not independent. That is advice that is coming from a particular point of view, and it is not being tested with our community. There is no community consultation going on here. I feel sorry for the council officers who clearly have been sidelined. Clearly, I mean, this just shows the level of distrust and disrespect that the LNP has for council officers. First of all, they abolish the neighbourhood planning process, which I agree was completely flawed, but at least it was a transparent and accountable way for planning decisions to be made in this place. It came up here, we voted on it, and we stand on our record. And Councillor Murphy's laughing now. Instead, what is going on is that these decisions are being made in secret by the Lord Mayor's hand-picked mates. It is inappropriate. This is a waste of ratepayers' money. And as I said, the council officers should be leading planning processes. Of course, we can seek advice from landowners. Of course, you can seek advice from developers. Of course, you can seek advice from experts. But you do it in a way that is transparent and open to everybody who is affected by a planning decision, not just those with a financial interest, which is the way this administration is running planning. It's developer-led, and it's something that they support. We know this is what Councillor Allen and the Lord Mayor support. Ross Elliott, the chair of this, promotes the Lord Mayor and Councillor Allen in all of his materials. I mean, it's a cosy relationship. Cosy. It is wrong. Planning should be done accountably and transparently. The first step to doing that is to abolish this board. It is unelected, unrepresentative, unaccountable and overpaid. It should go. We need to restore a transparent planning process back to Brisbane City Council. We need to make sure that if material about zoning or changes to zoning or city plan is put out to the community, not just private discussions with developers, before a developer-led TLPI gets dumped on us in other parts of this city, as is this council's new planning process for the city. We've seen it in Kurilpa, and we are going to see it happening in other parts of Brisbane. Councillor Allen made it very clear during the budget debate that this was the way planning was going to come forward now in this city. I do not think this is good policy. It is not accountable. It is not transparent. And then to make childish arguments like, well, you don't support housing if you don't support this board. I could see that I could see the hundreds of thousands of dollars that this Lord Mayor has paid over this term to the LNP mates and the property industry. He could have given that to the Brisbane Housing Corporation to invest in public housing. That would have been a really good idea. That's something that I would support, because that's what Brisbane Council should be doing to support the housing crisis in Brisbane, is resourcing the Brisbane Housing Corporation. But no, he's giving it to his mates, the people he appoints, the people who promote him. That's the Lord Mayor's interest in this. It is wrong. It is wrong. This board is absolutely inappropriate in the context of a city like Brisbane, which is the biggest local government in Australia and should be leading the example of transparent and accountable public policy. Instead, we've got secret boards making secret, assisting the council, that was Councillor Allen's word, assisting the council to make decisions. Well, I don't think that assistance is needed. The council officers, I think certainly there are some things they can do better, but at least they are accountable to the people of Brisbane through this process and our organisation. It is outrageous that the Lord Mayor is funding this board to the extent that he is, allowing them to provide secret advice just to him and the LNP. It's not published. It's not published on the council website. There's no annual report that gets tabled in the chamber. We're not briefed on their activities, and we find out about what they are doing in their posts on LinkedIn. That is where I've been reading about what's going on, and I am just shocked. I am absolutely shocked at how close and cosy I think the relationship is. This is Ross Elliott, the chair of the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Board, who is also the executive director of Suburban Futures, whose member is the Paint Factory, who pay money to be a member of his organisation. Here is him spruiking one development. The Better Suburbs Initiative has followed this closely as a trigger for new suburban renewal precinct in Yeronga. I mean, it's cosy. Well, how else can you describe it? It's got to stop. This is an area of planning where the LNP have forgotten that they are accountable to the people of Brisbane. So just to be clear, this is a simple motion. I don't think 5 unelected people should be determining the future of planning in Brisbane. I believe there should be an open and transparent process that is accountable to Brisbane City Council and to the elected representatives that are here today. We have been elected to make decisions. Yes, we can take advice, and of course we should. But we should not be outsourcing that advice to a bunch of failed Liberal politicians and ex-Liberal members and property professionals to make that.
Councillors, Councillor Johnson, please continue.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Councillor Murphy's it's just grubby behaviour, really, isn't it? It's just ongoing all the time. But we cannot be outsourcing. Planning in this city to private developers like the Lord Mayor is doing. This board has to go.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Deputy Mayor, your misrepresentation.
Yes, Councillor Johnson, said that I was relying on the ALP to justify our actions. I was absolutely not. I fully support the BSI. I was just pointing out the hypocrisy.
Thank you. We will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
Councillors, the motion has not passed. Please resume your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 5B on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move your motion?
Thanks very much, Chair. I move that Brisbane City Council begins publishing real-time data on its website advising people of the following. 1, damaged footpaths that have been identified for repair or reconstruction. 2, approved work on or temporary closure of a footway.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that Brisbane City Council begins publishing real-time data on its website advising people of the following. 1, damaged footpaths that have been identified for repair or construction, and 2, approved work on or temporary closure of a footway. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Talk is cheap, and that's all we get from this LNP administration week after week. We hear excuses and we hear blame, and we hear LNP councillors talking about what happened 20 years ago. We've just experienced that. We've just lived through that as well now. But the people of Brisbane don't really care about your excuses. They just want some action. People sadly now know that they won't get action from this LNP administration unless they're dragged kicking and screaming. We know that this LNP Lord Mayor and his LNP chairs think that building new footpaths is a joke. He would, given he's only funded 16 of them in the capital budget of this year's budget. If the LNP aren't going to be proactive, then at least they should be forced to be transparent. If footpaths are going to remain broken, dangerous or closed under the Lord Mayor's watch, then people need certainty and to be able to access this important information. The Lord Mayor's well-worn excuse is that he thinks he's already doing enough, but his track record would suggest that's simply not true. Those of us that don't have to struggle with accessibility and mobility issues really have no idea what it must be like for someone who does. Having said that, though, it's not just about people who are in wheelchairs or those who use mobility aids either. It could be parents with prams, families with bikes and scooters, people walking as a means of transport or for exercise. None of those people should have to take their lives into their hands on the neglected footpaths and streets of Brisbane. And I mean that quite literally. There are cases of people having died on broken footpaths in the streets of suburban Brisbane. There are people who are required to use a wheelchair to get around our suburbs and might have to backtrack for hundreds, if not thousands of metres to get around a footpath that's been closed or a footpath that's damaged or broken or that really isn't accessible to today's standards. So real-time data publishing would give residents peace of mind and the ability to plan ahead, and it could potentially save someone's life. This is about showing where damaged footpaths are, where they're located, where they might impair someone's journey around their neighbourhood. And it's also about people knowing where a footpath might be closed for building purposes or some other form of project. It keeps this administration accountable to those people who report these issues as well. To find out that some broken footpaths take years to be repaired is shocking. Shocking to us. I can't imagine what people must think when they find out years after reporting a broken footpath that it's still languishing on a list waiting to be repaired. Now, we accept from time to time footways need to be closed, closures occur, but a bit of warning to people might be nice too if that means they have to backtrack to find somewhere safe to cross. Importantly, it's also an exercise in accountability. It's time for this LNP Lord Mayor to stop grandstanding in this chamber and actually act. Why keep this information so secret? Council approves footway closures. People have to apply to council and get approval to close them. So that info could be published today if the Lord Mayor wanted to. That happens in real time. The Lord Mayor and the LNP know where footpaths need fixing as well. They know the streets that have no footpaths, contrary to what the Lord Mayor said a couple of weeks ago. It's easy enough to be answered in a question on notice or a request for information, then why not publish it? If we need to jog the LNP's memory on the list of broken footpaths, I've got it here. It's 31 pages long and there's 2,221. And that's in just about every single suburb in Brisbane. Now, this isn't information I've gone and collated or made up or asked for members of the public, even though it's largely come from them. This is information that council keeps in nice tabulated format where the location is, the exact address, the suburb, the type of broken and dangerous footpath there as well. And it's about to get a whole lot easier, as we know, because with AI tools now at hand to do those condition reports on roads and footways and footpaths, that could almost publish itself. And if money is an issue, we've got some ideas where you could find the extra dollars if you might need to fund this project. My suspicion is that it would be more useful for people to be able to access this information in real time on Council's website than receiving a glossy newsletter with the Lord Mayor's face all over it. I'm sure there'll be some pre-prepared lines, well-rehearsed lines that they're already doing enough and all those sorts of things, and their silly scare tactics about bulldozing trees and all sorts of stuff about building footpaths. It's actually really simple council work. But I think that's really their approach over the last few months that really sums up the LNP's approach to these basics. They think it's a joke. They've made that clear time and time again. So I say this, if the Lord Mayor isn't going to act, he should be at least forced to be accountable and transparent. I know that word generally isn't part of the LNP vocabulary, but I'll leave the Lord Mayor with this quote. By being open and transparent, we can drive change and accountability that's needed. Now say that again. By being open and transparent, we can drive change and accountability that's needed. Anyone guess who said that? Mm-hmm. David Crisafulli. Wow. When he was talking about real-time data publishing. Yeah. Different topic, same concept. So if it's good enough for the LNP up the road, I'm sure it's good enough for this LNP Mayor to be open and transparent and accountable. This is all information that's right at this Lord Mayor's fingertips. If he wants to genuinely help the people of Brisbane, he should be fixing these footpaths and constructing new footpaths. And he should be open, accountable and transparent. This is a very easy first step to achieve that.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? I see no further... Oh,
Hello.
Councillor Johnson, my apologies.
Yeah, oh, sorry. I thought someone from the LNP might speak on this matter. But I guess footpaths aren't important to them at all. I rise to speak briefly on the notice of motion regarding real-time data publishing. And I think this is an excellent motion from Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier. When I started in council, you would ring up about a damaged footpath and within a matter of days or weeks, the footpath would be repaired. Now, it is a minimum a year to get a footpath repaired. And council may go out and do a little bit of grinding or put bitumen into gaps, and sometimes it can sit there for years. It is completely inadequate response to maintaining pedestrian safety in Brisbane. Brisbane City Council publishes information about the street sweepers and where they go. So why is it Brisbane City Council cannot publish information about where damaged footpaths are and where footpaths need fixing? In my view, this would help residents, perhaps with those with disabilities, avoid those areas because we know people in wheelchairs or with mobility scooters or mobility aids struggle very badly with uneven footpaths and cracked footpaths. It might provide them with an option to avoid those areas if they know that there is a damaged footpath. It also means that this council would be accountable for how long repairs take, and the people of Brisbane would know very transparently what needs doing in this city. It also would make it very clear where work is approved or a temporary closure of a footway has been approved. Because at the moment, this LNP administration is shutting footpaths down for developers all over the suburbs, and it is causing havoc. When you've got to walk out onto Sherwood Road, there's no diversions, there's no alternative footpath, you've literally got to walk through a lane of traffic because of a temporary footway permit. And again, some people cannot do that. And this is supposed to be an inclusive city. And the failure of this administration to make sure our footpaths are fixed, they are safe, and they are available for everybody regardless of their level of mobility is inadequate. Absolutely inadequate. The fact that there are thousands of footpaths that need fixing in this city and this administration just can't get them done is shocking. I mean, it is a year at least. That is the new standard. We don't even get KPIs anymore about when footpaths will be fixed. Council officers can't tell you. The Lord Mayor's got $1.8 million for his data harvesting in Brisbane. That could go into fixing some footpaths around Brisbane. That might help. He's definitely not investing enough in fixing footpaths, and he's definitely not investing enough in new footpaths. I mean, when you've got to rely on the fact that councillors have got a very small suburban works budget, which has got to do roads, parks, community facilities, footpaths, and playground upgrades, to say, well, that's footpath money. I mean, you're pretty desperate when you do that, I think. This LNP administration is so far out of touch with what people need in the suburbs. They definitely don't need, secret planning officials, making decisions. They actually need things fixed in the suburbs. This would be a great way of, again, putting more accountability and transparency into council service delivery, because, I've said this a number of times in this place. Brisbane City Council is just operating like a big corporation. It has forgotten that it is a community service and community service delivery organisation. We're not here to make the council better. We're here to make the lives and the community of Brisbane, the citizens, the people, the community better. And when council spends $700,000 on an internal planning process but not actually fixing a creek, something's wrong. Something is wrong. And the fact that the LNP are no longer accountable for footpath repairs and it takes a year to get a simple repair done is simply not good enough. So I think this is a good motion and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, councillor. Point of order, councillor Hutton.
Point of order, Chair. I move that council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We've had a motion moved by councillor Hutton, seconded by councillor Mackay for an adjournment for 1 hour for dinner. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. See you after dinner. Councillors, we have quorum, and just to recap where we're at, Councillor Cassidy has spoken, Councillor Johnson has spoken, so we're over to this side of the chamber. Is there any debate? There being... Yeah, just one moment. One, two, three. Now we don't have quorum. Would you like us to ring the bells, Chair? Yes, please. Councillors, are there any further speakers? Councillor Cunningham, are you speaking?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Just catch my breath, if you don't mind. Mr. Chair, the Schrinner Council is an open and transparent council. The level of transparency of this council actually far exceeds any other level of government.
Councillors, please. Councillor Cunningham, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Council's website has a history of providing information to the public. let us not forget, Mr Chair, it was this side of the chamber that pioneered open data. There are hundreds of data sets that are already publicly available from Council. And Mr Chair, improving the quality and the transparency of data remains a focus for the Schrinner Council. It's why we're investing in our digital infrastructure, funding upgrades which will significantly uplift Council's ability to share data across Council and indeed publicly. In fact, there's a significant body of work that's already underway to deliver a brand new Council website. These projects have been regularly included in the contracts and tendering report, if councillors have been paying attention. I also discussed them in my budget information session, Mr Chair. So there's a lot of opportunities to provide residents with even greater information into the future. So, Mr Chair, I don't think this motion goes far enough. So this side of the chamber will be proposing some amendments. Mr Chair, I wish to move the following amendment. Replace the words begins publishing with will publish. Now, I'm a little bit of a stickler for grammar, taught as well from Councillor McLaughlin, so I'm going to remove the apostrophe from its so that it becomes its without the apostrophe. After the word website, insert as part of our in-progress website and digital upgrade projects.
Oh, thank you.
I'm also going to add a third dot point with the following words: footpath jobs funded and completed by the Suburban Enhancement Fund. I'm going to add a fourth dot point with the following words: completed footpath repair and reconstruction jobs. So, Mr Chair, the motion will now read: Brisbane City Council will publish real-time data on its website as part of an in-progress website and digital upgrade project, advising people of the following. 1. Damaged footpaths that have been identified for repair or reconstruction. 2. Approved work on or temporary closure of a footway. 3. Footpath jobs funded and completed by the Suburban Enhancement Fund. And 4. Completed footpath repair and reconstruction jobs.
Seconded.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. So we have a motion, amendment to the existing motion put before us by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Hammond to replace the words...
Sorry, it wasn't...
Councillor Hutton, sorry. To replace the words begins publishing with will publish, remove the apostrophe, its, so its becomes its. Sorry, Councillor McLaughlin. After the words website, insert as part of in-progress website and digital upgrade projects. Add a third dot point with the following words: footpath jobs funded and completed by the Suburban Enhancement Fund. Add a fourth dot point with the following words: completed footpath repairs and reconstruction jobs. So the amendment motion would read: Brisbane City Council will publish real-time data on its website as part of an in-progress website and digital upgrade project, advising people of the following. 1. Damaged footpaths that have been identified for repair or construction. 2. Approved work on a temporary closure of a footway. 3. Footpath jobs funded and completed by the Suburban Enhancement Fund. And 4. Completed footpath repairs and reconstruction jobs. To the amendment, please.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I think the amendment is fairly self-explanatory. Improving the data that we already have on Council's website is something that is underway, and it's something that all councillors in this chamber should understand is happening. It's a significant project. It's happening, and when it is complete, we will include all the kinds of data that have been listed in the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Are there further speakers to the proposed amendment? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. We'll support this, and I'm glad we've been able to lead the agenda in Council today and talk about the basics. You know, we have for months and months and months now. Yeah, that's right. And we have for months and months now brought this issue to Council, and the Lord Mayor would laugh and scoff, and LNP councillors would carry on. But it's good. I'm glad you've finally taken our lead, Councillor Cunningham, through you, Chair, and take the first step on the road to more transparency and accountability to the people of Brisbane. And this is important. They've giggled away again here tonight and scoffed just now. It is important, though, because, you know, I've, over the last couple of months, caught up with Alicia Matthews, who lives in Hamilton, a few times. She gets around in a wheelchair almost all of the time. She's detailed how difficult it is for her to get from her home in Hamilton down to the local shops, to appointments, into the city, to just get about her daily life. She has on occasion fallen out of her wheelchair on council footpaths and had to suffer that indignation. She has on occasion had to pull herself out of her chair and struggle it across non-compliant council footpaths, over pram ramps and roads that are so rough and they're in such bad condition that she can't get across on her wheelchair. I think of people tonight like Muriel Stanger in Deagon, who suffered a catastrophic injury in adult life and was confined to a wheelchair. She asked me to push her around Sandgate a few years ago just to see what it'd be like, unassisted, so we had to do that, and I was absolutely flabbergasted that the paths that I took for granted in walking over were so difficult for somebody in a wheelchair. And you imagine a footway closure that's approved by council, that people who have mobility issues have no idea that they're closed. If the website today can publish real-time data on street sweeping schedules, as Councillor Johnston said, why can't tonight the approved footway closures be published? I don't understand. I don't understand why Councillor Cunningham insists on dragging the chain. We'll support this because it's a step in the right direction. We've dragged the LNP to addressing this issue. But I don't understand why Councillor Cunningham wants to drag the chain on that. And I don't know how long this will take. She might be able to, in summing up on the amendment, tell us when we are likely to see this. But in the very least, the information on footway closures can be published tonight. I also don't think it's that hard to start publishing now and update with the new website this information, where there are, it's 31 pages, 2,221 broken and dangerous footpaths. Good read through them. How long do I have?
You have
another 7 minutes. Shall I read as many of them as I can?
Yes.
1240 Bow Desert Road, Acacia Ridge. 174 Leroyd Road, Acacia Ridge. 189 Bradnam Street, Acacia Ridge. 267 Mortimer Road, Acacia Ridge. 41 Agnes Street, Acacia Ridge. 42 Elizabeth Street, Acacia Ridge. 43 Mitchell Street, Acacia Ridge. 6 Foot Street, Acacia Ridge. 70 Dulacca Street, Acacia Ridge. 8 Harden Street, Acacia Ridge. 81 Gregory Street, Acacia Ridge. 93 Bradnam Street, Acacia Ridge. 96 Gregory Street, Acacia Ridge. 1 Amelia Street, Albion. 126 Hudson Road, Albion. 14 Adden Street, Albion. 21 Ellen Street, Albion. 32 Agnes Street, Albion. 469 Sandgate Road, Albion. 53 Stoneleigh Street, Albion. 6 Crosby Road, Albion. 62 Crosby Road, Albion. 112 Mornington Street, Alderley. 118 Raymont Road, Alderley. 182 Raymont Road, Alderley. 2 Railway Street, Alderley. 28 Alfreda Street, Alderley. 1 Railway Place, Alderley. 12 St Wood Street, Algester. We're still just on the A's, of course. You want? Oh, there we go. We'll keep going. I was gonna spare everyone.
Councillor Murphy.
And they laugh.
Councillor
Chair,
Murphy.
and they laugh and laugh.
Councillor
They laugh
Councillors.
and they laugh. What's one of the suburbs in Councillor Murphy's ward? Let's go to the C's, shall we? Carindale, is that one of his? Carindale, okay, this is Councillor Murphy, this is for your information. 109 Bridge North Street, Carindale, 11 Marion Place, Carindale, 1151 Creek Road, Carindale, 1151 Creek Road, Carindale. Must be pretty bad. That's listed twice. 16 Surbiton Court, Carindale, 163 Meadowlands Road, Carindale, 163 Meadowlands Road, Carindale, 18 Tristan Street, Carindale, 2 Millennium Boulevard, Carindale, 240 Scrub Road, Carindale, 30 Naritha Street, Carindale. This goes on and on and on and on and on. Lots and lots in Carindale. Do you know how many in Carindale have an expected completion date?
How many?
Zero. None. In fact, of the 2,221 number of footpaths awaiting repair, over 31 pages, guess how many have an expected completion date? Because I do appreciate there's a point here now under the amendment which says completed footpath repair and reconstruction jobs. I suspect, Councillor Cunningham, that list through you, Chair, will be pretty short, because the expected completion, the number of footpaths out of 2,221 that have an expected completion date is 23. What would that be, 0.1%? 0.01%. So we know the LNP's commitment to the basics is just wafer thin. Yes. Wafer thin. They've been dragged tonight to not look so silly as to vote against this. We will support this amendment, as I said. Leaves a lot to be desired, because we don't know exactly when this is going to happen, because we know this could happen today. We know this could be updated today. Sure, get a better system, a more user-friendly system on the new website, but tonight this information could be put on there. You know, just listening to them giggle along throughout this doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence that they're actually serious about doing it. When you speak to the family and friends of an elderly person who died on Loudon Street in Sandgate because they fell on a broken footpath, and that one was fixed within about 12 hours. It had been reported previously. It had been reported previously. That person then tripped on that footpath and died. That's no laughing matter. So we appreciate you supporting our calls tonight for more accountability and more transparency. We think we should let the sun shine in, because that is, of course, the best disinfectant.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there further debate on the amendment? Councillor Johnson.
There is. Thank you, Mr Chair. Firstly, as I said earlier, I support the motion that's been put forward by the LNP, and I note the person they send out to defend this policy is actually the finance chairperson, not the public and active transport chair, who is sniping from the sidelines, making jokes, laughing, and not the city standards chair, who's responsible for the ongoing maintenance of footpaths, but they send out the finance chair. This should tell you everything you need to know about how accountability and transparency works in the LNP. The two chairs responsible aren't allowed to speak. I mean, for fear perhaps that their neglect of footpath repairs in this city would be highlighted. And I just think that's appalling. So the finance chair has been set out to defend the LNP's appalling track record. And how does she do that? She talks about how the grammar in the motion is not very good. So I just thought I'd point out the following problems with the grammar of what she's proposed. Just, you know, to be on the record, there's a couple of other things I'm going to do too, but I'm just going to say the motion that has been put forward has a semicolon after the word following. It then has no punctuation. It should be a semicolon after each of the 1, 2, 3, 4 dot points, but there's nothing. So the lack of grammar, which, I mean, the finance chair made a point of raising as being a problem with the ALP's motion, is reflected in our own shoddy work in amending this motion before us today. But more importantly, it just shows that the LNP cannot bring themselves to just say yes to something. I know when I've brought motions into this place for the last 12 years, there's only one I think they've ever actually supported. I think I cried the day that happened. One, that's it. Otherwise, they make these silly amendments that do nothing other than expose them as being schoolboy politicians who are more interested in playing these silly political games. So the issues that they've added essentially are to publish in real-time data on its website as part of its progress website and digital upgrade projects. There's no time frame. So if it takes the LNP 2 years, say, to do this, then they won't publish the footpath information. You know, and you know they'll use this as the excuse as to why they can't get it done. So the Finance Chair has not in any way stood up and explained how long this will be, how useful this project will be. No, it's just the vibe. But we've just got to trust maybe that they might actually do something, but you can't trust them. She then has said we want to recognise footpath jobs funded and completed by the Suburban Enhancement Fund. Now, that used to be called the Footpath Trust Fund, and then the Footpath and Parks Trust Fund, and it's had various names over the years, and I think it's quite disappointing. Well, I suppose, in fact, it's not proactive, so I hope she's going to include all the footpaths that have been built around out of this fund since it's been established, because they'd be quite numerous in my ward. I always split my funding between parks upgrades and footpath upgrades, and I've got a massive list, over 40 footpaths, new footpaths waiting to be built. And unfortunately, because the Lord Mayor doesn't spend enough money, you also have to fix existing footpaths. And yep, there goes the Public and Active Transport Chair again, muttering under his breath. Can't bring himself to actually contribute in a positive way to the council meeting other than to interject and to snipe under his breath. That is the Public and Active Transport Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. It's not, and he's at it again, just the whole time. I mean, you'd think perhaps somebody who's in charge of active transport in the city might hop up and contribute to the debate, but no, there's a protection racket being run for him by the Finance Chairperson, who's an endangered species herself because of the electoral math she faces come March next year. So I flag I'll have a further amendment after this one's been passed. And the fourth one is completed footpath repair and reconstruction jobs. That will be fascinating to see that published because, do you know what? You can barely get this council to give you a KPI for a footpath repair. You know, we get responses back now that have no KPIs whatsoever in them. None. And you've got to chase, oh, I'm sorry, councillor, we can't give you a KPI. But what do you mean you can't give me a KPI? Is it a year? Is it 3 months, 6 months? You know, how long? I'm sorry, there's no KPI available, councillor. So it'll be really interesting to see when these footpaths, you know, go up on the website and how long it takes to find out when they're repaired. And I think this is actually going to expose the LNP, and I think that their silly political games are going to make them look pretty silly when they're not actually doing what they said they're going to do. Or they'll do what they did in my ward recently, which is you log a job, they send you a response saying, we've done this, and you go, no you haven't, and you go out and you take photos and go, well, how did you get the wrong information about a basic weeding job? I mean, this council, this administration, this just shows every single thing wrong with them. They can't fix a footpath in a timely way. Labor bring forward an idea to try and put some accountability into this, and they try and play political games, and they send out the Finance Chair to do it. I mean, good on her. That's just fantastic. You know what? We should be doing better on footpaths. They should not be left with massive cracks in them or, you know, huge holes in them. I mean, here's an even better one. In last year's budget, so that's the 2022-2023 budget, Council said that they were going to invest money in a footpath upgrade for Oxley Road, Oxley, down near the Ipswich motorway. So I wrote to Council and said, oh look, the state government's about to do their Ipswich motorway project. You might want to talk to them and just make sure perhaps they can do it as part of their project, and you know, we'll look at what we can do with that money. They came back to me, yes, Councillor, you're spot on. What do you think we should do with the $226,000 allocated to this footpath in Oxley? And I said, well, what's the next priority on the list? And they said, well, Oxley Road, Graceville, where we did some work, that still needs to be completed. It's not done. And the officer said to me, we'll put the money there. And I said, yes, that's great. Just move it down the road, extend the project we're doing. Guess what happened? Nothing. Donut. Zero. No action from the council. Guess what got re-announced in this year's budget? The Lord Mayor re-announced Oxley Road, Oxley, in the same location where they said they couldn't do it last year, but for less money, because apparently footpath construction's costing less money now. I mean, I note in the LGIP, it seems to range between about 6% cost increase and 30% cost increase for every project, but apparently building a footpath is less expensive. So, you know, this council cannot deliver on the things that they promised to do. And it is appalling that the residents in my ward missed out on a footpath last year because of the incompetence of this administration. Where did that money go? It went nowhere. It's lost. It went into the Lord Mayor's advertising budget, the Lord Mayor's marketing budget, into data harvesting, into contracts that try and make the LNP look good. It's not going into footpaths. We know it's not going into footpaths. And we know the LNP were caught napping a few years ago. Councillor Murphy tried to blame Councillor Marks, and Councillor Marks said, no, it's Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy got absolutely embarrassed a couple of years ago when he didn't know that he wasn't building any new footpaths other than the safer school footpaths. And that is what's going on. This LNP administration has pretty much underfunded footpaths in the same way that it is underfunding road upgrades, traffic calming, park improvements. And these are everyday projects in the suburbs that this LNP administration is refusing to properly fund. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, your blowouts. Yeah, I forgot the blowouts, of course. You know, the metro's blown out from 944 million to 2.1 billion. The Victoria Park's blown out from 83 million to 141 million. Meanwhile, you can't get a...
Councillor Johnson, I'm sorry. You've had a pretty easy run of it, but the metro is not part of this motion.
Well, apparently there's bikeway and footpath upgrades as part of the metro. I think, didn't we have a briefing on that today?
Councillor Johnson, your time has Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Thank you. Further, Councillor Johnson, are there any further speakers to the proposed amendment? Being none, Councillor Cunningham, right of reply.
Mr Chair, as I've previously stated, the level of transparency here at Council far exceeds any other level of government. And as councillors should know, we're already down a path to provide this level of data to residents of Brisbane. And so I ask for the amendment to be put.
Do you have a seconder for the procedural motion? Thank you.
Seconded.
So we're now going to put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any speakers to the substantive motion?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on the amended motion, and I flag that I have a further amendment that I'd like to move, and that is after dot point 3, add the following: for the past 5 years, including the cost of each footpath job completed.
I second the motion.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson for... Oh, thank you. Sorry, can you read that again? I'm having a little bit of trouble reading your handwriting, including the...
So after dot point 3, add the following words which are written there, which essentially say that we've got to list the cost.
Cost, thank you. That's what that is.
Got it?
Thank you, yep. Thank you. So we have a further amendment to the substantive motion, which adds to dot point 3 for the past 5 years, including the cost of each footpath job completed. So the proposed amendment would read, Brisbane City Council will publish real-time data on its website as part of an in-progress website and digital upgrade project, advising people of the following: 1, damaged footpaths that have been identified for repair or reconstruction; 2, approved work on or temporary closure of a footway; 3, footpath jobs funded and completed by the Suburban Enhancement Fund for the past 5 years, including the cost of each footpath job completed, and completed footpaths, repairs and construction jobs. That was number 4. To your amendment, please, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. This is a fairly simple amendment because I don't think that the Finance Chair went quite far enough. She is trying to be a bit tricky here, and I think that for transparency purposes, we can simply add to the motion by recognising what's happened over the last 5 years, and if they want to make it longer, I'd also be happy with that. But most importantly, we've got to start listing the cost of these footpath jobs. The biggest problem that I can see at the moment is the Lord Mayor gives councillors, it's about $500,000, it's a little bit more, and I've been told that one footpath in my ward is going to cost $240,000. So that's almost half of the whole budget for the ward will go on the cost of one footpath. So I think that from a transparency and an accountability point of view, that council should be identifying the cost of these footpaths so residents know that a short street might cost $20,000, which it doesn't, it'll cost way more than that, or a longer street might cost $240,000. I also think that our record should be clear to everybody, and we should see how each ward has spent funds with respect to the allocation of the Suburban Enhancement Fund. So, as Councillor Cunningham has pointed out repeatedly tonight, that they are all committed to transparency. They are all committed to transparency. They're the most transparent level of government in Australia. Yeah, that's right. So I know Councillor Cunningham will be supporting this amendment because she wants to see more transparency. Publishing the cost of those footpaths and councillors' track record will add to that process. So I encourage everyone to support the motion, the amendment.
Are there any further speakers to the amendment? No, okay. As there are no speakers, we will go straight to the vote. I now put the proposed amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. So now the new substantive motion includes Councillor Johnson's amendment. Are there any speakers to the new substantive motion?
Yep.
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. We have absolutely no problem supporting this motion, the amendments from Councillor Johnston, because Labor and the opposition, their entire argument is based on bogus data that they have completely misrepresented and made up. Absolutely a fabricated line. What we see here is an alternative administration with no plans on anything and no issues that they've been able to successfully prosecute. And so they've literally lacked the imagination to actually come up with anything real, and they've fabricated an entire line on footpaths. Fabrication, complete fabrication.
No administration in the history of the city has ever invested more in footpaths. No administration has ever had footpaths at a better standard than they are now. The facts will show that conclusively. The facts will show record investment. The facts will show just how much work is done each and every week across the city. And we have no problem. We have no problem providing that information because our record speaks for itself when it comes to the amount of investment that we put into the suburbs and in footpaths in particular. We have a situation where under the previous Labor administration, and it's funny, they don't like to talk about it, but it is the only thing we can go to judge them on. They don't have any policies or agenda at the moment, so the only thing we can go to judge them on is what they did when they were in an office. Now, they idolise Jim Sawley. They say that he was the best thing since sliced bread. Councillor Cassidy, Councillor
Johnson.
Councillor Cassidy, I think, sees Jim Sawley as a mentor. And I know the Lord Mayoral candidate thinks the same. So let's have a look at what they invested in footpaths. They had a situation where a massive percentage of the city's footpaths were in a poor condition. And in fact, 1 in 10 of all footpaths were in a poor condition under Labor. And they're investing $11 million, if you do the maths, that's in today's dollars, in footpaths, which is next to nothing compared to the $41 million that is available today. So their record speaks for itself. And they say they care, but when they had a chance to care, they didn't. They let the city's footpaths decline year in, year out in their standard. We have improved the city's footpaths year in, year out. And in fact, in the number of budgets that I've been in this role, so since the 1920 financial year, we have built 267,388 square metres of concrete footpath across the city. So 267,388 square metres of concrete footpath across the city and suburbs. And we continue to invest record amounts year in. It was a record amount last year, and it's a new record this year. The amount goes up each year, and the standard in terms of the asset condition continues to improve each year. Now, in a city with concrete footpaths that are long enough to go from Brisbane to Perth and then another 1,000 kilometres out into the ocean beyond Perth, that's the size of our network. In a city that is covered with trees, of course, you are on any given street with a footpath, you're going to get movement, you're going to get maintenance work that needs to be done, and that's why we have a very clear and well-funded process in place. A footpath that is reported as dangerous or high risk is to be inspected. This is our expectation and the funding that we give accordingly. Within 2 hours, if it is a reported high risk or dangerous footpath, and action has to be taken to make it safe within 1 day. Now, will that result in the footpath being fully reconstructed in 1 day? No, that's unlikely. But action is taken to make sure that residents traversing that footpath are not tripping on raised sections. There are measures put in place to stop people from tripping over raised sections. And then it is put onto a maintenance schedule, which once again is really well funded. And so that maintenance schedule includes things like footpath grinding. And the grinding occurs on an ongoing basis every day that council officers are working on footpaths. They're out there doing these grinding jobs to make sure the paths are level. That is an ongoing thing. That is an ongoing part of our core business, which we do. And we actually repair at least 27 footpaths each and every week through this process. And on average, more than 1,400 repair jobs are carried out each year. And so there's a lot of work going on every day. There's more movement in our footpath network every day. And so issues are dealt with, repairs are conducted, and then a new footpath comes onto the list. One comes off the list, a new footpath comes on. And so there is always, in a network that goes from Brisbane to Perth and then 1,000 k's into the ocean, there is always going to be maintenance to be done, which is why we fund it very, very well and better than anyone has funded it before. So, look, you know, in a city the size of Brisbane, you will always find a footpath that needs work, and we're always out there looking for it and doing the work, and we're always providing the funding to do that work as well. And so the reality is, whether it's the 267,388 square metres of concrete path that we have built since I've been Lord Mayor, whether it's the 1,400 repair jobs that we do each and every year on average, whether it's the footpaths that are being replaced and made safe every single week, this is something that we are focused on more than anyone else has been focused on. And that's why we have absolutely no problem in providing that data. The data to us is not the problem, it's the misrepresentation of the data which is the problem. And you know, we see this time and time again. It happened the other day with parks. Councillor Cassidy, Mr Chair, said he had a list of over 2,000 playgrounds that needed to be upgraded. Over 2,000 playgrounds. And that's interesting because I've been involved in the budget process for a little while now, and I certainly have never seen a list of 2,000 playgrounds that need to be upgraded. This is the terminology that he was using. Oh, they need to be upgraded. And so I inquired, well, what is this list? What is this list that Councillor Cassidy has? And he doesn't want to talk about this now. He doesn't want to talk about it. And so I was told, okay, well, tell me some things that are on this list of playgrounds that need to be upgraded. A dirty shade sail. Needs a bit of pressure cleaning, okay? And once again, we provide maintenance funds to do this sort of thing. A piece of park equipment that has a broken rubber stopper. Upgrade the park, it needs to be upgraded. Minor things like this, some softfall that needed to be replaced. These are all ongoing maintenance things that we do week in, week out. It's all part of operating 2,100 parks across Brisbane with 1,000 playgrounds. There's always going to be things that break, that need to be repaired, need to be cleaned. We fund them to do this. Councillor Cassidy says there are 2,000 playgrounds that need to be upgraded. We only have 1,000 playgrounds. So this is what happens,
Councillors,
when a little bit of information is dangerous and it's misrepresented. And so we're more than happy to provide accurate information, the real information. We are very proud of our record of investment in the suburbs. We are proud that it continues to grow year by year. And I agree with one thing that Councillor Cassidy said. Let the light shine in. Let the light shine in, because it will show that one side of this chamber is telling Hawkeys and the other is investing more than ever. It'll become very clear once this data is provided.
thank you, Lord Mayor. Are there further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, yes, please. I think we've finally entered the period in the LNP's time when we look back at that 20-year time in office where Adrian Trina started talking newspeak, like Orwellian 1984 stuff. That's what we're hearing tonight from the Lord Mayor. I know he's hardly ever here, the Lord Mayor, so maybe he misheard, maybe he was just lying when he got up and talked about what I said about playgrounds. I very clearly said that there were 300 playgrounds with almost 600 individual items that needed addressing. That's exactly what I said. You can go check the transcript, Lord Mayor. I never said 2,000. There's 2,221 broken footpaths awaiting repair, which I talked about just earlier. So the Lord Mayor either doesn't listen, doesn't care, or is just a big fat liar. I suspect it's the latter. I suspect it's the latter. So he says that there's 27 footpaths a week that get repaired.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Wines.
Can I seek a ruling from you on the use of the word lie and liar? I don't think that they're appropriate. I don't think that they're appropriate. Now, it's been said quite a bit tonight, but as Chair, I'd ask for you to reflect on whether that is appropriate language in this place.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, I'm happy to let the use of the word go through because it can be debated by the next standing councillor.
Yeah, the Lord Mayor said that 5 times, Councillor Wines.
Councillor Cassidy.
In his speech.
According
Councillors,
to you. Councillors.
According to you.
Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines.
According to the Lord
Councillor
Mayor.
Wines. Councillor Cassidy. I will remind both of you that you direct your comments through the chair. You are both councillors in this place. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
So $1,400 a year, the Lord Mayor says.
Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request you... Councillor Cassidy, you should be sorry. I request that you cease interjecting and refrain from exhibiting this conduct for the rest of the meeting. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I think that 300 vote margin's getting to Councillor Wines.
Councillor Cassidy, to the motion.
So $1,400 a year, the Lord Mayor says, are repaired, but we know there's 2,221 awaiting repair, and we know that this list here that we have before us, not a made-up list, Lord Mayor, this list came from your administration. This is a request for information that was provided by Council to us. What's that?
Councillor Cassidy, please continue.
Yeah, look, I don't appreciate Councillor Wines attacking council officers like that so publicly, but we'll move on.
He did.
Councillor Wines, please. Councillor Cassidy, can you please continue your debate?
Thanks very much, Chair. So the Lord Mayor's admitting that the amount of funding he's putting in is not keeping up with demand. So he's admitted that there's 2,221 footpaths that are awaiting repair. He said in his statements just now that the council repairs about 1,400 a year. We know that there's 1,000 kilometres of footpath that has broken footpaths on it. So these are all facts that are out there in the world for everyone to observe and to absorb. The Lord Mayor talks about a comparison between what his administration puts in and what a previous Labor administration put into footpath repairs. I went and had a look at those numbers as well, and I went and had a look at the 2003-4 council budget, and the percentage that the last Labor budget, the percentage of the budget that was allocated to footpath construction, new footpaths, and footpath reconstruction was more than double the percentage that this Lord Mayor puts in today. More than double. It's not rubbish, Councillor Murphy. I'll lend you the budget book if you want to have a look yourself and do
Councillor
the figures.
Cassidy, please direct your comments through the chair.
Sorry, through you, Chair. It's not through you, Chair. It's not rubbish, Councillor Murphy. When you look at, there was almost 1% of the council budget was spent on new footpaths and footpath reconstruction under that last Labor budget, and it's dropped to 0.34% under Councillor Schrinner's budget. So that's, and we know where that money's going. While footpath funding continues to drop as a percentage of the council budget, the percentage of the council budget spent on advertising continues to rise. The percentage of the council budget spent on the metro continues to rise. On his inner city bridges continues to rise. On the Victoria Park continues to rise, but not on the basics. So we welcome this accountability and transparency in publishing this data, and that's what this is all about. I mean, we can have this argument all night long, I suspect, but the outcome I think will be a good one, and it's a step in the right direction in making sure that people know where their rates are being spent, and this administration is held to account for the decisions they make. The Lord Mayor talks a lot about, he includes in that figure also the 40 million or whatever he said is CEF funding. And we also know that a significant amount of CEF funding from councillors from all sides of the chamber goes on park projects and increasingly on road projects or community facilities, because they're left unfunded by this Lord Mayor as well. But what he doesn't talk about is the administration costs that are pulled out of that fund. So the Lord Mayor allocates, I think it's 570 or 580,000 this year. So there's a line item there that says that, and then it's minus 41,000 from every fund. So over $1 million this year from that CEF funding that's allocated in the budget is taken away for administration costs. And that's not being spent on footpaths or park upgrades or community facilities as well. And I think when you go through all of that funding that's allocated and the depreciation of council's footpath and bikeway assets, you find that the budget's actually pretty skint. And everyone will see that now. When we start publishing this data, everyone will be able to see how small and minuscule this administration's commitment to the suburbs of Brisbane really are.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Johnson.
Yes. I rise to speak on the amended motion. I think the Lord Mayor has been swanning around in his limo for a bit long, and he needs to get out and walk on a few footpaths around Brisbane to see literally how appallingly bad they are. I'm astonished that the Lord Mayor thinks doing make-safe works on 27 footpaths a week is acceptable. That's one footpath in each ward, and one for the city, say, that the Lord Mayor makes safe each week. And $1,400 a year, not even close to repairing the deficit. There's another almost 1,000 footpaths that then build up on the waiting list for repairs. And we can see that. We can see that. For someone who deals with dodgy footpaths in this council every single day, we can see that the funding is not getting in there to fix them. I encourage everybody to have a look at 159 Honour Avenue. It's almost a year now we've been waiting for that. According to the Lord Mayor, it's been inspected and made safe, and a year later it's still not been fixed. You couldn't go over it in a wheelchair, you could not go over it with a wheelie walker, and it's dangerous for a fit and healthy person who walks a lot like me. That is not uncommon. I had dinner in Paddington Ward the other night, and my elderly mother struggled to deal with the dodgy footpaths in Paddington Ward. They were so uneven. Bits of bitumen, bits of concrete, missing sections, lifted ramps. These probably aren't even on anybody's list. The state... Honour Avenue is? Yeah, I bet it is, because it's terrible, and we've been following that one up.
Councillor Cassidy, through the chair, please.
I know Honour Avenue is. Have a look and see if Latrobe Terrace Paddington's on the list. Because the damage through neglect that this LNP administration are doing to the city's footpaths is shocking. Latrobe, yeah, the Lord Mayor needs to get out of his limo. 3 times it's on there. He needs to get out of his limo and he needs to get on the footpaths of Brisbane, and he needs to see what he describes as make-safe works are essentially a semi-permanent dodgy repair job that doesn't make it any safer for anybody. Then you wait at least a year to get your footpath repaired if you're lucky. If you're lucky. If not, it can be 2 years. This is not getting better. Remember, this council did a major restructure 18 months ago where it was all about lifting the standards of service delivery in council. They abolished the regions. The regions aren't working. We're not seeing good outcomes in the regions. We're going to centralise control of all of this and we're going to do a better job. Well, no, you're not. No, you're not. The times have blown out. There are no KPIs. There is no accountability for the delivery of footpaths. And the Lord Mayor thinks fixing 27 footpaths a week is acceptable. He is living in la-la land if he thinks that is what is appropriate. And then he stands up and based on what I heard, I don't know where he got his figures from, but the figures he was quoting seemed to be about footpaths, not playgrounds, and I don't know why he managed to get confused about that. The lack of investment by the LNP over 20 years is astonishingly bad. And I again give the example of last year's budget, where the Lord Mayor announced $200,000 plus for a footpath on Oxley Road, Oxley, to be repaired. Never delivered. And when problems were identified and I asked for it to be reallocated to Oxley Road, Graceville, never delivered. Guess what? Re-announced for less money this year. That's how the LNP roll. They can't deliver what they say they're going to do. They've basically stopped funding new footpaths other than a few around schools, and they've left it to councillors out of their budgets to do it, which are tiny. Meanwhile, that fund hasn't increased. Council's increasing its own costs and reflects that in the value of projects, but it's not being reflected in the Suburban Enhancement Fund, so we can actually deliver a little bit more. We're left with the same 500 grand to do what was just footpaths, then it was parks and playgrounds, then it was roads and road-related infrastructure, and now it's community facilities, all with $500,000. That's what the Lord Mayor thinks is appropriate for the City of Brisbane. And I note again that the person responsible for active transport in this council, Councillor Murphy, has done nothing tonight to contribute to this debate. He's not done so in a positive way. He's sat there, he's sniped and had a go at everybody else.
Councillor Johnson, I don't think that's appropriate that you're actually having a go at a councillor who hasn't spoken.
Well, you mean apart from all the interjections?
The interjections have been dealt with. Can you please come back to the motion?
And you don't think it's relevant that the active transport chairperson hasn't risen
Councillor
to speak
Johnson, we
on
have
an
gone through this
active
debate before
transport issue?
about what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing, Deputy Mayor.
Okay.
And what you should be doing is talking about the substantive motion that is in front of you.
Right, right. So Jim Sawley's mentioned in the substantive motion in front of me, is he? Jim Sawley. When was he Lord Mayor? Perhaps, Mr Chairman, you could remind me when Jim Sawley was the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. Was that like 25 years ago? Guess who's the current active transport chairperson of Brisbane? Councillor Ryan Murphy. Guess who couldn't be bothered to get to his feet and contribute to a debate about the state of footpaths in Brisbane? Councillor Ryan Murphy. Guess who's been interjecting under his breath all day in this chamber? Not just this debate, Councillor Ryan Murphy. But it's okay. Councillor Ryan Murphy is not relevant to this debate, but Jim Sawley, who was the Lord Mayor of Brisbane 25 years ago, is relevant to this debate. Doesn't that say it all about this LNP administration? Councillor Cunningham's been at pains tonight to say this is an accountable administration. No, you're not. You're accountable for something Jim Sawley did 25 years ago, but you're active transport chairperson who held a launch of a walkable Brisbane strategy, a walk of the Brisbane strategy for walking with the peak road group, the peak car group, the RACQ, and didn't invite the peak walking group for Brisbane. That's how this LNP rolls. Footpaths are something that they don't want to spend money on. There's no value in it for them.
Councillor
There is
Johnson.
no value in it for them.
Councillor Johnson, I'm going to draw you back to the motion, please. You've been given plenty of scope more than once tonight. Please come back to the motion.
I'm talking about footpaths.
Yes, but you're also reflecting on a councillor who has not stood up and spoken on this at all. I would just one moment. Right? The intent of this motion is around reporting on footpaths, and it is around that we are debating, right? We are debating transparency. That's the intent of this motion. Can you come back to the identity of the motion, please?
So, point of order, I just want to be clear about your latest ruling, just so I can keep them all straight in my mind. If a councillor has not spoken in the debate, you're saying that they cannot be referred to at all. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that you're attacking You are attacking a councillor who has not stood up in this place and spoken to this motion.
You don't think inaction from the person responsible is worth discussing?
I think, given the next couple of days and you reflect on what you've said in this place, you will find you will come up to a different conclusion than what you're trying to argue in this place.
I don't know what you're trying to do here. Have I breached a local law?
No, but I think it's...
Thank you. May I continue?
Definitely, go for it.
Thank you. I think accountability, as Councillor Cunningham has pointed out to us today, as incredibly important to this administration, starts with the chairpeople responsible, and that is Councillor Murphy and Councillor Marx. Have either of them contributed to this debate on footpath upgrades, footpath repairs, accountability and transparency on footpaths? No, they have not. Do I think that is significant and worth noting on the public record and the accountability of how I go about doing my job? Yes, I do. And I am appalled that interference is being run to protect these people who can't be bothered to speak or contribute or to be accountable. Look, the Lord Mayor had to stand up and engage in fabricated attacks to try and make a point here. The point, and the real point here, is this LNP administration have failed to invest adequate funds in fixing damaged footpaths, doing it in a timely way. They've failed to, and the Deputy Mayor's at it too. She doesn't want to contribute to the debate, but she wants to mutter under her breath and have a go.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I was not muttering. I was just asking the relevance to this on a motion that's about publishing data. I had one thing about publishing data. That is what this motion is about. Her debate is not relevant.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, I draw you back to the motion, please.
Apparently Jim Sawley's relevant, but actually the people
Councillor
responsible
Johnson, your
aren't.
time has expired.
I completely agree they're not relevant.
Are there any further speakers? Being none, we will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? See no one rising. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? See no one rising. Councillors, are there any items of general business? Councillor Dixon. Councillors, I will remind all councillors that this is Councillor Dixon's first maiden speech, and as such, the chamber extends its courtesy of silence for first and maiden speeches. Councillor Dixon, you have the call.
Thank you. Mr Chair, I am making my first contribution in this chamber as the newest member of Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner's team, one that is committed to building a better Brisbane, and I'm so excited to be a part of it. Many of you might remember the theme song to Cheers, where everybody knows your name. That is what living in Hamilton Ward is exactly like. You can't pop into the grocery shop or even walk down the street without someone calling your name. While it may take a few minutes longer to get to your destination or get your shopping done, the familiar feeling is like a warm hug. That is why I have put my hand up to be a local government representative. Simply put, I wanted to give back to the community that has given so much to me and my family. I want everyone who makes Hamilton Ward their home to feel that warm hug too, just like me. But there is more to it than that. Being an active contributor to the community is very important to me too. I don't just say it, I live it. Because it is about putting your shoulder to the wheel and showing up to do the heavy lifting. That is what Hamilton Ward residents can expect from me as their local councillor, to be working for them and our community. I have always found the most joy in giving back and serving others. Despite how busy life gets, I have always made it a priority to give back. Whether it has been cleaning donated stationery to be repurposed for school book packs, or raising money for youth at risk of homelessness, or as most recently, delivering meals across the community to those who need it most as a volunteer with Crosby Park Meals on Wheels. and I look forward to being back on shift in a couple of weeks, having a chat on the doorstep and checking in. Local government seemed a logical next step, as I feel it is the closest form of politics to people and service delivery, which is ideal for someone who likes doing and having a chat. I also want to show men and women just like me that politics is a place for them too. That politics is a place for people who are compassionate, kind, and who see solutions, not problems. That politics is a place for a 33-year-old mum who literally in the space of a year has welcomed a baby, which some of you might have heard, and now begun a new adventure as an elected representative. Talk about a baptism of fire. But life is for living, and it is best to give it a go and not look back thinking what could have been. It is not lost on me that there are big shoes to fill, and former councillor David McLaughlin leaves behind an incredible legacy, both as a local councillor, civic cabinet chair, and more recently as chair of council. There are many reminders of his advocacy over the years, from the upgrading of Kingsford Smith Drive, where Dave ensured that the bike and pedestrian connections were front and centre, growing our active transport network, to Ascot Park, where he helped transform from a car park to one of Hamilton's ward's hugely popular green spaces. Both key pieces of infrastructure that not only enhanced our cherished way of life, but support continued growth too. Time doesn't permit to list all David's achievement, which there are many. David, like the entire LNP Council team over the last 2 decades, leaves behind a proven track record of delivery for the local community, which I want to follow. But I do want to wish David and Nicole the very best in this next chapter of their life after an impressive 17 years of service to the community. While David has left the community in good shape, the job of a councillor is never complete, and there is always work to be done to make Brisbane better. Hamilton Ward is front and centre of the growth that Brisbane is expected to experience in the next decade. It is an exciting time to be part of it, but also a big responsibility to be the community's voice, especially on key projects such as the state's Breakfast Creek Sports Precinct and Hamilton North Shore, which is expected to house 24,000 people in time to come. We must ensure that the community has the infrastructure it needs to support Hamilton Ward of today and into the future. I am excited to see the completion of the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge that will connect the Loris Bonnie Riverwalk, providing more active transport connections in our ward, continuing Team Schrinner's passion for active transport connections. I will also continue to advocate for practical solutions to ease traffic congestion across the ward, especially as our population continues to grow. I am looking forward to contributing to the Schrinner's team's advocacy to the state government to turn the Gold City Glider into reality, connecting Hamilton to Woolloongabba. Those are the big ticket items that I see as priorities, but I also commit to taking seriously the small things too. Whether it is maintaining footpaths or filling potholes, Hamilton Ward residents can be assured I will be their voice on the big and the small things too. While only in the job a week, it's been very humbling to hear directly from the community about what matters to them. And I pledge today to always be listening. After all, local government is the closest form of politics to people, and listening is a key requirement of the job. Their challenges are my challenges, and I won't forget that for as long as I'm Hamilton Ward's representative at City Hall. Life is getting harder, and I understand that people are doing it tough, so that's why I'm proud to be part of a team who is helping with the cost of living. While council is typically rates, roads and rubbish, this council punches above its weight in enhancing the livability of our city. From world-class parks to libraries that go beyond being a place to loan books to being community hubs, the amenities the Brisbane City Council provide to our community really makes it special, especially with its focus on free or low cost. Whether it is providing $2 entries to council pools this summer or cutting event fees for organisers who provide things for people to see or do. These are the small things making a real difference to families who are dealing with the rising cost of putting food on the table and navigating higher interest rates. A maiden speech wouldn't be complete without a few thank yous, and no doubt I will forget someone, so I apologise in advance. I want to thank our Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner for welcoming me to the team. I also wish to thank my fellow colleagues who have been supportive with helpful advice and encouragement. Thank you to Julie and Catherine, who have served former David McLaughlin and our Hamilton Ward community faithfully over the last few years. I am so grateful you've decided to stay on and join me in continuing to serve our community. To my mum and dad, Avril and Michael, thank you, especially to my mum, who is the glue that holds our family together. In the journey of life, you come across people that form part of your village. So thank you to Kim, Sally Ann, Crofty, Nat, JC, Ash, Pete and Von, and a bunch of fantastic ladies who, some of them are actually live streaming this meeting tonight to watch me, who are in the trenches with me raising babies and who I now count as lifelong friends, my mother's group. To the LNP grassroots membership who put their trust in me, thank you. To Karsten, Julia B and Taylor, you inspire me every day with your youthful optimism, and I hope that perhaps I have inspired you too by being here. Thank you to my state colleague Tim Nichols MP. You are a great friend and I look forward to working alongside you in our community. However, the biggest thank you must go to two special men in my life, my husband Matthew and son James. Matthew, I couldn't do this job without your support. You are my biggest cheerleader and I am so lucky to share my life with you. James, you are a little bit too little to understand Mum's job at the moment, but I hope in years to come you will. More so, I hope that you will come to understand the importance of standing up and being an active contributor to the community. I love you both with all my heart. And on that note, Mr. Chair, I think I will wrap it up here, but I want to make one final comment. I am so lucky to represent such an incredible part of Brisbane, and I won't ever forget what a privilege it is to be the Hamilton Ward's voice at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon, and welcome. Councillors, are there any other items of general business? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I rise tonight to speak on a couple of well-deserved awards. The Lions Club Children of Courage Awards that provide recognition to many young people severely disadvantaged with a variety of life-threatening and also life-altering disabilities. Lions Club established these awards in 1989 in Perth to recognise the considerable efforts that the children living with physical or mental or disabilities or handicaps. What these young people have achieved is truly remarkable and highlights the dedication of their parents, family and friends. Forest Lake Lions Club, and in this case the Leo's Club of Forest Lake, work with schools and other community groups to seek the nominations for this very prestigious award. The Lions Club of Forest Lake have undertaken these awards for the last 15 years. I spoke to one of the recipients, Rowan, and his family, and what an inspiration this young lad was. He's in grade 5 and he's going to the Nationals for long distance running in the next couple of weeks down south. As I say, what an inspiration, and it's a great award that this Lions Club at Forest Lake does on a yearly basis. The next awards were the Forest Lake State School entries into the Creative Art and Crafts exhibition at the ECA. Forest Lake State School won the overall award for open category for the education on show section of prep to 6 photography, as well as jewelry making. Student William McGregor won the first prize in the photography in the place of learning section. Students also received a second prize and also a recommendation award for photography, and also for jury making as well. The Forest Lake State School has been an outstanding school in my area for many years, and I'm not surprised with the awards that they've received. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further general business? Councillor Whitney.
Yeah. Thank you. I rise to stand on 2 items of general business tonight. The first is, of course, Gigs on Green. Now, Gigs on Green has been going for 3 solid months and has quickly become an icon of Wynnum Manly. This is, of course, no surprise with someone like Tom Oliver at the helm. Anyone who meets Tom knows that he is Golden Retriever personified. This past Sunday, we had the glorious Brooke Schubert, the Bunmobile, Jack's Ice Cream, Adelita, Little Sipper, and of course the Yes 23 campaign out in force, making a 28-degree winter's day very successful. I proudly funded Gigs on Green for 12 months within a week of being councillor, and I cannot wait to see where we go, where we are in another 12 months. The second item of general business I'm rising to talk about is Zonta. Now, last week I had the honour of meeting with Loris from Manly and Redlands Zonta Club. Zonta is, of course, a wonderful organisation dedicated to making the lives of women across the world better through various empowerment efforts. Zonta advocates for equality, education, and the end of child marriage and gender-based violence. Our local branch is investing in ways that they can help with the issue of homelessness in our area. An endeavour I was only too happy to assist with by directing them to some of our absolutely amazing community groups, such as St Pete's Pantry, Wynnum Community Place and Silky Oaks. I know that together they'll be able to make some real strides in an issue that's facing Brisbane tightly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further items of general business? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just rise to speak about the ECA and about the common good more specifically. I had the privilege of attending yesterday and putting in a shift at stall number 1 for the Strawberry Sundays with Tracy Price, Labor's candidate for Lord Mayor. When we got the word that we're at stall 1, I shuddered a bit because that's the one right outside the show bag pavilion inside Show Alley. So I knew it would be a busy day, but it's always very fulfilling. I love going there and putting in a bit of time helping out the common good, who raise money through the selling, as we all know, of Strawberry Sundays for funding for the Prince Charles Hospital Foundation, and this year their cause is for silicosis. They sold 127,000 Strawberry Sundays last year, are already breaking daily records this year, so are certainly aiming to beat the 130,000 figure this year. We bought a couple yesterday, Tracy and I, so wanted to chip in as well financially as well as helping out on the stall. So congratulations to the common good and to those hundreds, and I would probably say thousands of volunteers that are chipping in over the 10 days of the ECA to make a difference in selling those Strawberry Sundays. I'd also just like to apologise, Chair, if you'll indulge me, to the Lord Mayor for the term that I used before. That was unprofessional, said in the heat of the moment, and I certainly apologise for that.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Is there any further items of general business? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, I just rise to speak on 1 item of general business. It's from Elsie. It's from Elsie. These are the words written on stickers with a little note and a pink heart and a random act of kindness. Shopping bags in case you forget yours. A gift card and take yourself to the movies. A couple of dollars and use this for your parking. It's all from Elsie through her mum Kate, honouring Elsie's memory every day, but doing random acts of kindness throughout August. Tomorrow, Elsie should be turning 1. Elsie's mum Kate and her family have spent the last year working through unimaginable grief after losing Elsie at only 7 days old. Elsie's mum Kate sat with Elsie when she was in the neonatal intensive care unit and read books to her. It was the only thing that she could do. In Kate's words, NICU, the worst possible nightmare. When you can't hold them, you read to them. So through the most awful and terrible pain, Kate decided to create It's From Elsie. An important part of this is Elsie's Book Club partners with local institution Riverbend Books to coordinate brand new donations so that families who have babies in the NICU can have precious moments and memories together, connecting through reading and storytelling in some of the most challenging times families can ever face. Through Kate, Elsie has donated books to the Marna Mothers, the Greenslopes Hospital, the RBWH and the Wesley. On Mother's Day this year, parking was paid for many mums, and it's all from Elsie. 108 memory boxes for precious wings from Elsie. And in August, a random act of kindness with a note every day from Elsie. My office is a donation point for the community to drop off new books for Elsie's book club, as are many locations across the community. And ahead of tomorrow, Kate's mum asked, "Kate, I will help you spread Elsie's light as far as it will go. Tomorrow, I will do something for someone else, from Elsie and for Elsie."
Thank you, Councillor Collier. Are there any other items of general business? See no councillors rising to their feet. I declare the meeting closed.